Hi, welcome back to Cosmic and Body Horror. If you enjoy my content, please consider hitting the like button. It's the only way the YouTube algorithm notices me. The genius of Mr. Long is a spontaneous and self-expressive one. H.P. Lovecraft. Frank Belknap Long, April 1901 to January 1994, was a prolific American writer of horror fiction. H.P. Lovecraft was a close friend and mentor to Frank Belknap Long, with whom he came in contact in 1920, when Long was but 19. Long wrote a number of early Cthulhu Mythos stories. These included the Hounds of Tindalos, the first mythos story written by anyone other than Lovecraft. The hounds are extra-dimensional predatory creatures capable of materializing at any point in space and time to feed upon victims. They are said to inhabit the angles of time. In contrast, humans and other earthly life forms live within the curves of time. Their arrival is preceded by the appearance of smoke pouring from the corner, followed by their head and body. Little is known about their appearance, as few victims survive their attacks. However, they are known to have hollow proboscises used for feeding and are associated with a blue goo substance. The Hounds of Tindalos, by Frank Belknap Long. Weird Tales. March 1929. Chapter 1. "I'm glad you came," said Chalmers. He was sitting by the window and his face was very pale. Two tall candles guttered at his elbow and cast a sickly amber light over his long nose and slightly receding chin. Chalmers would have nothing modern about his apartment. He had the soul of a medieval ascetic, and he preferred illuminated manuscripts to automobiles and leering stone gargoyles to radios and adding machines. As I crossed the room to the settee he had cleared for me, I glanced at his desk and was surprised to discover that he had been studying the mathematical formulae of a celebrated contemporary physicist, and that he had covered many sheets of thin yellow paper with curious geometric designs. "Einstein and John Dee are strange bedfellows," I said, as my gaze wandered from his mathematical charts to the 60 or 70 quaint books that comprised his strange little library. Plotinus and Emmanuel Moscopulus, St. Thomas Aquinas and Frenicle de Bessy stood elbow to elbow in the somber ebony bookcase, and chairs, table, and desk were littered with pamphlets about medieval sorcery and witchcraft and black magic, and all of the valiant, glamorous things that the modern world has repudiated. Chalmers smiled engagingly and passed me a Russian cigarette on a curiously carved tray. "We are just discovering now," he said, "that the old alchemists and sorcerers were 2/3 right, and that your modern biologist and materialist is 9/10 wrong." "You have always scoffed at modern science," I said, a little impatiently. "Only at scientific dogmatism," he replied. "I have always been a rebel, a champion of originality and lost causes. That is why I have chosen to repudiate the conclusions of contemporary biologists." "And Einstein?" I asked. "A priest of transcendental mathematics," he murmured reverently. "A profound mystic and explorer of the great suspected. Then you do not entirely despise science." "Of course not," he affirmed. "I merely distrust the scientific positivism of the past 50 years, the positivism of Haeckel and Darwin and of Mr. Bertrand Russell. I believe that biology has failed pitifully to explain the mystery of man's origin and destiny." "Give them time," I retorted. Chalmers's eyes glowed. "My friend," he murmured, "your pun is sublime. Give them time. That is precisely what I would do. But your modern biologist scoffs at time. He has the key, but he refuses to use it. What do we know of time, really? Einstein believes that it is relative, that it can be interpreted in terms of space, of curved space. But must we stop there? When mathematics fails us, can we not advance by insight? You are treading on dangerous ground, I replied. That is a pitfall that your true investigator avoids. That is why modern science has advanced so slowly. It accepts nothing that it cannot demonstrate. But you, I would take hashish, opium, all manner of drugs. I would emulate the sages of the East, and then perhaps I would apprehend. What? The fourth dimension, theosophical rubbish. Perhaps, but I believe that drugs expand human consciousness. William James agreed with me, and I have discovered a new one, a new drug. It was used centuries ago by Chinese alchemists, but it is virtually unknown in the West. Its occult properties are amazing. With its aid, and the aid of my mathematical knowledge, I believe that I can go back through time. I do not understand. Time is merely our imperfect perception of a new dimension of space. Time and motion are both illusions. Everything that has existed from the beginning of the world exists now. Events that occurred centuries ago on this planet continue to exist in another dimension of space. Events that will occur centuries from now exist already. We cannot perceive their existence because we cannot enter the dimension of space that contains them. Human beings as we know them are merely fractions, infinitesimally small fractions of one enormous whole. Every human being is linked with all the life that has preceded him on this planet. All of his ancestors are parts of him. Only time separates him from his forebears, and time is an illusion and does not exist. I think I understand, I murmured. It will be sufficient for my purpose if you can form a vague idea of what I wish to achieve. I wish to strip from my eyes the veils of illusion that time has thrown over them and see the beginning and the end. And you think this new drug will help you? I am sure that it will, and I want you to help me. I intend to take the drug immediately. I cannot wait. I must see. His eyes glittered strangely. I am going back through time. He rose and strode to the mantel. When he faced me again, he was holding a small square box in the palm of his hand. I have here 5 pellets of the drug Liao. It was used by the Chinese philosopher Lao Tse, and while under its influence he visioned Tao. Tao is the most mysterious force in the world. It surrounds and pervades all things. It contains the visible universe and everything that we call reality. He who apprehends the mysteries of Tao sees clearly all that was and will be. Rubbish, I retorted. Tao resembles a great animal, recumbent, motionless, containing in its enormous body all the worlds of our universe, the past, the present, and the future. We see portions of this great monster through a slit, which we call time. With the aid of this drug, I shall enlarge the slit. I shall behold the great figure of life, the great recumbent beast in its entirety. And what do you wish me to do? Watch, my friend. Watch and take notes. And if I go back too far, you must recall me to reality. You can recall me by shaking me violently. If I appear to be suffering acute physical pain, you must recall me at once. Chalmers, I said, I wish you wouldn't make this experiment. You are taking dreadful risks. I don't believe that there is any 4th dimension, and I emphatically do not believe in Tao, and I don't approve of your experimenting with unknown drugs. I know the properties of this drug, he replied. I know precisely how it affects the human animal, and I know its dangers. The risk does not reside in the drug itself. My only fear is that I may become lost in time. You see, I shall assist the drug. Before I swallow this pellet, I shall give my undivided attention to the geometric and algebraic symbols that I have traced on this paper. He raised the mathematical chart that rested on his knee. I shall prepare my mind for an excursion into time. I shall approach the 4th dimension with my conscious mind before I take the drug which will enable me to exercise occult powers of perception. Before I enter the dream world of the Eastern mystic, I shall acquire all of the mathematical help that modern science can offer. This mathematical knowledge, this conscious approach to an actual apprehension of the fourth dimension of time, will supplement the work of the drug. The drug will open up stupendous new vistas. The mathematical preparation will enable me to grasp them intellectually. I have often grasped the fourth dimension in dreams, emotionally, intuitively, but I have never been able to recall, in waking life, the occult splendors that were momentarily revealed to me. But with your aid, I believe that I can recall them. You will take down everything that I say while I am under the influence of the drug. No matter how strange or incoherent my speech may become, you will omit nothing. When I awake, I may be able to supply the key to whatever is mysterious or incredible. I am not sure that I shall succeed, but if I do succeed, his eyes were strangely luminous, time will exist for me no longer. He sat down abruptly. I shall make the experiment at once. Please stand over there by the window and watch. Have you a fountain pen? I nodded gloomily and removed a pale green waterman from my upper vest pocket. And a pad, Frank? I groaned and produced a memorandum book. I emphatically disapprove of this experiment, I muttered. You're taking a frightful risk. Don't be an asinine old woman, he admonished. Nothing that you can say will induce me to stop now. I entreat you to remain silent while I study these charts. He raised the charts and studied them intently. I watched the clock on the mantel as it ticked out the seconds, and a curious dread clutched at my heart so that I choked. Suddenly the clock stopped ticking, and exactly at that moment, Chalmers swallowed the drug. I rose quickly and moved toward him, but his eyes implored me not to interfere. The clock has stopped, he murmured. The forces that control it approve of my experiment. Time stopped, and I swallowed the drug. I pray God that I shall not lose my way. He closed his eyes and leaned back on the sofa. All of the blood had left his face, and he was breathing heavily. It was clear that the drug was acting with extraordinary rapidity. It is beginning to get dark, he murmured. Write that. It is beginning to get dark, and the familiar objects in the room are fading out. I can discern them vaguely through my eyelids, but they are fading swiftly. I shook my pen to make the ink come and wrote rapidly in shorthand as he continued to dictate. I am leaving the room. The walls are vanishing, and I can no longer see any of the familiar objects. Your face, though, is still visible to me. I hope that you are writing. I think that I am about to make a great leap, a leap through space. Or perhaps it is through time that I shall make the leap. I cannot tell. Everything is dark, indistinct. He sat for a while silent, with his head sunk upon his breast. Then suddenly he stiffened, and his eyelids fluttered open. God in heaven, he cried, I see. He was straining forward in his chair, staring at the opposite wall. But I knew that he was looking beyond the wall, and that the objects in the room no longer existed for him. Chalmers, I cried, Chalmers, shall I wake you? Do not, he shrieked. I see everything. All of the billions of lives that preceded me on this planet are before me at this moment. I see men of all ages, all races, all colors. They are fighting, killing, building, dancing, singing. They are sitting about rude fires on lonely grey deserts, and flying through the air in monoplanes. They are riding the seas in bark canoes and enormous steamships. They are painting bison and mammoths on the walls of dismal caves, and covering huge canvases with queer futuristic designs. I watch the migrations from Atlantis. I watch the migrations from Lemuria. I see the elder races, a strange horde of black dwarfs overwhelming Asia, and the Neanderthalers with lowered heads and bent knees ranging obscenely across Europe. I watch the Achaeans streaming into the Greek islands, and the crude beginnings of Hellenic culture. I am in Athens and Pericles is young. I am standing on the soil of Italy. I assist in the rape of the Sabines. I march with the imperial legions. I tremble with awe and wonder, as the enormous standards go by, and the ground shakes with the tread of the victorious Hastati. 1,000 naked slaves grovel before me as I pass in a litter of gold and ivory drawn by night black oxen from Thebes, and the flower girls scream Ave Caesar as I nod and smile. I am myself a slave on a Moorish galley. I watch the erection of a great cathedral. Stone by stone it rises, and through months and years I stand and watch each stone as it falls into place. I am burned on a cross head downward in the time-scented gardens of Nero, and I watch with amusement and scorn the torturers at work in the chambers of the Inquisition. I walk in the holiest sanctuaries. I enter the temples of Venus. I kneel in adoration before the Magna Mater, and I throw coins on the bare knees of the sacred courtesans who sit with veiled faces in the groves of Babylon. I creep into an Elizabethan theatre, and with the stinking rabble about me I applaud the Merchant of Venice. I walk with Dante through the narrow streets of Florence. I meet the young Beatrice, and the hem of her garment brushes my sandals as I stare enraptured. I am a priest of Isis, and my magic astounds the nations. Simon Magus kneels before me, imploring my assistance, and Pharaoh trembles when I approach. In India, I talk with the masters and run screaming from their presence, for their revelations are as salt on wounds that bleed. I perceive everything simultaneously. I perceive everything from all sides. I am a part of all the teeming billions about me. I exist in all men, and all men exist in me. I perceive the whole of human history in a single instant, the past and the present. By simply straining, I can see farther and farther back. Now I am going back through strange curves and angles. Angles and curves multiply about me. I perceive great segments of time through curves. There is curved time and angular time. The beings that exist in angular time cannot enter curved time. It is very strange. I am going back and back. Man has disappeared from the earth. Gigantic reptiles crouch beneath enormous palms and swim through the loathly black waters of dismal lakes. Now the reptiles have disappeared. No animals remain upon the land, but beneath the waters, plainly visible to me, dark forms move slowly over the rotting vegetation. These forms are becoming simpler and simpler. Now they are single cells. All about me there are angles, strange angles that have no counterparts on the earth. I am desperately afraid. There is an abyss of being which man has never fathomed. I stared. Chalmers had risen to his feet and he was gesticulating helplessly with his arms. I am passing through unearthly angles. I am approaching, oh, the burning horror of it. "Chalmers!" I cried. "Do you wish me to interfere?" He brought his right hand quickly before his face, as though to shut out a vision unspeakable. "Not yet," he cried. "I will go on. I will see what lies beyond." A cold sweat streamed from his forehead, and his shoulders jerked spasmodically. Beyond life there are. His face grew ashen with terror. Things that I cannot distinguish. They move slowly through angles. They have no bodies, and they move slowly through outrageous angles. It was then that I became aware of the odor in the room. It was a pungent, indescribable odor, so nauseous that I could scarcely endure it. I stepped quickly to the window and threw it open. When I returned to Chalmers and looked into his eyes, I nearly fainted. "I think they have scented me," he shrieked. "They are slowly turning toward me." He was trembling horribly. For a moment he clawed at the air with his hands. Then his legs gave way beneath him, and he fell forward on his face, slobbering and moaning. I watched him in silence as he dragged himself across the floor. He was no longer a man. His teeth were bared and saliva dripped from the corners of his mouth. "Chalmers," I cried. "Chalmers, stop it. Stop it. Do you hear?" As if in reply to my appeal, he commenced to utter hoarse, convulsive sounds which resembled nothing so much as the barking of a dog, and began a sort of hideous writhing in a circle about the room. I bent and seized him by the shoulders. Violently, desperately, I shook him. He turned his head and snapped at my wrist. I was sick with horror, but I dared not release him for fear that he would destroy himself in a paroxysm of rage. "Chalmers," I muttered, "you must stop that. There is nothing in this room that can harm you. Do you understand?" I continued to shake and admonish him, and gradually the madness died out of his face. Shivering convulsively, he crumpled into a grotesque heap on the Chinese rug. I carried him to the sofa and deposited him upon it. His features were twisted in pain, and I knew that he was still struggling dumbly to escape from abominable memories. "Whiskey," he muttered. "You'll find a flask in the cabinet by the window, upper left-hand drawer." When I handed him the flask, his fingers tightened about it until the knuckles showed blue. "They nearly got me," he gasped. He drained the stimulant in immoderate gulps, and gradually the color crept back into his face. "That drug was the very devil," I murmured. "It wasn't the drug," he moaned. His eyes no longer glared insanely, but he still wore the look of a lost soul. "They scented me in time," he moaned. "I went too far." "What were they like?" I said to humor him. He leaned forward and gripped my arm. He was shivering horribly. "No words in our language can describe them," he spoke in a hoarse whisper. "They are symbolized vaguely in the myth of the fall, and in an obscene form which is occasionally found engraved on ancient tablets. The Greeks had a name for them, which veiled their essential foulness. The tree, the snake, and the apple, these are the vague symbols of a most awful mystery." His voice had risen to a scream. "Frank, Frank, a terrible and unspeakable deed was done in the beginning. Before time, the deed, and from the deed, he had risen and was hysterically pacing the room. The deeds of the dead move through angles in dim recesses of time. They are hungry and athirst. Chalmers," I pleaded to quiet him, "we are living in the 3rd decade of the 20th century. "They are lean and athirst," he shrieked. "The Hounds of Tindalos." "Chalmers, shall I phone for a physician?" "A physician cannot help me now. They are horrors of the soul, and yet—" He hid his face in his hands and groaned. "They are real, Frank." I saw them for a ghastly moment. For a moment I stood on the other side. I stood on the pale grey shores beyond time and space, in an awful light that was not light, in a silence that shrieked. I saw them. All the evil in the universe was concentrated in their lean, hungry bodies. Or had they bodies? I saw them only for a moment, I cannot be certain, but I heard them breathe. Indescribably for a moment, I felt their breath upon my face. They turned toward me and I fled screaming. In a single moment I fled screaming through time. I fled down quintillions of years. But they scented me. Men awake in them cosmic hungers. We have escaped, momentarily, from the foulness that rings them round. They thirst for that in us which is clean, which emerged from the deed without stain. There is a part of us which did not partake in the deed, and that they hate. But do not imagine that they are literally, prosaically evil. They are beyond good and evil as we know it. They are that which in the beginning fell away from cleanliness. Through the deed they became bodies of death, receptacles of all foulness. But they are not evil in our sense because, in the spheres through which they move, there is no thought, no moral, no right or wrong as we understand it. There is merely the pure and the foul. The foul expresses itself through angles, the pure through curves. Man, the pure part of him, is descended from a curve. Do not laugh. I mean that literally. I rose and searched for my hat. "I'm dreadfully sorry for you, Chalmers," I said, as I walked toward the door. "But I don't intend to stay and listen to such gibberish. I'll send my physician to see you. He's an elderly, kindly chap, and he won't be offended if you tell him to go to the devil. But I hope you'll respect his advice." A week's rest in a good sanitarium should benefit you immeasurably. I heard him laughing as I descended the stairs, but his laughter was so utterly mirthless that it moved me to tears. Chapter 2. When Chalmers phoned the following morning, my first impulse was to hang up the receiver immediately. His request was so unusual, and his voice was so wildly hysterical, that I feared any further association with him would result in the impairment of my own sanity. But I could not doubt the genuineness of his misery, and when he broke down completely, and I heard him sobbing over the wire, I decided to comply with his request. "Very well," I said. "I will come over immediately and bring the plaster." En route to Chalmers's home, I stopped at a hardware store and purchased 20 pounds of plaster of Paris. When I entered my friend's room, he was crouching by the window watching the opposite wall out of eyes that were feverish with fright. When he saw me, he rose and seized the parcel containing the plaster with an avidity that amazed and horrified me. He had extruded all of the furniture, and the room presented a desolate appearance. "It is just conceivable that we can thwart them," he exclaimed, "but we must work rapidly. Frank, there is a stepladder in the hall. Bring it here immediately, and then fetch a pail of water." "What for?" I murmured. He turned sharply, and there was a flush on his face. "To mix the plaster, you fool," he cried. "To mix the plaster that will save our bodies and souls from a contamination unmentionable. To mix the plaster that will save the world from Frank, they must be kept out." "Who?" I murmured. "The Hounds of Tindalos," he muttered. "They can only reach us through angles. We must eliminate all angles from this room. I shall plaster up all of the corners, all of the crevices. We must make this room resemble the interior of a sphere." I knew that it would have been useless to argue with him. I fetched the stepladder, Chalmers mixed the plaster, and for 3 hours we labored. We filled in the 4 corners of the wall and the intersections of the floor and the wall and ceiling, and we rounded the sharp angles of the window seat. "I shall remain in this room until they return in time," he affirmed when our task was completed. "When they discover that the scent leads through curves, they will return. They will return ravenous and snarling and unsatisfied to the foulness that was in the beginning, before time, beyond space." He nodded graciously and lit a cigarette. "It was good of you to help," he said. "Will you not see a physician, Chalmers?" I pleaded. "Perhaps tomorrow," he murmured. "But now I must watch and wait." "Wait for what?" I urged. Chalmers smiled wanly. "I know that you think me insane," he said. "You have a shrewd but prosaic mind, and you cannot conceive of an entity that does not depend for its existence on force and matter. But did it ever occur to you, my friend, that force and matter are merely the barriers to perception imposed by time and space? When one knows, as I do, that time and space are identical and that they are both deceptive because they are merely imperfect manifestations of a higher reality, one no longer seeks in the visible world for an explanation of the mystery and terror of being. I rose and walked toward the door. "Forgive me," he cried. "I did not mean to offend you. You have a superlative intellect, but I have a superhuman one. It is only natural that I should be aware of your limitations." "Phone if you need me," I said, and descended the stairs 2 steps at a time. "I'll send my physician over at once," I muttered to myself. "He's a hopeless maniac, and heaven knows what will happen if someone doesn't take charge of him immediately." Chapter 3. The following is a condensation of 2 announcements which appeared in the Partridgeville Gazette for July 3, 1928. Earthquake shakes financial district. At 2 o'clock this morning, an earth tremor of unusual severity broke several plate glass windows in Central Square and completely disorganized the electric and street railway systems. The tremor was felt in the outlying districts, and the steeple of the First Baptist Church on Angel Hill, designed by Christopher Wren in 1717, was entirely demolished. Firemen are now attempting to put out a blaze which threatens to destroy the Partridgeville glue works. An investigation is promised by the mayor, and an immediate attempt will be made to fix responsibility for this disastrous occurrence. Occult writer murdered by unknown guest. Horrible crime in Central Square. Mystery surrounds death of Halpin Chalmers. At 9 a.m. today, the body of Halpin Chalmers, author and journalist, was found in an empty room above the jewelry store of Smithwick and Isaacs, 24 Central Square. The coroner's investigation revealed that the room had been rented furnished to Mr. Chalmers on May 1st, and that he had himself disposed of the furniture a fortnight ago. Chalmers was the author of several recondite books on occult themes and a member of the Bibliographic Guild. He formerly resided in Brooklyn, New York. At 7 a.m., Mr. L.E. Hancock, who occupies the apartment opposite Chalmers's room in the Smithwick and Isaacs establishment, smelt a peculiar odor when he opened his door to take in his cat and the morning edition of the Partridgeville Gazette. The odor he describes as extremely acrid and nauseous, and he affirms that it was so strong in the vicinity of Chalmers's room that he was obliged to hold his nose when he approached that section of the hall. He was about to return to his own apartment when it occurred to him that Chalmers might have accidentally forgotten to turn off the gas in his kitchenette. Becoming considerably alarmed at the thought, he decided to investigate, and when repeated tappings on Chalmers's door brought no response, he notified the superintendent. The latter opened the door by means of a pass key, and the two men quickly made their way into Chalmers's room. The room was utterly destitute of furniture, and Hancock asserts that when he first glanced at the floor, his heart went cold within him, and that the superintendent, without saying a word, walked to the open window and stared at the building opposite for fully 5 minutes. Chalmers lay stretched upon his back in the center of the room. He was starkly nude, and his chest and arms were covered with a peculiar bluish pus or ichor. His head lay grotesquely upon his chest. It had been completely severed from his body, and the features were twisted and torn and horribly mangled. Nowhere was there a trace of blood. The room presented a most astonishing appearance. The intersections of the walls, ceiling, and floor had been thickly smeared with plaster of Paris, but at intervals fragments had cracked and fallen off, and someone had grouped these upon the floor about the murdered man so as to form a perfect triangle. Beside the body were several sheets of charred yellow paper. These bore fantastic geometric designs and symbols and several hastily scrawled sentences. The sentences were almost illegible and so absurd in content that they furnished no possible clue to the perpetrator of the crime. "I am waiting and watching," Chalmers wrote. "I sit by the window and watch walls and ceiling. I do not believe they can reach me, but I must beware of the dolls. Perhaps they can help them break through. The satyrs will help, and they can advance through the scarlet circles. The Greeks knew a way of preventing that. It is a great pity that we have forgotten so much." On another sheet of paper, the most badly charred of the 7 or 8 fragments found by Detective Sergeant Douglas of the Partridgeville Reserve, was scrawled the following: "Good God, the plaster is falling. A terrific shock has loosened the plaster and it is falling. An earthquake, perhaps. I never could have anticipated this. It is growing dark in the room. I must phone Frank. But can he get here in time? I will try. I will recite the Einstein formula. I will, God, they are breaking through. They are breaking through. Smoke is pouring from the corners of the wall. Their tongues, in the opinion of Detective Sergeant Douglas, Chalmers was poisoned by some obscure chemical. He has sent specimens of the strange blue slime found on Chalmers's body to the Partridgeville Chemical Laboratories, and he expects the report will shed new light on one of the most mysterious crimes of recent years. That Chalmers entertained a guest on the evening preceding the earthquake is certain, for his neighbor distinctly heard a low murmur of conversation in the former's room as he passed it on his way to the stairs. Suspicion points strongly to this unknown visitor, and the police are diligently endeavoring to discover his identity. Chapter 4. Report of James Morton, chemist and bacteriologist. My dear Mr. Douglas, the fluid sent to me for analysis is the most peculiar that I have ever examined. It resembles living protoplasm, but it lacks the peculiar substances known as enzymes. Enzymes catalyze the chemical reactions occurring in living cells, and when the cell dies, they cause it to disintegrate by hydrolyzation. Without enzymes, protoplasm should possess enduring vitality, i.e., immortality. Enzymes are the negative components, so to speak, of the unicellular organism, which is the basis of all life. That living matter can exist without enzymes, biologists emphatically deny. And yet the substance that you have sent me is alive, and it lacks these indispensable bodies. Good God, sir, do you realize what astounding new vistas this opens up? Chapter 5. Excerpt from The Secret Watcher by the late Halpin Chalmers. What if, parallel to the life we know, there is another life that does not die, which lacks the elements that destroy our life? Perhaps in another dimension there is a different force from that which generates our life. Perhaps this force emits energy, or something similar to energy, which passes from the unknown dimension where it is, and creates a new form of cell life in our dimension. No one knows that such new cell life does exist in our dimension. Ah, but I have seen its manifestations. I have talked with them. In my room at night I have talked with the dolls, and in dreams I have seen their maker. I have stood on the dim shore beyond time and matter, and seen it. It moves through strange curves and outrageous angles. Someday I shall travel in time and meet it face to face. End of The Hounds of Tindalos by Frank Belknap Long. The Malignant Invader by Frank Belknap Long. Weird Tales. January 1932. A story of horror from the depths by the author of The Space Eaters. Professor Williamson sat on an overturned dory and watched the tide recede with sullen resentment. He was alone on the beach. The bathers had dispersed, and the tide was ebbing very rapidly indeed. Gloomily, he ran his gaze over the long stretch of exposed flats, noting here and there the presence of small jelly-like substances of greyish hue which clung tenaciously to the mud and resisted the suction of retreating waves. He speculated for an instant as to what they could be. They didn't precisely resemble jellyfish, and they were certainly not mollusks. Seaweeds, probably. Well, it didn't matter. What concerned him primarily for the moment, what irked and embittered him beyond all telling, was the reception which 40 uninformed and hideously bigoted zoologists had accorded his. The subterranean world, a note on its strange inhabitants. He had delivered his address before the Ocean City Association for the Advancement of Science, and so carefully had he prepared and verified all of his notes that he had confidently anticipated endorsement for even the most audacious of his views. But his oration had been greeted with shouts of derision, and he had been driven from the hall by a torrent of impatient abuse. The sun and the sharp sea air had a trifle restored his frayed nerves, but his thoughts were all despondent. He held in his hand a typewritten copy of the address which had cost him his reputation. He had been rereading it aloud and carefully reweighing by the light of all his experience. Every startling assertion on every page save the last. That page contained a summary of his views, and so overpowering had become his emotion on approaching it that he had been obliged to raise his eyes and stare for a moment at the receding tide. And it was during that moment of bitter despair that he had noticed the clusters of greyish ooze on the rapidly widening flats. "It cannot be denied," he read, returning at last to the sheet in his hand, "that men and women have, at various times and in various places, disappeared, simply disappeared. I have cited numerous authorities in support of my contention, and I'm sure you will concede that I have made out what a jurist would call a prima facie case. It is my conviction that we are encompassed by forces of the utmost malignancy, and that we would go mad if we could see the shapes which burrow and tunnel their way through the earth beneath our feet. I believe that sentience and even intelligence can exist apart from the protoplasm, which is the basis of biologic life, and that from the depths of the sea and from cracks and fissures in the crustal earth, there emerge from time to time forms which cannot be described or envisaged. They are survivals, I believe, of earlier cycles of animate evolution than that with which we are familiar, combinations of matter and force, of matter and energy. That attained intelligence when the earth was still a molten furnace, and before the first of living cells were evolved from the intertidal scum of warm oceans. I contend that before protoplasmic life appeared on this planet, a more hardy intelligence containing vehicle existed. That billions of years ago it walked or crawled through the appalling heat of the primordial and incandescent globe. Then, as the earth cooled, it found conditions on its barren surface no longer bearable and went tunneling in the depths. It still exists in the depths, and from time to time, in remote and sparsely settled sections of the globe, it creeps to the surface momentarily and surveys the world which it has lost. At such times, if any man happens by, he will be seized and carried downward into the abyss. The existence of malevolent entities lurking beneath the surface of the earth is the chief reason why devils, goblins, demons, and demigods are accorded such conspicuous emphasis in primitive mythologies. I believe that such primordial entities have appeared frequently to men, and that they are the cause of the mysterious disappearances of which I have spoken. I have culled sufficient data from the evidence of the witnesses to such disappearances to convince even the most resolute of skeptics that such a creature as I have postulated is in sober reality a denizen of our planet, and that it is a constant menace to all who walk the earth. From the depths it rises, seizes its prey, and descends. In shape, it is apparently somewhat analogous to man, having a head, 4 limbs, and an elongated body, but in substance it is made not of living matter, but of a fetid and muculent substance unknown on the earth, a substance that resists fire, is impervious to cold, and is revolting beyond description. It is said by those who have seen this horror that it drools foeta and is luminous in the dark. Professor Williamson sighed deeply and returned the paper to his briefcase. It is the boast of modern biology that it seeks earnestly to solve the problem of life's origin, and that it is receptive to all evidence that has passed the test of inductive scrutiny. But when I spend years in interviewing reliable people, when I relate merely what cool, sane observers have seen and heard, I am called a lunatic and an impostor. He rose angrily to his feet. I should have laid my observations before the Society for Psychical Research, he muttered. Sunset was purpling in the west as he turned to depart. Gulls were running agilely across the shiny strand, and great clams, deeply embedded, spouted jets of steamy vapor. Taking out a handkerchief, he wiped the mist from his glasses and set off in the direction of the boardwalk. But he had not advanced more than a dozen paces when something seized him about the leg. Clinton Willard Jones gripped the rail of the boardwalk till his knuckles showed blue. His lean, spectacled features were convulsed with horror, and his shoulders were jerking in a most erratic way. He had lingered on the boardwalk for the mere privilege of watching Professor Williamson. Having glimpsed the bowed, despondent figure sitting athwart the dory, He had stopped an instant to stare, and then, as recognition dawned, had loitered to observe and marvel. He knew Professor Williamson by sight, and he was fascinated by so rare an opportunity to study great genius in its unguarded moments. The Boswell impulse being for the moment paramount in him, he wondered precisely how such a man of the caliber of Einstein and Eddington, would behave when he thought himself alone and unobserved. Young Jones was standing within 25 feet of the extraordinary man, and as the boardwalk was completely deserted, he was privileged to study attentively every gesture that the professor made and to store up his impressions for systematic analyzation. He watched Williamson's expression change from resentment to pride as his gaze shifted from the sea to the paper in his hand, and then back again to bitterness as he shoved his lecture into his briefcase and got angrily to his feet. Yet despite the fervor of his hero worship, young Jones was not insensible to certain disturbing occurrences that were taking place at the same time on the flats. Like Professor Williamson, he had noticed the clusters of greyish ooze on the gleaming strand and had speculated as to their origin. And like Williamson, he had at first dismissed them as of no consequence. But when the distinguished biologist arose to depart, he noticed something in connection with them that drove the colour from his cheeks and awoke in him a stupefying and overpowering revulsion. Slowly, so slowly at first that they seemed scarcely to be moving, the clusters emerged from the sand and went squirming about in the air. The spectacle of a quiescent jelly rising from the ground and lashing about with no visible support was so alien to Jones's experience that he began perceptibly to tremble. Vehemently staring, he strove to convince himself that the clusters were at least tenuously supported, that some definite linkage existed between the jelly-like masses and the soft rack beneath them. He was for an eternity convinced that nothing but empty air streamed between the sand and the jellies, but by dint of much visual straining, he at last made out that attenuated. Thread-like stalks ascended from the beach to where the latter danced about in the air. It was an enheartening discovery, but it proved only momentarily reassuring. For no sooner had the linkage become visibly apparent than the shape from which the stalks grew rose into view. A face, ropey and gelatinous, with glazed, purulently gleaming eyes and a slobbering, shapeless mouth, emerged from the dark sands and glared at Professor Williamson with a primordial ferocity. But the professor was bowed above his lecture and never so much as suspected that anything was amiss. Jones clung to the rail and attempted, frantically, to shout a warning, but his mouth refused to open. It was filled with his tongue, for one thing, his tongue which had swelled to such inordinate proportions that it kept getting between his teeth, and the breath had somehow all vanished from his lungs. He could only stare in feverish impotence, stare and stare as the enormous green body of the horror emerged above the sand, and two long and gelatinous tentacles shot out, and seized the professor about the ankle. The professor's fright was ghastly to witness. He screamed and shrieked and threw up his hands and strove frantically to escape from the creature's embrace. But relentlessly, the thin, terrible arms closed about him, squeezing the breath from his body and binding his arms so closely to his sides that he was rendered powerless. Grey jelly masses on tentacles danced all about the horror's body, and high above its head, other jelly masses squirmed and quivered and shook as the stalks supporting them responded to the creature's exertions. Its head, in profile, was revoltingly cephalopodon. A parrot-like beak curved above its cavernous mouth, and the base of its neck was perforated by a series of gill-shaped slits which exuded a dark and oozing foetor. But what filled the wildly terrified youth on the boardwalk with the most paralyzing revulsion was the thing's body. It was bloated and serrated and vaguely reptilian in contour, with a protruding navel and leprous razor-shaped shoulders, and it glistened shockingly in the twilight. The thing had emerged merely to its waist, but its tentacular agility was fearsome and appalling. Relentlessly, hideously, the screaming professor was jerked across the sands toward its scaly bulk. Jones shut his eyes. A nasty horror was fussing and churning at the back of his skull, and his heart was flopping about in the most alarming manner. For several seconds he remained thus sightlessly immobile. Then, with a tremendous effort, he directed his gaze once more toward the horror on the beach. But the professor had disappeared. Only the beaked and hooded head of the monster was visible, and that too was rapidly sinking from sight. All about it, the mud bubbled aggressively, whilst greenish vapor swirled and eddied above its squirming antennal jellies. In a moment, only a low depression on the glistening sands remained to mark the spot where the professor had confirmed, albeit reluctantly, the verity of his claims. Sobbing and shouting, the young man descended from the boardwalk and ran out across the beach. He advanced to the very edge of the depression and, falling upon his knees, began hectically to upheave with his hands great clots of sea-drenched mire. His eyes were aglow with despair, and his chest heaved tumultuously. But though he cleared a great circular pit for yards about him and descended into it up to his waist, he encountered no vestige of the horror. Desisting at last, he clambered from the pit, brushed the sand from his clothes, and made his way sorrowfully toward the professor's discarded briefcase. Its flap, in falling, had come open, and the subterranean world, a note on its strange inhabitants, was scattered promiscuously upon the beach. Reverently, Jones collected the precious sheets and returned them to the portfolio. Then, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye, he walked with averted head back to the boardwalk. Sorrow and remorse racked him, a consuming pity for a great talent prematurely effaced, and remorse for his own cowardice in succumbing to hysteria at a moment when a single shout would have averted the tragedy. Chapter 2. Clinton Willard Jones cautioned his friend severely. "It will rise in a moment," he said, "but you must stop fidgeting about. It is essential that you remain immobile until it is completely clear of the sand. I assure you that it can't reach you with its tentacles." Professor Williamson was sitting much closer. "You see that boulder over there? That's where he was sitting. The thing will have to emerge completely from the sand to capture you." Jones's friend groaned audibly. He was a tall, very pale young man, a little older than Jones, with intelligent, scholarly blue eyes, an extremely resolute-looking mouth, and an expansive, prematurely furrowed forehead crowned by curly auburn hair. "I was an idiot to allow you to inveigle me into this," he muttered. "I don't credit one word of Williamson's thesis, but at the same time, I tell you I saw it. That's just it. You saw enough to convince me that there is something disturbingly strange lurking here, but I don't believe for a moment that it is a manifestation of the horror which Williamson has described. A hitherto unclassified species of cephalopod, I'd say. Some repellent survival from the Upper Silurian. From what you have told me, it is clear that the creature is disgustingly like an octopus and won't be pleasant to encounter. It was positively inhuman of you to suggest that I serve as bait. But you are armed, you know. You can riddle it with bullets. But didn't Williamson claim that the horror was impervious to that sort of thing? But you don't believe in Williamson's claims. You are convinced that the horror is protoplasmic. Simmons gazed steadily into Jones's eyes. "But you believe that it is primordial and virtually indestructible," he exclaimed. Jones winced before the reproach in the other's gaze. He turned away and began nervously to pace the beach. "I swear to you that I am not sure," he said. "If I had been wholly sure, I would not have asked you to do this thing. And I only ask it now because there is so much at stake. The safety of a world, perhaps. If the horror has emerged once, it will emerge again. And it may make deprecations. And you think that by dynamiting its lair—" Jones nodded. "We can prevent it from returning to the depths from which it draws its sustenance, freeze and destroy it even if your bullets prove ineffective. I do not believe that it can exist for long on the Earth's crust. Williamson affirmed that when the surface of our globe cooled, it went tunneling in the depths. Apparently it cannot survive without more warmth than our temperature affords. Simons frowned. Precisely how do you intend to proceed? He inquired. I shall wait beneath the boardwalk until the creature has emerged from the sand. It will advance rapidly toward you, and when it is completely clear of its lair, I will press down the lever of the dynamite control. The charge which we laid this morning is of sufficient strength to blow its sanctuary to fragments. If the horror returns to the tunnel before the explosion occurs, it may escape unharmed, but we shall at least have clogged the passage so that no other horror can ascend by the same route. It is probable that some fissure or crack has opened far down within the globe's crust, and that some old imprisoned horror of the inner earth has emerged through it. I do not believe that we can actually destroy the fissure with dynamite, but it is quite possible that we can clog its upper levels. I believe that beneath the depression in the sand which you see there, he gestured toward the spot where the horror had risen on the previous day, there extends an unbroken tunnel, a tunnel running down to incalculable depths and giving into a world of ghastly dimensions and unspeakable shapes, a veritable Gehenna of malign survivals from the earliest ages of the earth. Chapter 3. Simons had been sitting for 15 minutes on the stone when the monster rose into view. When he saw its vast, scaly bulk, he had a momentary impulse to rise and scream, to rise and run frantically toward the spot where his friend was standing. But by a tremendous effort of will, he conquered his agitation and waited with valiant fortitude for the horror to advance. Swiftly the tentacles came gliding toward him over the sand. An odor, fetid and indescribable, surged from them, whilst from the revolting body to which they were attached came a hoarse gurgling sound that gradually increased in volume until it drowned out the excited shouts of the watcher beneath the boardwalk. Soon the horror was within a foot of Simon's legs. Resolutely, holding his trepidation very firmly to him, the young man rose from the stone and leveled his revolver at the creature's head. 3 shots rang out in rapid sequence. The young man beneath the boardwalk almost bit his lips through in the intensity of his agitation. The shots had apparently pierced the hideous invader. Its great body heaved and trembled, and a purple froth gathered ghastly on its bulbous mouth. But it did not, as Jones had avidly hoped, retreat or collapse. Only for an instant was the progress of its tentacles arrested. Before Simons could so much as raise his arm to take aim again, they fastened tightly about his ankles, and he was jerked relentlessly toward the depression in the sand. The silence on the beach gave way to shrieks as the stricken youth dropped his revolver and clutched desperately at whatever might serve to impede the progress of the arms that were dragging him to annihilation. His hands fastened for an instant frantically about the base of a clump of beach grasses, but so terrifically potent was the force which animated the jelly-like tentacles that the weeds were torn from the sand, roots and all, and he was jerked forward with a hideous velocity. Beneath the boardwalk, Jones bent and laid his hand on the handle of the dynamite control. For an instant, he feared that he would lack the strength to shove the lever downward. A veritable cyclone of trepidation had him in its grip. Ribbons of sweat were running down his face, and his limbs were shaking in a most sickening fashion. He knew he hadn't an instant to lose, but somehow he couldn't press down the lever. Then, all at once, he looked up wildly for an instant and saw his stricken friend limp and helpless in the monster's grasp. The sight so appalled him that he experienced a sudden access of turbulent, unreasoning energy, and down, with all the vigor in his lean body, he pushed the refractory lever. The explosion was thunderous. Thin yellow flames seemed to dance for an instant in the air above the pit, where the horror hovered. Then everything on the beach was wiped out in a billowy uprush of smoke and sand. Clear to the boardwalk, the smoke swirled. High into the air shot a geyser of sand. Stones, too, were hurled upward, and dark fragments of less substantial shapes, amorphous and mutilated, dispersed in ascending crescents against the clear sky. With quaking knees, young Jones waited for the smoke to clear. Twice he attempted to cry out, but no sound came from his congested throat. He hoped desperately that his friend was safe, that he had been sufficiently far from the depression in the sand to escape the effects of the blast. His anxiety was soon appeased. A shout pierced the curtain of smoke, and young Simmons came staggering toward him. His clothes were in tatters, and his face blackened almost beyond recognition. But his eyes glowed exultantly in their grime-rimmed orbits, and his speech, when it came, held paeans of praise. "You destroyed it," he shouted. "You blew the vile thing to fragments." He tottered to where his companion was standing and sat down abruptly on the sand. "Nearly got me too," he groaned. "The detonation was frightful. I thought I'd lost the top of my head. I had to feel for it," he smiled. "But I'm all right now. Will be in a moment. Just a little faint." Jones nodded. He was too overcome to be of much assistance, but he had sufficient presence of mind to withdraw from his coat pocket a small flask of brandy and hand it to the gasping man at his side. "That'll help," he murmured. "I'm glad we got it. Glad. Damn glad." 15 minutes later, the two young men stood stoically on the sands and poked with a stick at a small fragment of black putrescent jelly. "It's utterly lifeless," said Jones, "but I don't like the looks of it. See how it changes color when I touch it. And it isn't as soft as it looks. I can indent it with the stick, but it's resistant, like putty, and hasn't anything like the flaccid fragility of such primitive protoplasmic tissue as one finds in most of the marine invertebrates. I'm actually inclined to believe that Williamson was right, and we have here something that transcends all normal experience." The tremor in his voice belied the measured detachment of his observations. All around him lay similar fragments, all that the explosion had spared of Professor Williamson's monster. An enormous mass of heaped-up debris clogged the entrance to the thing's lair, and the tide was coming in with a promise of merciful concealment for a ghastliness hideous to contemplate. Jones was working furiously with his stick to dislodge a hard object at the jelly's core. After a moment he pried it loose and drew it across the sand until it was free of the clinging slime. Then, stooping, he picked it up and handed it to his friend. "Professor Williamson's watch," he said simply. Simmons paled. "The thing has evidently this in common with us," said Jones. "It can only assimilate organic nourishment. It swallowed the watch but retained it in an undigested state." "I wonder," murmured Simons, gazing with horror at the still unprobed fragments of jelly on the sand beside them. "If it can digest bones." Jones shuddered. "I suggest," he said with grim finality, "that we let the tides give this uncleanliness a sea burial." "I still believe," said Simmons, as they walked slowly back to the boardwalk, "that the creature was a cephalopod. Its arms were sheathed and hooked, and it had the beaked head and tentacular agility of a true octopus. And its body was relatively compact and sack-like, another characteristic of the octopoda. It was more lean and angular, and loathsome, I concede, than any known member of the genus. But I don't believe we need create a new classification for it. I propose we call it Octopus williamsoni." "And I propose," said Jones solemnly, "that we never breathe a word of what we saw here today. I do not intend to mutilate the minds of children by introducing to the world a horror more authentic and ghastly than the grimmest of fictional ogres. It is conceivable that Williamson would have wanted the facts made known, but Williamson was a colossal egoist intent only on self-vindication, and he had no scruples about inflicting his theories on people too delicately sensitive to bear them with equanimity. He had the scientist's ruthless disregard for the awful consequences that occasionally attend such premature revelations of revolting truths. I know that deep beneath the Earth's crust there lurks a tangible and malign entity endowed with a hideous intelligence, and that science will eventually awake to the menace which its presence there implies. But I refuse to shoulder the responsibility of revealing what I know to a world that is at least comparatively sane. "Rubbish," retorted Simons. "It is a pity," he muttered after a moment, "that we didn't secure a photograph of the thing. No one will believe that it is even a new octopus without a photo." End of The Malignant Invader by Frank Belknap Long. The Whir Snake. Frank Belknap Long. Weird Tales. September 1925. "What a perfectly adorable rain," said Miss Beardsley. "I love deepest gloom, and this place is as mournful as Erebus. The perversity of nature has entered into the rocks. They seem alive." "These people worshipped a curious pantheon," I explained. "Ishtar was represented here. Hellish rites were performed on the altar before you. The modern mind cannot conceive them, and to describe them would require the invention of a new language. These piles are older than Stonehenge or Egypt. They antedate the pyramids by thousands of years and probably go back to the Neolithic age." "Who was Ishtar?" asked Miss Beardsley. "The great mother goddess, the magna mater of the Babylonians, the Assyrians, and darker, more sinister peoples whose civilizations were legends in the age of Homer. The worship of Ishtar, variously called Inanna, Nina, Astarte, extended over the whole of Asia, and her altars are to be found in Persia, India, China, Arabia, and Siberia. Ishtar's earthly counterpart was a woman of devastating beauty, who possessed the cruel and vicious nature of the Roman Empress Messalina. In Nineveh, in Tyre, in Erech, her terrestrial manifestations hired camel drivers in from the desert and destroyed them with kisses. It has been estimated that her victims in a single year outnumbered armies of locusts." Miss Beardsley scowled and poked with her parasol among grey, antiquated stones. "It isn't that I don't trust you, but they told me in the village that native girls walk here at night and pretend to be reincarnations of that goddess. The native girls are very ugly," I assured her. "They have flat noses and square ears, and they wear rings through their lips. No white man could love them." "I never liked them," murmured Miss Beardsley. I took Miss Beardsley's hand and smiled into her nervous blue eyes. I found her anger more delightful than the impecunious glory of archaeology, but like most stubborn men, I invariably sought excuses. "There is no truth in those silly old tales," I said, "but it is something to sleep here. The place is haunted, and it will give me prestige." "But what has superstition to do with archaeology?" demanded Miss Beardsley. "We must investigate all superstitions," I responded. "They often furnish us with invaluable data. Lord Clayton Maddox ignores haunted ruins, and the Royal Society ignores Clayton Maddox." "What of it?" pouted Miss Beardsley. I felt that her frivolity did not become her. "I fear," I said, "that you underestimate the satisfaction of achievement and the value of rewards." Miss Beardsley made a gesture indicating contempt. "But they are both quite worthless," she snapped. "In 50 years you will no longer desire them." She stooped and picked up a handful of greyish sand. "You will be less than that," she said. My guide's eyes sparkled, and he smiled at Miss Beardsley. "It is encouraging," he said, "to hear a woman talk like that. We of the East place less value upon externals. We educate the soul, and we do not value rewards. With us, it is a distinction to remain humble and unknown. We rather despise those who are rich in the world's goods." "And what is the purpose of such a ridiculous attitude?" I asked. There was a hint of reluctance in his voice when he answered me. "You Saxons are primitive and uncivilized. You amuse yourselves with absurd toys. You are proud of your bridges and your automobiles, your telephones and fireless cookers, and your vile, vicious factories. But we seek true culture and understanding. Your culture decayed before the invention of printing. Your Middle Ages were glorious. You had then great cathedrals, sacred and profane mysteries, magic and holy symbols. You had one great seer who surpassed the ancient East in wisdom. John Dee knew the secrets and terrors that lurk in lonely souls. And had you followed Dee instead of such children as Newton and Watt, you might now be in direct communication with the unknown. The true culture of Greece vanished when the philosophers entered Athens. Your civilization took the wrong path and perished with the Italian Renaissance. You ask me why we educate the soul. We educate the soul to make it strong. When the soul is strong, it is able to conquer, but there are things which I cannot name. Fiddlesticks, I retorted. But tell me, do any nameless things haunt these ruins? My guide looked at me evasively and avoided a direct reply. You will need a knife, heaven-born, he informed me. And a gun? I queried. It does no good to shoot when you see the eyes. They are invulnerable. But a knife you might find useful. A gun should be sufficient, I insisted. And I do not think that I shall take a knife. You must take a knife too, said Miss Beardsley. And if the native girls... Her eyes hardened, and I saw that there were possibilities and depths in her which I had not suspected. Part 2. That night, I camped in the grey and ominously deserted temple of Ishtar. It wasn't pleasant. The wind swept in from the desert and whistled eerily about lonely altars and dark, amorphous piles. Locusts alighted upon my nose and ears, and they made molasses upon my beard and refused to disembark. Nothing is more repulsive to me than insects, and yet it was no good being angry with them. I sat and dozed or stared drowsily into the darkness, and thought of the charnel worms which the mad Arab Alhazard bred in the bellies of slain camels. I wondered if I should have the moral courage to face the apparition when it came. It would be necessary to challenge and expose it. What impressed me above all things was the survival of the Ishtar legend among the natives. I recalled the horrible rites connected with her worship, and curiously enough, I could not rid my mind of a vague longing to sit enraptured at the spectacle of a living sacrifice to the Assyrian pantheon on the dark, ageless altar before me. Like an idiot, I imagined one. The sacrifice took the most loathsome form. The victim was fastened to the grey stone altar by 6 hooded priests of Ishtar and hacked to pieces with little knives. And while the horrid priests wrought their unhallowed butchery, Ishtar smiled, and standing at the base of the altar comforted the victim by stroking his hair. And yet, in spite of Ishtar's cruelty, the Babylonians and Assyrians had worshipped her with a curious devotion. Ishtar, I had been told, was so beautiful that no man could look upon her unveiled face and retain the sight of his eyes. Her hair was bronzed, like the sands of the desert near an oasis, and her lips placed the beholder in immediate danger. Men forgot their wives, and sometimes even their merchandise and camels, and fell down and worshipped. All day over the smooth sands processions of men crawled toward her on their hands and knees. Imperial edicts had been levied against her, but men risked death and exile and crawled toward her on their hands and knees. She was more beautiful than the dawn when it comes up all white and purple and fragrant with the odors of paradise. There was something in her movements, in the way in which she held her head, in the curve of her elbow, or in the glimmer of light on her tapering ankles that sent a bright, impossible joy into the hearts of her devotees, and no man who had once beheld Ishtar could be satisfied for long with an ordinary woman. I awoke from a dream of Ishtar and incredible, antique dawns, and stared into a darkness that shamed the stars. Only in the desert does the darkness thicken, like whipped cream, and stream past with an audible whisper. The darkness was like a great black beetle covering the world with its wings. No shadows moved in it, and no one breathed in it, but the dark itself was alive, and it whispered. The night was like an old woman that had given birth to the darkness. Up beyond the darkness sat the mother of the darkness, with her changeling upon her knees. And then, in that desolate wilderness of smothering black, I saw 2 luminous green eyes that stared and did not blink. I got nervously to my feet and told the eyes that I didn't care. The sound of my own voice reassured me. "You are not really the eyes of Ishtar," I said. "This is some trick, some ridiculous, shameful trick. You take advantage of Americans." But I shall inform the consul. We are not to be trifled with. Our consul has red hair, and he beats his wife, and he judges men by the color of their skin. He will not even complain to our government. He will take a delightfully unconventional view of the affair. He has a nervous dislike for impostors. He will fasten you to a post and pull out your teeth and tickle you upon the soles of your feet until you scream and gibber, and a nameless horror fastens upon your brain. The eyes did not even blink. The eyes were green coals in a whispering void. They stared lidlessly in the dark, and I thought, these are surely the eyes of Ishtar. An extraordinary numbness passed over me. It seemed to me then that nothing mattered, and my excitement gradually gave way to a stoical indifference. And yet in the back of my mind there lurked godless horror, and my heart beat with tragic unsteadiness. The eyes were a seal of the unspeakable horror of the night. They confirmed my hatred of the dark, made the dark more mephitic, more vividly malevolent. The eyes emitted two greenish rays, which traversed the dark but did not illume it. I walked forward toward the eyes, holding out my arms to preserve my balance. Twice I nearly stumbled, and a sharp stone pricked through the thin soles of my moccasins. The ground was littered with incredibly ancient rocks, and the sand was soft and wet, and it gave beneath me. For a moment I imagined that from somewhere beyond the narrow grey confines of the temple there came a current of sickly, evil-smelling air blowing noiselessly in the dark. I felt the unwholesome warmth upon my cheeks and throat. But worst of all was a sense of evil that enveloped me like a putrid shroud. I resolved to anticipate the embrace of Ishtar, and I deliberately stared into the eyes before me. They blazed with unconcealed fury. My body sought to rebel, and the palms of my hands grew damp with the fear of Ishtar, but my will kept me from the brink of the pit. I thought, it is very queer that Ishtar does not challenge me. It is very strange that she does nothing but stare with her large soulless eyes. Then I became dumb. I saw that the eyes before me were divided into tiny sections, and the idea came to me that Ishtar's eyes were complex, like the eyes of a fly, and consisted of a million blazing orbs. The eyes before me were not human. I retreated until my back was against a high, jutting wall. I ran my hands rapidly back and forth across the stone to assure myself that the wall was high and firm. The wall was a protection against the evil changeling of the night. It was a buttress of the visibly strong and real against the shadowy and amorphous. I quietly drew my revolver from its holster and leveled it at the glaring, unblinking green eyes. My revolver could wreck the darkness, cleave it in two, tear it to shreds. My revolver was a symbol of power brought to bear upon evil that sulked, that stabbed in the back. I sought to orient myself to the unaccustomed weapon. The thought of the sudden, brutal bark of a revolver in that shrouded place seemed a desecration, and my fingers trembled upon the breech. A queer paralysis held me. For a moment I felt like a corpse standing in a shroud. I was tortured by the fear of noise and action, of anything that would unsettle the darkness and make the situation drastic. For a moment I wavered, and turned over in my mind the advisability of going on my knees to Ishtar and asking her pardon, and then suddenly courage swelled within me like a wave. I dared to press upon the trigger, and the loathsome blackness disappeared in a plethoric glare which swallowed the earth. Nothing existed but an evanescent and transcendent whiteness, and the darkness quivered like jelly and fell away and writhed on the knees of the night. And then from the matrix of the glare came a thunderous report, and sound took the place of light, and the darkness came rushing back. I shut my eyes and cried out. My knees threatened to give way beneath me, but I thought, one shot is not enough. I must take care to see that Ishtar does not escape. I discovered that I had no desire to see Ishtar. With my back against the wall and my revolver throttling the darkness, I rejoiced that I could not see, I know not what, but I discerned in the momentary glare low, crumbling walls and leaning altars, and black, satyr-like faces carved in black basalt, and I was filled with horror and awe inexpressible. And I thought that Miss Beardsley had concealed strange realization beneath her flippancy. She had tried to warn me, this place is as mournful as Erebus. The perversity of nature has entered into the rocks. They seem alive. The whole business looked ugly, and it especially explained the villagers' fear of the temple of Ishtar. There was dead silence for 5 minutes or more, and then I threw aside the thing of flame that had failed to justify its boast of strength. I heard a metallic ring as it went clattering over the stones. The eyes of Ishtar had moved nearer, and I felt that I had sounded the depths of anguish, and that I now dangled above an unreverberate abyss. Far above me through a fissure, I saw the stars, but they glittered so weakly that they seemed to exude darkness and not light. What if I should go on my knees to Ishtar and entreat her to love me? Perhaps her eyes would grow soft, perhaps I should see her and find her beautiful. The camel drivers had found her beautiful. They had come in from the desert, and she had comforted them with kisses and killed them with love. "I could love you," I said to the eyes, and I loathed the sound of my own voice. I knew what I had done, but I should never have spoken to Ishtar had not some force superior to my will persuaded me that utter destruction is more desirable than suspense. At once the eyes grew immense and soft and tender in the night. They lost their snake-like glitter. They advanced toward me, and I heard a low swishing sound, as if something smooth and soft were crawling on its hands and knees over a rough, uneven surface. A curiously indescribable odor, acrid and necrophilic, came to me on the tiny breath of air blowing noiselessly in the dark. And then from beyond the narrow grey borders of the temple, I heard a sudden, sharp exclamation of fear and pain. It was a voice of pity and terror in the night, shaming the eyes of Ishtar. It arose from the dark spaces, tender and full of infinite compassion and infinite fear, and it softened the hard edges of the darkness. "Stay back," I shouted. "I shall take care of this." The voice rose to a higher pitch. It swelled in the darkness and formed phrases and sentences and pleaded and reproached. "Oh, Arthur, I warned you. I told you that nothing good would come of sleeping here. Arthur, where are you?" "Miss Beardsley," I cried, "you must go back. It is nothing. No hurt will come to you." "It is something, Arthur, and I would face it with you. I have no fear, Arthur. There is nothing in the darkness that can hurt us. Only our fears hurt us and make monsters of the darkness. You must banish fear, Arthur, and I will help you." I knew that Miss Beardsley had rounded the grey walls, and that she walked within the temple, directly beneath the lowering, menacing eyes of Ishtar. I saw the eyes narrow and their softness disappear, and a cold fury flame in their pupil-less depths. "Arthur," called Miss Beardsley, and I knew that she stood not 3 yards from me. I could have stepped forward and touched her in the darkness. "Arthur!" The voice was reproachful and despairing. I moved forward to intercept her, and I saw the eyes drop and swerve to one side. They struck against something soft, and I heard a sudden frightened scream, and I knew that Miss Beardsley had been attacked and thrown forcefully upon the ground. I left the protection of the wall and went down on my hands and knees, groping among grey, cutting stones. Surely, I thought, there must be some way of breaking through, of tearing the darkness apart and rescuing Miss Beardsley. I shivered and moaned and struggled with the darkness, and the most awful terror filled my mind. I pulled myself forward over the sharp stones until my body became one great sore, and my clothes hung in rags, and my eyes filled with tears. For it was all dark and indistinct ahead, and I could not reach Miss Beardsley. Low, choking gasps came from Miss Beardsley, followed by sobs and gurgles, and I heard a thrashing and a retching. This is lethal horror, I thought. One solitary, tremendous purpose acted like a tonic upon my will. Ishtar was the horror in the night, and I must save Miss Beardsley from her dark, loathsome paws. I recognized the menace of Ishtar with a new acuteness. The unearthly evil of Ishtar would imperil the soul of Miss Beardsley, for the goddess would not be satisfied with a mere body, an empty husk. I was fighting then to save both the body and soul of Miss Beardsley. I struggled forward, trying to murder the dark with my 2 hands. I suffered pain. In the darkness, in the night, I knew a great hurt, and Miss Beardsley was crying and moaning 3 yards from me. It seemed frightful to me, my inability to reach Miss Beardsley. I had climbed and climbed over rough grey stones, and my hands and knees were covered with blood, but I could not reach Miss Beardsley. She retreated from me. Something was carrying her off, dragging her ruthlessly over the stones. Suddenly my hands and knees went wet. My thoughts became confused, but I knew that I knelt in something wet. It seemed as if I had passed from agony into dumb, unreasoning delirium. I raised one hand slowly out of the wet. I did not confess my fears to myself. I did not openly acknowledge them. Things remained blurred and indefinite in my mind. But in the back of my brain, the fear lurked like a panther about to spring. I raised the hand slowly. I understood dimly that I could not live if the wet confirmed my fear. But it was not blood. It wasn't. Blood was less thick, less cold. I knew that I knelt in dark slime of the earth. A godless slug that had never seen the sun and moon and stars might leave such slime. I shut my eyes, without precisely knowing why, and my brain became quite quiet. I would go on, and find Miss Beardsley. I crawled forward on my hands and knees over the dark earth. It seemed as if I was going on forever, and yet I knew intuitively that I should eventually find light, and Miss Beardsley. Something that left dark, evil-smelling slime in its wake, and that had eyes like the eyes of Ishtar, was carrying Miss Beardsley away over the dark. And I would discover its retreat and destroy it utterly. My heart beat wildly, and a buzzing commenced in my brain, but I ground my teeth together and went on and on. I followed a trail of foul-smelling slime, and my whole body ached. Formless shapes branched and grew in my mind. I thought aloud, will there be no end? Is there no dawn? Will dawn never come up over the desert, all white and clean and radiant? Is there nothing but formless dark that conceals a blasphemous slug that is not human, that leaves slime in its path? For the first time I had found voice. I decided to try again, and I pierced the dark with the sharp insistence of my voice. I sought an answer. I sought assurance. There was a sort of malicious cruelty in the silence, and I sought to lessen the torture, to ease the tension as I crawled forward on my hands and knees. Miss Beardsley, you must have faith. I am coming for you on my hands and knees. The way is long and there will be much pain, but you must fight Ishtar through your will. Arthur, it is squeezing me. It is soft, and I cannot grip it. It flips away from me. You must hurry. But I shall not fear, Arthur. Fear is deadly, and will destroy us both. Long and white and smooth was the passage that opened out before me and ran down into the earth. Into my mind came fragments of horrid superstition and malicious memory, and a phrase from Joseph Glanville which Poe had once quoted. The vastness, profundity, and unsearchableness of his works, which have a depth in them greater than the well of Democritus. The passage before me was a tunnel of nightmare, and with my brain I doubted, but I saw the tunnel clearly, and the light streaming out of it. And the thing that had carried Miss Beardsley over the rough ground, the thing of slime and night, had crept into the tunnel, and it did not expect me to follow. Or did it expect me to follow? Through interminable windings and turnings, I clambered on my hands and knees. The tunnel narrowed and threatened to embrace me, and then it widened until I could not glimpse in the wavering light its high, sloping top. Forward I pressed through the shadows, and shouted and wept in the darkness, and far ahead I heard an audible swishing as the thing crawled through the damp cold, leaving a trail of slime and unspeakable odor in its wake. The impressions left me by that horrible descent were profoundly grave and unforgettable, but some destiny over which I had no control had arranged that I should suffer, and as I crawled downward on my hands and knees, I knew that no bestial god could survive that destiny. Suffering and terror would be mine, but out of the night would come a marvelous dawn, and the confused discords about me would somehow harmonize one with the other, and I should listen with exaltation and ecstasy to a gorgeous and stupendous symphony. I would return from the brink of the pit, and Miss Beardsley and I would face the new dawn together. Why is a cold, ill-lighted tunnel that twists and turns superior to the darkness? Why did I feel a resurgence of confidence as I moved forward over the cold ground? For eternities I crawled forward on my hands and knees, and then, quite unexpectedly, upon turning a bend, I saw it. Stupendous and awful, and to think that one might anywhere, unexpectedly, come upon such an abomination. What is the use of going on? I thought. This thing cannot be. If it exists, there is no longer any reason for living. If it exists, we are all hopeless, helpless, wretched creatures, living in an hallucination, living on the edge of an abyss, living in a dream from which it is death to awake. We live surrounded by a Walpurgis night of obscene shapes, flapping harpies that would tear out our brains and glut upon our bodies in sleep, ghoulish. Black-lipped incubi, serpents of nightmare from Acheron, Calibans from Tartarus. We live surrounded by famine and pestilence and death, if such as this can exist under the stars. I gnawed at the ends of my fingers to keep from shrieking. Miss Beardsley lay in a pool of ooze, the muscles of her face relaxed, and an awful, indescribable agony shone in her eyes. Her arms hung limp at her sides, but the fingers of her right hand opened and closed convulsively. Above her in the dim light, its face in profile against a dark, ageless boulder, crouched the thing that I had followed through the darkness, the shadowy, lethal thing of unutterable evil that had left a dark, noisome trail of slime behind it. Its dog-like head was covered with scales, and a long reptilian tongue protruded from between its black, bulbous lips. Its eye in profile seemed large and grey, but the tunnel light had glazed it, and it no longer glittered. It was quite hopeless from a sane or human point of view, and when I raised my arm in a gesture of despair and fury, it hissed and spat at me. I knew that I should shiver and grow frigid at its touch. For a moment, I did not think that I could ever move again, and I wondered if Miss Beardsley suffered pain. I longed to soothe and console her, to assure her that I understood. "I shall attend to this," I said, but I had no intention of attending to anything. My mind ran in one narrow channel, to the exclusion of everything that should have concerned me. If it does not move, I am safe, I thought. I stood very still, fearing that if I moved an inch, I should bring it down upon me. In fancy, I felt its cold nostril nuzzling my face. I knew that it would nuzzle me until I perished of horror and loathing. I was more upset than I cared to acknowledge. I suppose I thought of Miss Beardsley, but one thing comes back now, and shames me, my vile, shocking cowardice. But something destroyed my shivering inhibition of muscle and will, and sent me forward like a released spring. I saw its body. The head had held me back, and tied my muscles into knots and filled me with shameless fright, but the body called for quick, decisive action. I went forward instantly, and did what I had to do. But before I joined with it in that foggy earth crypt, I bent with amazing agility, and picked from the ground a thin, sharp stone. I remember severing with one stroke the great, dog-like head, and I remember how the black arterial blood ran out of the neck and spattered over my arms and legs. I know that the body twisted and writhed in the cavern gloom, and tied itself into knots and monstrous fleshy folds. I can see it now, writhing and twisting in the shadows, and I see the severed head lying beside Miss Beardsley on the ground. The jaws open and close, and the eyes are amazed, almost indignant, like the eyes of a child who has been punished for what it does not consider a wrong. When I had finished, and the folds lay still, I got up and walked over to where Miss Beardsley lay upon the cold, hard ground. I realized that sympathy and pity would never do. Miss Beardsley needed more drastic medicine. "Get up," I shouted at her. "I don't intend to stand here and wait for you." "Get up," Miss Beardsley moaned, and her lips quivered, but a pink tinge crept back into her cheeks. "Get up at once," I shouted. A moment more and she was on her feet, her blue eyes flashing with anger and a red blush covering her throat and cheeks. I knew then that she was saved, and I drew her quickly toward me and away from the headless thing on the ground. "We'll be in time for breakfast," I told her. "I have ordered ostrich eggs and pomegranates. We shall sit on the terrace and watch the dawn come up over the desert." "Oh, but my aunt never rises so early," said Miss Beardsley. "For once," I responded, "we shall do without a chaperone." I led her out into the cool night. For a moment we stood under the grey wall of the Temple of Ishtar, and then we walked, arm in arm, toward the hotel. "You are worth a dozen Ishtars," I told her. "That is not very complimentary," she said, "to tell me that I am only worth—" In a moment my arms were about her, and I knew the sweet magic of her yielding body. Part 3. At noon my guide came to me. "You will never guess what we found in the ruin," he said. "A snake?" I asked. His face became horribly solemn. "Yes and no, we found a headless woman, but that is not all. The grey sacrificial stone was covered with blood, and upon it lay the head of a snake, a hooded cobra." Miss Beardsley shivered and plucked at my sleeve. In the village they tell queer tales. They say that you killed Ishtar." My guide's small eyes narrowed. "Yes," he said, "and we are grateful. Your courage has delivered us from Ishtar, the worst snake." Below the balcony, our camels eyed us with tolerant, disillusioned eyes. End of The Worst Snake, Frank Belknap Long. The Ocean Leech by Frank Belknap Long. Weird Tales, January 1925. I heard Bouka beating with his bare fists upon the cabin door and the wind whistling under the cracks. I objected to both, and I opened the door wide. Bouquet came in then, with a fierce rush of wind. He was a curious little man, with the sea and sky in his eyes, and he spoke in pantomime. He pointed towards the door and ran his fingers savagely through his reddish hair, and I knew that something had nearly finished him. I mean, finished him spiritually, damaged his soul, his outlook. I didn't know whether to be pleased or horrified. Bouka seemed more human with his queer, vivid gestures and flaming eyes, but I couldn't imagine what he had seen up on deck. Of course, I found out soon enough. The men were sitting about in idiotic groups of 2s and 3s, and no one saluted me when I stepped out from the shadows of twisted cordage into a luminous stripe of moonlight. "Where's the boatswain?" I asked. Several of the men heard my question, and they turned and stared at me, and deliberately tittered. "It took the boatswain," said Oscar. Oscar seldom spoke to anyone. He was tall and lean, and his jaundiced scalp was fringed by yellow hair. I distinctly recall his dark, hungry eyes and his fringe of hair glistening in the moonlight. But the rest of Oscar I can no longer visualize. He has faded into an indefinite ghost of memory. It is curious, though, how clearly I remember every other shape and incident of that amazing night. Oscar was standing by my elbow, and I turned suddenly and gripped his arm. It reassured me to grip his strong, muscular arm, but I knew that I had hurt him, for his shoulder jerked and he looked at me reproachfully. I presume Oscar wanted me to stand upon my own feet, but he made a sweeping motion with his arm to assure me that it didn't matter. The wind whistled about our ears, and the tattered sails flapped and wheezed. Sails can speak, you know. I have heard sails protest in chorus, each sail with a slightly different accent. You get to understand their conversation in time. On still mornings, it is wonderful to come up on deck and hear the sails whispering among themselves. They make gestures too, and when they are tired, they sway pathetically against the sky. I took a turn about the deck and bawled out the men and told them to go to the devil. Then I got my pipe out and blew grotesque yellow effigies into the cold air. They danced in the moonlight and made the situation irredeemable. I came back to Oscar eventually and asked him point blank what he meant by it. But Oscar didn't answer me. He simply turned and pointed. Something white and gelatinous oozed over the rail and ran or slid for several feet along the deck. Then a larger bulk seethed out of the darkness and stood poised above the black stern post. A second object descended upon the deck, coming down with a thud and running at a tangent with the first over the smooth, polished boards. I saw two of the men get quickly to their feet with wildish, jerky motions, and I heard Oscar shout out a curt command. The thing upon the deck spread out and became broader at its base. It reared into the air, a livid appendage encircled with monstrous pink suckers. We could see the suckers loathsomely at work in the moonlight, opening and closing and opening again. We were affected by a queer aromatic stench, and we felt an overpowering sense of physical nausea. I saw one of the men reel backward and collapse upon the boards. Then a second idiot keeled over, and a third actually advanced toward the loathsome object on his hands and knees, as if fascinated. At that moment, the moon seemed to draw nearer, to actually careen down the sky and hang above the cordage. Then suddenly the amorphous tentacles shot forward, like released hawsers, and struck against the nearest mast, and I heard a splintering and a noise like thunder. The arms quivered and seemed to fly in all directions. Then they flopped back over the side. I fastened my eyes upon our black topsail mastheads and questioned Oscar in a very low voice. "Did that take the boatswain?" Oscar nodded and shuffled his feet. The men on the deck whispered among themselves, and I knew intuitively that a spirit of rebellion was rife among them. And yet even Oscar exonerated me. Where would we have been if you hadn't brought us in here? Adrift, probably, rudderless and sailless. Our sails may look like the skin on a waterlogged corpse, but we can use them when we can get the masts into shape. The lagoon looked innocent enough, and most of us were for coming in here. But now they whine like yellow puppies and blame it on you. The idiots! If you just say the word. I stopped him, for I didn't want the men to take his proposal seriously, and he spoke loud enough for them to hear. The men, I felt, were scarcely to blame under the circumstances. "How many times has the thing crawled over the sides?" I asked. 8 times, said Oscar. It took the boatswain on the 3rd trip. He shrieked and threw up his arms and turned yellow. It twined itself about his leg and set its great pink suckers to work on him, and the rest of us could do nothing. Nothing. We tried to get him away, but you cannot imagine the sheer pull of that white arm. It oozed slime all over him and all over the deck. Then it flopped back into the water and carried him with it. After that, we were more careful. I told the men to go below, but they only glowered at me. The thing fascinates them. They sit there and deliberately wait for it to return. You saw what happened just now. The thing can strike like a cobra, and it sticks closer than a lamprey, but the idiots won't be warned. And when I think of those quivering pink suckers, I feel sorry for them, and for myself. He didn't utter a sound, you understand, but he turned livid under the gills and his tongue stuck out horribly, and just before he disappeared over the side, I noticed that his lips were all black and swollen. But as I told you, he was immersed in yellowish slime, in ooze, and the life must have gone out of him almost at once. I'm sure that he didn't really suffer. With God's help, it's we who have to suffer. Oscar, I said, I want you to be quite frank, and if necessary, even brutal. Do you think that you can explain that thing? I don't want any wretched theories, Oscar. I want you to fashion a prop for me, Oscar, something for me to lean upon. I'm so very tired, and I haven't much authority here. Oh, yes, I'm supposed to be in command, but when there is nothing to go upon, Oscar, what can I say to them? How can I get them down into the cabin? I pity them so. What do you think it is, my friend? The thing is obviously a cephalopod, said Oscar quite simply, but there was a look of shame and horror in his eyes, which I didn't like. An octopus, Oscar. Perhaps, or a monstrous squid, or some hideous, unclassified species. A greenish cloud covered the face of the moon, and I saw one of the men crawling on his hands and knees along the deck. Then he gave a sudden defiant scream, ran to the rail, and held out his arms. A white exudation ran the entire length of the rail. It rose up and quivered amidst illimitable shadows, and then it poured in an abominable stream over the scuppers and enveloped the hectic form of the wretch. And it made no sound. The poor fool tried to get away. He screamed, made shocking grimaces, fell down upon the deck, and tried to draw himself along by his hands. He pawed at the smooth, slippery surface, but the thing had wound its tenebrous tentacles about his leg, and it pulled him. It pulled him slowly and hideously. His head struck against the scuppers, and a crimson stream, no wider than a hawser rope, ran down the deck and formed a miniature pool at Oscar's feet. A sucker fastened upon his right temple, and another got in under his shirt and set to work upon his bare chest. I tried to get to him, but Oscar held fast to my arm and would not tell me why. The body became white, slimy, changed before our eyes, and not one man stepped forward to prevent it. Suddenly, while we watched, the dead man, whose eyes had already glazed, was jerked forcefully toward the scuppers again and again. But he wouldn't go through. His head was soon pounded into an unimaginable resemblance of something we didn't care to think about, and we became deadly sick. But we watched, strangely fascinated, even perhaps more than a little resentful. We were watching something brutal and incredibly alive, and we beheld it in an unrestrained exercise of all its faculties. There, under a shrouded moon, in the phosphorescent wilderness of exotic waters, we saw the law of man outraged by something mute, misshapen, blasphemous, and we saw industrious retching matter, brainless and self-sufficient, obeying a law older than man, older than morality, older than sin. Here was life absorbing another life, and doing it forcefully, and without conscience, and becoming stronger and more exultant through the doing of it. But it couldn't get the body through the scuppers. It pulled, and finally let go. The wind had gone down, and oddly enough, as it let go and fell back into the dead calm of the water, we heard an ominous splash. We rushed forward and surrounded the body. It seemed to swim in a river of white jelly. Oscar called for something which had become necessary, and we wrapped it up decently and threw it overboard. But Oscar repeated a few words mechanically out of the little black prayer book, which he imagined were appropriate. I stood and stared at the dark opening in the forecastle. I don't know to this day how I got the men through that dark opening, but I did it, with Oscar's aid. I can see Oscar standing with his glistening head against a voiceless wilderness of stars. I can see him shaking his fists at the slinking cowards on the deck and shrieking out commands. Or were they insults? I know that I stepped forward and helped him, and I think I must have used my fists, for later on I discovered that my knuckles were bruised and discolored, and Oscar had to bandage them. It is queer how Oscar has faded in my memory, for I thought a great deal of him, in spite of his queer ways, and his large hungry eyes, and his fringe of yellow hair. He helped me get the men into the forecastle, and so did Bouquet. Bouquet with a perfectly horrified face, and with lips quivering and struggling with a vicious inarticulateness. We drove them in like sheep, but sheep often rebel and are troublesome. But we got them in, and then we turned and looked back at the gaunt masts, swaying soullessly against the lifeless, somber regularity of calm sea and sky, at the hanging ropes and frizzled sails, and at the long, moon-washed rails, and the encrimsoned scuppers. We heard Bouc inside, blubbering idiotically to the men. Then something made a dreadful guggling sound in the water, and we heard a loud splash. "It's risen again," said Oscar, in a tone of despair. I sat in my cabin, reading a book. Oscar had bandaged up my hands and left, and he had promised not to disturb me. I endeavored to follow the little printed signs on the white page before me, but they called up no images, stimulated me to no response. The words did not take shape in my mind, and I did not know whether the stupid phrases that I sought to understand formed part of an essay or a short story. The title of the book itself I cannot now recall, although I think that it had something to do with ships and the sea and derelicts, and the pitfalls of over-imaginative happenings. I fancied that I could hear the water lapping against the side of the ship, and now and then a great splash. But I knew that a portion of my brain hotly repudiated both the lapping and the splash, and I assured myself that the nervous excitement under which I labored was but physical and momentary, and in no sense psychic, or due to outside causes. My senses had been appalled, and now suffered a natural reaction from the shock, but no new danger threatened me. Something pounded upon the door. I got quickly to my feet, and it did not occur to me at that moment that Oscar had promised that no one should disturb me. "What is it you want?" I asked. There was no direct or satisfactory answer, but a queer guggling noise came to me through the door, and I fancied that I could hear a quick intake of breath. A horrible, intense fear took grim possession of me. I looked at the door in white horror. It shook like boards in a gale. It bent inward under a terrific impact. Thud followed thud, as if some monstrous body had hurled itself forward only to withdraw and to come back with additional momentum. I quelled an impulse to cry out, and I opened my mouth and shut it, and opened it again. I ran forward to assure myself that I had really bolted the door. I fingered the bolt caressingly, and then I retreated until my back was against an opposite beam. The door bulged inward hideously, and immediately afterward there followed a great crash, and a splintering and a sundering of wood, and a retching of hinges. The door gave, fell inward, and was lifted up on the back of something white and unspeakable. Then the panel was hurled violently against the wall, and the thing under it rolled forward, with terrible and increasing velocity. It was a long, gelatinous arm, an amorphous tentacle with pink suckers that slid or oozed towards me across the smooth floor. I stood with my back pressed against the beam, with only my harsh, stertorous breathing to keep it at bay. I could see that it did not fear me, that arm, and I could do nothing. It was long and white, and it slid towards me. Can I make you understand? And Oscar had bandaged my hands, and they were but feeble, fumbling instruments. And that thing was utterly intent upon its purpose, and it did not need eyes to guide it across the floor. An ungodly, aromatic odor had entered the cabin with the thing, and it overpowered me almost before the tentacles seized upon me. I endeavored to slough off the great, loathsome folds with my bandaged hands, but my crippled fingers sank into the jelly-like tissue as in soft mud. It was palpitating, living tissue, but it seemed to lack substantial body, and it gave horribly. It gave. My hands went right through it, and yet when it gripped me it was elastic and it could tighten its grip. It strangled me. I felt that I could not breathe. I bent and twisted, but it had wound itself about me, and it held me, and I could do nothing. I remember that I called for Oscar. I shouted myself hoarse, and then I think I was dragged ruthlessly across the floor, through the smashed-in door, and up the stairs. I remember now how my head pounded upon the stairs as we ascended, I and the thing, and I think that my scalp bled, and I know that I lost 3 teeth. I received dreadful blows, cuffs, from the corners of stairs, from the edges of doors, and from the smooth, hard boards of the deck itself. The thing dragged me out across the deck, and I remember that I saw the moon through folds upon folds of obscenely bloating jelly. I was buried deep down within fatty, obscene folds that shivered and shook and palpitated in the moonlight. I no longer felt any desire to protest or to cry out, and the thought of Oscar and a possible rescue did not fill me with elation. I began to experience sensations of pleasure. How am I to describe them? A peculiar warmth pulsed through me. My limbs quivered with a weird expectancy. I saw through the folds of animate jelly a great reddish sucker, or disc, lined with silver teeth. I saw it descend rapidly through the folds. It fastened upon my chest, and a momentary revulsion made me claw ludicrously at the nauseous tissue surrounding me. There was a kind of cruelty in the refusal of the flimsy stuff to offer any resistance. One could go on that way forever, clawing and tearing at the fatty folds, and feeling them give, and yet knowing that nothing could possibly come of it. For one thing, it was utterly impossible to get a hold on the stuff, to get it between your hands and squeeze it. It simply flipped away from you, and then it rushed back and solidified. It could condense and dilate at will. My feeling of horror and antipathy disappeared, and a new tide of exaltation, of warmth, of vigor surged over me. I could have wept or screamed with pleasure and genuine ecstasy. I knew that the monster was actually drawing up my blood through its fumbling, convulsive suckers. I knew that in a moment I should be drained as dry as a grilled carbonado, but I actually welcomed my inevitable dissolution. I made no effort to conceal my glee. I was frankly hilarious, although it seemed unjust to me that Oscar should have to explain to the men. Poor Oscar. He tied up the loosened ends of things, smoothed over vulgar and disagreeable realities, made the raw, ungarnished facts almost acceptable, almost romantic. He was a precious stoic, and gloriously self-reliant. That I knew, and I pitied him. I distinctly recalled my last conversation with him. He was slouching along the docks, with his hands in his pockets and a cigarette between his teeth. "Oscar," I said, "I didn't really suffer when that thing fastened upon me." "I didn't really. I enjoyed it." He scowled and scratched his ridiculous fringe of hair. "Then I saved you from yourself," he cried. His eyes blazed, and I saw that he wanted to knock me down. That was the last I saw of Oscar. He faded into the shadows after that, but had I kept him with me I might have been wiser. The jelly about me seemed to increase in volume. It must have been 3 feet thick about my head, and I am sure that I saw the moon and the swaying mastheads through a prism of varying colors. Waves of blue and scarlet and purple would pass before my eyes, and a taste of salt came into my mouth. For a moment I thought, not without a certain resentment and hurt pride, that the thing had really absorbed me, that I was a portion and parcel of that quivering, gelatinous mass. And then I saw Oscar. I saw him looming above my obscene prison house with a lighted torch in his hand. The torch, viewed through the magnifying folds of jelly, was a thing of flawless beauty. The flames shot out and appeared to cover the entire deck, and to go flying up against the darkness. The cordage and the luminous rails seemed afire, and a red and ravening serpent lengthened parallel with the scuppers. I saw Oscar clearly, and I saw the great spiral of smoke that streamed from the tails of flame, and I saw the swaying, ensimpsoned masts and the black sinister opening in the forecastle. The darkness seemed to part to let Oscar through with his torch and his stoicism. He swayed in the darkness above me, that silent, quixotic man, and I knew that Oscar could be trusted to put an end to things. I had no clear idea of what Oscar would do, but I knew that he would make some sort of brilliant and satisfying end. I was not disappointed, and when I saw Oscar bend and touch the folds of jelly with his great flaming torch, I wanted to sing or shout. The folds quivered and changed color. A maddening kaleidoscope of color passed before my eyes, flaming scarlet and yellow and silver and green and gold. The sucker released its hold upon my chest and shot upward through the voluminous folds. A terrific stench assailed my nostrils. The odor was unbearable. I threw out my arms and fought savagely to break through to reach the air and light and Oscar. Then I felt the heat of Oscar's torch upon my cheek, and I knew that the tissue about me was falling away and burning to shreds. I saw that it was dissolving also, turning into oil, into grease, and I felt it hotly trickling down my knees and arms and thighs. I closed my lips tight to keep from swallowing large quantities of the nauseous fluid, and I turned my face to the deck to protect my eyes from the falling fragments of sizzling tissue. The creature was literally being burnt alive, and in my heart of hearts, I pitied it. When Oscar at length helped me to my feet, I saw the last of the thing disappear over the side. Its arms were horribly charred and the suckers were gone, and I caught a momentary glimpse of dangling frayed ends and reddish knobs and bulging protuberances. Then we heard a splash and a queer gurgling sound. We looked at the deck and saw that it was covered with greenish oil, and here and there great solid chunks of burnt tissue swam in the hideous porridge. Oscar bent and picked up one of the fragments. He turned it right side up in his hand, so that the moonlight fell upon it. It contained in its 5-inch expanse a 4-inch sucker, and the sucker opened and closed while Oscar held the thing in his hand. It fell from Oscar's hand like a leaden weight and bounded into the air. Oscar kicked it overboard and looked at me. I looked away towards the black topsail masthead. End of The Ocean Leech by Frank Belknap Long. The Sea Thing by Frank Belknap Long. Weird Tales, December 1925. July 16th. We are caught in one of the great calms. There is water in the well, and our food is nearly gone. Everything is hidden from view by the fog. I confess that I am a hopeless coward. The situation appalls me. What an expressive word is despair. I shall write it large. Despair. Luckily, a flying fish came scudding over the rails this morning. July 17th. The fog has lifted, but there is no relief in sight, and the water in the well has risen several inches. The 7 of us worked on the pumps all night. Thompson seemed surly and inclined to rebel. He is a man to be envied. He still retains his egoism and fancies himself a very shrewd and important person. I hadn't the heart to be angry with him. Poor devil. He doesn't know how near we are to the rocks. I speak figuratively, of course. We are at present in the open sea, 1,000 miles from land, and our rudder has gone by the board. We drift aimlessly, a fine situation truly for the skipper of the Octopus. 3 months ago I had a full crew and full sails, and now cholera isn't pleasant. Damn it all. Cholera is not pleasant. July 18th. I have given up all hope. By working desperately we are able to keep the water in the well from rising, but our food has given out. We have pumped and cursed on empty stomachs for 15 hours. Bullen collapsed. He collapsed like the others, but thank God his face didn't turn black. We are done with the cholera now. I'll stake my reputation on that. My prompt disposal of the bodies nipped the cholera in the bud. In the bud, did I say? Ha! When a man loses 3/4 of his crew, he can't think straight. The cholera really ran its course. It couldn't have lasted much longer. I wish to heaven that it had taken the rest of us. July 19th. It was funny. Another flying fish came aboard today, and Tommy Wells made a dive for it. He dived after it head first, with arms akimbo like a man just awakened from some crazy dream, and he slid along the planks. But he got the fish. He caught it between his 2 hands and bit into it, and finally disposed of it, bones and all. That was a devilish thing to do, said Thompson. Big Johnny Boltzig cursed horribly. I felt rather light in the head, and I didn't say anything, but I was a bit put out. We could have divided the flying fish up, but as I say, it was funny. July 20. Our case is desperate. There isn't a breath of air stirring, and Boltzig has joined Bullen. They are both below, unable to move an arm between them, and Bullen is very near death. Curiously enough, though, the 5 of us are able to keep the water down. But we are tired. Tired. July 21. We have one thing to be thankful for. The water has not risen an inch in 12 hours, and we didn't pump. We are too tired to pump. We lay about on the decks, and cursed and made faces at the sky, and we never mentioned food. But Thompson's tongue stuck out queerly. "Put that rag in your mouth," I shouted. It was a coarse remark to make to a starving man, but I was suffering acutely. Why do I continue to write in this log? July 22. We are saved. Who could have anticipated such glorious good luck? A boatload of provisions and a jolly companion to cheer us up. He claims that he is the sole survivor of the Princess Clara. You have undoubtedly heard of the princess. A finer brig never put out from Frisco, and she's gone. A hurricane and a leak did for her. 6 or 7 got away in the longboat, but my friend, I call him that, because he has saved us all, my friend threw them overboard. They died first, of course. Get that straight. They died from fright or from drinking salt water, and my friend didn't like the company of corpses, so he just naturally disposed of them. That's his story, and I accept it at its face value. I'm not a man to go poking about and asking questions. It's enough that he's brought us provisions and jolly companionship. We were growing weary of each other. We 7. He calls himself Francis de la Vega. July 24. Divigi, we call him Vigi, has been with us now for 3 days. He has the run of the ship, and I have given him the mate's cabin. The mate has no further need for a cabin, since he spends his nights on the ocean floor. A splendid chap, the mate. He was the first to go. But I mustn't rake up old ashes. Deveji is tall and amazingly lean, and I never saw a paler man. His face is drawn and haggard, and his eyes large, and they consume you. There is something devastating about his eyes. Sometimes they seem 100 years old. His forehead is high, and as yellow and dry as parchment, and his nose is curved like a scimitar. Strangely enough, he reminds me of Poe's usher. I say strangely enough, because the man has nothing but his appearance in common with the aristocratic neurotic of Poe's tale. He is boyish, gay, and utterly free from gloom. His manner is ingenuous and charming. He is all smiles and assurance, and he tells stories that are almost Rabelaisian in their frank, coarse humor. He possesses a remarkable knowledge of medicine, or perhaps I should say of healing, since he uses no drugs. But he has completely restored Bullen and Big Johnny Boltzig. The 8 of us make a jolly crew. He has given us new life, new confidence. His presence is a delight to us. There is one thing curious about him. His hands are cold and almost lifeless. There is no blood in them. I never before saw such hands on a human being. And the nails are astonishingly long. July 27. Deveji has kept more to himself. He remained locked in his cabin this morning and answered my anxious questions through the keyhole. But I was too busy to show surprise. There was a curious chill in the air which promised wind, and Thompson, Wells and I worked desperately to get up the topgallants and strengthen the weather leeches. The rest were too tired to work, and I did not press them. I have no desire to reassert my authority just yet. The first sign of a breeze will increase the crew's morale, and then I hope to regain my old power of discipline. July 28. I am worried about Deveji. This morning he came on deck looking so drawn and haggard that I left the taffrail where I had been standing with one hand grasping the weather vang and crossed the deck to comfort him. His eyes looked appealingly into mine. "Couldn't sleep all night," he said. "The ship tosses so. The great calms certainly make a ship roll." "They do," I replied, "but you don't notice the roll so much on deck. If you wish, you may carry your bedding up and sleep with the boys on the planks. But don't be startled if a flying fish flops in your face." Deveji smiled. "Thanks," he said. "The idea appeals to me. I'll act on it tonight." July 29. A breeze is surely coming soon. All of the signs point to it. I have been working frantically on a miserable substitute for a rudder. I think that I shall be able to steer fairly well in a pinch, but I hope the breeze doesn't come until we are better prepared. Deveji slept on the planks with the crew last night, and this morning he looks 10 years younger. His cheeks are flushed and full, and the greenish hollows have disappeared from under his eyes. But Thompson isn't well. He complains of pains in his chest, and once or twice he spat blood. He is abnormally pale. July 30. Still no breeze. Thompson is sick unto death. He lies in his cabin and groans, and I can do nothing for him. His pallor is genuinely alarming. Even his lips are bloodless. He complains of noises in his ears, and Deveji has shown his first gleam of ill nature. "I can do nothing for him," he says, and shrugs his shoulders. His eyes smolder when he speaks, and I discern for the first time a hard cruelty in the man. He is not what he pretends to be. July 31st. Thompson died this morning, and Deveji actually gloated over his death. What does it mean? Why such a sudden change in a man who owes everything to our generosity? It is true that his coming supplied us with food, but we snatched him from the very maws of the sea. That is ingratitude for you. Human beings are utterly despicable, and I have lost faith in them. Deveji does not differ from the rest. He gloats over the misfortunes of others. He actually smiled when I read the burial service and dropped poor Thompson into the sea. Imagine it. August. There is still no wind. I should welcome any sort of breeze after what I felt today. There is something unnatural about this ship. Even the cook has noticed it. It ain't natural, he said, for a ship to smell like this, and that Divergi's fellow's cabin. Phew! It not only stunk, but I laid my hand over his mouth. You're an idiot, I shouted. Divergi's all right. I don't know what made him smile yesterday when I shipped off poor Thompson, but he isn't a bad sort. I lowered my voice. He never complains, and his companionship is jolly stimulating. The boys couldn't get along without him. You have a feeling that he knows more than 10 ordinary men whenever he opens his mouth to tell one of his amazing yarns. And that tale of the Spanish Inquisition that he frightened Boelzig with yesterday morning was so real, so vivid. I alias distrusted him, said the perverse fool. I grimaced, and remarked coolly that nothing could be more absurd than the prejudices of a lazy son of a sea cook. But I must confess that the smell of Divergi's cabin did horrify me. I had entered it while Divergi was on deck, and the stench nearly laid me on my back. The place smelt like a hellish charnel house. The odor of decaying shellfish mingled with a peculiarly offensive and acrid smell that in some indefinable way suggested newly shed blood. There was no sign, however, of anything amiss in the cabin. I was so horrified that I left almost immediately, slamming the door with a bang. Tonight I shall drink heavily. Oh, I shall get gloriously drunk. I shall make a fool of myself. But what does it matter? August 2nd. Divergi has grown hard and cynical. He curses my men and refuses to speak to me. This morning little Tommy Wells went below and lay down. He was as white as a squid's belly. Something told me to examine him. I commanded him to strip, and I searched his entire body for signs of discoloration. I thought that possibly the cholera had taken a new form. Like influenza, cholera may manifest itself in curious and amazing ways. I had never read of cholera draining the blood from a man, but I wasn't taking any chances. Well, it wasn't cholera. It was a bite. Something had bitten him on the chest. A round, circular discoloration disfigured the center of his chest, and in the very middle were 2 sharp incisions, from which blood and pus trickled ominously. I didn't like it, neither did Tommy. When he saw the wound, he sat up very stiff and straight, and asked me if I knew any tropic insects capable of such devilry. There are no insects 1,000 miles from land, I shouted. Don't be such an incredible imbecile. Tommy looked at me reproachfully. Flies, he said. They're often found on board. You know that just as well as I do. This stinking hold would breed 'em as big as whales. It couldn't have been anything else. I didn't feel it at all. Didn't even know that I had the bite. There's something more than flies in this, Tommy, I said. The thing that bit you came out of the sea. Ever see a lamprey's wound on a fish, Tommy? Did I ever see a man walking with his legs? Snapped Tommy. But how could a lamprey get me? I didn't sleep on the bottom of the sea. I slept on deck, and I was covered up. I suppose your lamprey climbed over the rail and walked about, and finally decided that I would make a good juicy meal. Then I dare say he lifted the blanket and crawled under my shirt and fed until morning. He would be wise enough, of course, to get away and over the side before daybreak. Is that your theory, Captain? I was curiously impatient with the boy. His levity had somehow stung me. It's a better theory than your flies, I responded. Tommy smiled grimly and turned over in his bunk. August 3. Tonight I went down into the pit. Something walks at night in this ship. The pestilence that walketh at nightfall. I wonder if the Hebrew prophet saw what I felt. I awoke from a heavy sleep, and something that does not sleep was standing above my bed. The cabin was wrapped in a velvety blackness, and I could see nothing, not even a shadow. But I heard it gulp, and I smelt. The odor of decay was so strong that it stung my nostrils. And I heard the thing above me gulp. It didn't breathe or whisper or cry out, but it simply gulped. I tried to rise, but it laid its hand on my head and forced me back. And its hand was slimy, like the hand of a frog. August 4th. An unaccountable incident occurred on deck today. I am obliged to believe that Daviji is insane. Red Walker was working on the braces, and his hand accidentally slipped. He cut himself badly. The blood ran down his arm, and we all feared that he had severed an artery. His underlip trembled, but he didn't complain or cry out. He simply walked with unsteady steps toward the forecastle, while he sought to stanch the flow of blood with his uninjured hand. Daviji was standing above the lee scuppers, and the sight somehow startled him. He threw up his arms and ran straight for Red. Red saw him coming and stopped, puzzled and a little hopeful. He recalled Daviji's power of healing. In a moment, Daviji had seized upon the injured arm. He gripped it forcefully and put it under his shirt. He held Red Walker's wrist against his chest, and he seemed horribly excited. His eyes bulged. His cheeks turned grey, and balls of sweat accumulated on his forehead. Daviji was making a tremendous effort to achieve something, but we couldn't guess what. The situation was uncanny. I stepped forward to interfere, but when I reached them they were free of each other, and Red was examining his arm with horror and amazement. "There's no blood in it," he groaned, "and my God, it's as cold as ice." Daviji scowled. "I didn't expect gratitude," he said dryly, "but you have no right to complain. I fixed your wrist for you. It won't bleed again for some time." I could only stare. Is Daviji mad, or has he mastered some monstrous system of healing? August 5th. Red Walker is dead. I disposed of his body this morning. It was white and rigid, and I noticed an extraordinary discoloration above the wound on his wrist. From the elbow down, his arm was bright green. I cannot explain it. Blood poisoning, perhaps, but I do not like Daviji. I no longer trust him. His presence has become obnoxious to me. August 6. I am stunned, frightened. Who could have dreamed? Who could have expected? The thing is so incredible, so hideous, so utterly outside human experience. I found the book in the ship's library. It was one of 40 water-soaked volumes. It was a very ancient book, and the leaves were yellow and the cover eaten away at the corners. It was dated 1823. But that is not strange. Books 100 years old are not uncommon on clipper ships that should have been scuttled before the beginning of this century. I had poked among the absurd books out of curiosity, incidentally seeking something to read that would lift me above a gruesome world of sea and sky and walking pestilence. I turned the pages of the little book rapidly and laughed at the ridiculous lore that graced its soiled yellow pages. It was a miscellany, bearing the title, A Writer's Evening, and the incongruity of such a book among such surroundings amused and delighted me. And then I discovered the following passage, and I had no longer any desire to laugh. According to Father Feiju, in the month of June 1671, some young men were waiting by the sea in Bilbon, when one of them, named Francis de Juveji, suddenly leaped into the sea and disappeared presently. About 5 years afterwards, some fishermen in the environs of Cadiz perceived the figure of a man swimming and sometimes plunging under the water. It is said that his body was entirely covered with scales. They also added that different parts of his body were as hard as shipwood. Father Feiju adds many philosophic reflections on the existence of this phenomenon, and on the means by which a man may be enabled to live at the bottom of the sea. August 7th. This morning I showed Tommy Wells the miscellany. He read it slowly, and his face actually turned yellow. His small blue eyes narrowed. "We must act at once," he said. "Later we have made our plans. Tommy and I are to bunk together tonight. We have automatics, and a sharp knife. The knife, we feel, will be necessary. This morning Tommy and I discussed vampirism. A stake or knife must be driven through the heart," said Tommy. "But a sea vampire, Tommy," I responded, is different." Tommy shrugged, to conceal the horror and uncertainty in his tired brain. "We are resolved to do everything possible. August 8. It is over. Poor Tommy is gone, but Deveji will trouble us no more. I am dazed, horrified, but I must write it all. It is a duty I owe to Tommy. He would want it on record." Tommy was always methodical, and he insisted on regulations. I must put it in the log to please Tommy. We were awake in our bunks when the door opened. We heard the door creak on its hinges. Something unutterable had entered the room. We could hear the thing gulp. Tommy gripped my arm, and I got ready to strike a match. I waited until its soft, slimy approach became unbearable. I waited until it stood at the foot of my bunk, and until its green, glassy eyes were vaguely discernible in the almost total blackness. It was watching me, and I realized that it could see in the dark. I lit the match. My hand shook frightfully, but I carried the match to the tallow wick, and then it sprang. But it didn't spring at me. It went higher, and it got Tommy about the neck. I could hear him choke and gasp. In passing me, the thing had knocked the match from my fingers, and we were once more in total darkness. I had seen something long and green and slimy going upward, and I had heard Tommy's frightful scream. But I saw and heard nothing else for the space of 30 or 40 seconds. I was unable to move or think. I sat on the edge of my bunk, and my heart came up in my throat and flopped over. I was conscious of two objects struggling and gasping on the floor. I heard gulping and a low moaning, and then the night was loud with Tommy's screams. He shrieked and shrieked and shrieked, and between the screams there came a torrent of jumbled nouns and adjectives. Green, eyes, ooze, mouth, wet. I finally got out another match and struck it. I kept my eyes averted and carried the match rapidly to the candle wick. I knew that if my eyes fastened upon the thing on the floor, I should drop the match. I waited until the wick flared, and then I looked. Something was on top of Tommy. It covered him and seemed apparently about to absorb him. In its evil, distorted features and long-nailed hands, I recognized a caricature of Deveji, but the evil in the man had sprouted. It had turned him into a jellyfish, fishy monstrosity. His legs and arms actually gave. They were like nothing in this world under the sun and moon and stars. They lengthened and enveloped and choked Tommy. But the worst of all, the body of the thing was covered with greenish scales, and it had pink suckers on its chest. The suckers were lustily at work on poor Tommy. The suckers were draining Tommy dry. His screams kept getting louder and louder, and he muttered pathetic invocations and shameless blasphemies, and his scared eyes watched me. There was a challenge and a mute appeal in them. I thought of the revolver in my bunk. I turned, and my fingers sought frantically for the weapon. At length I found it. I gripped the butt and leveled it. I leveled it at Tommy and the thing on the floor. I fired at Tommy and the thing. I had no intention of sparing Tommy. I knew that Tommy would not want that. The appeal in Tommy's suffering eyes was unmistakable. After that, objects refused to retain their identity in my sight. They coalesced and separated and came together again. The objects on the floor merged with the table and chairs and bunk ends. I have a vague recollection of carrying two bodies on deck and dumping them overboard. I remember that one body was long and slimy and strangely heavy. The other was amazingly light. Before I carried the long, heavy body on deck, I drove a knife through its heart. I think that the blood spurted out and spattered my arms and legs. But the memory of this occurrence is more vague than the shadow of a dream. Did the long green body groan when I stabbed it, and did a look of ineffable happiness and gratitude come into its eyes? Did the small body also speak to me before I carried it on deck? Did I later go into Deveji's cabin and breathe the fresh, clean air that blew through it? I cannot answer these questions, but I do not think that they require an answer. August 9th. A breeze! A breeze! The great calm is broken, and all hands are busy forward. I thank God that by tonight we shall be headed toward Frisco. End of the Sea Thing by Frank Belknap Long. The Man with 1,000 Legs by Frank Belknap Long. Weird Tales, August 1927. Chapter 1. Statement of Horace Randall, psychoanalyst. Someone rapped loudly on the door of my bedroom. It was past midnight, but I had been unable to sleep, and I welcomed the disturbance. "Who's there?" I asked. "A young man who insists on being admitted, sir," replied the raucous voice of my housekeeper. "A young man, and very thin and pale he is, sir, who says he's business that won't wait." "He's in bed," I says, "but then he says that you're the only doctor who can help him now. He says that he hasn't slept or eaten for a week, and he's nothing but a boy, sir." "Tell him he can come in," I replied, as I slid into my dressing gown and reached for a cigar. The door opened to admit a thin shaft of light, and a young man so incredibly emaciated that I stared at him in horror. He was 6 feet tall and extremely broad-shouldered, but I don't think he weighed 100 pounds. As he approached me, he staggered and leaned against the wall for support. His eyes fairly blazed. It was obvious that some tremendous idea swayed him. I gently indicated a chair, and he collapsed into it. For a moment he sat and surveyed me. When I offered him a cigar, he brushed it aside with a gesture of contempt. "Why should I poison my body with such things?" he snapped. "Tobacco is for weaklings and children." I studied him curiously. He was apparently an extraordinary young man. His forehead was high and broad, his nose was curved like a scimitar, and his lips were so tightly compressed that only a thin line indicated his mouth. I waited for him to speak, but silence enveloped him like a rubber jacket. I shall have to break the ice somehow, I reflected, and then suddenly I heard myself asking, "You have something to tell me, some confession, perhaps, that you wish to make to me?" My question aroused him. His shoulders jerked, and he leaned forward, gripping both arms of his chair. "I have been robbed of my birthright," he said. "I am a man of genius, and once, for a brief moment, I had power, tremendous power. Once I projected my personality before vast multitudes of people, and every word that I uttered increased my fame and flattered my vanity." He was trembling and shaking so violently that I was obliged to rise and lay a restraining hand upon his shoulder. "Delusions of magnificence," I murmured, "undoubtedly induced by a malignant inferiority complex." "It is not that," he snapped. "I am a poet, an artist, and I have within me a tremendous force that must be expanded. The world has denied me self-expression through legitimate channels, and now I am justified in hating the world. Let society beware." He threw back his head and laughed. His hilarity seemed to increase the tension that had somehow crept into the room. "Call me a madman if you will," he exclaimed, "but I crave power. I cannot rest until my name is on 1,000,000 lips." "A conservative course of treatment," I began. "I want no treatment," he shouted, and then in a less agitated voice, "You would be surprised perhaps if I told you my name." "What is your name?" I asked. "Arthur St. Amand," he replied, and stood up. I was so astonished that I dropped my cigar. I may even add that I was momentarily awed. "Arthur St. Amand." "Arthur St. Amand," he repeated. "You are naturally amazed to discover that the pale, harassed and half-insane youth that you see before you was once called the peer of Newton and Leonardo da Vinci. You are amazed to discover that the starving lad with an inferiority complex was once feted by kings and praised by men whose lightest words will go thundering down time. It is all so amazing and so uproariously funny, but the tragedy remains. Like Dr. Faustus, I once looked upon the face of God, and now I am less than any schoolboy. You are still very young, I gasped. You can't be more than 24. I am 23, he said. It was precisely 3 years ago that I published my brochure on etheric vibrations. For 6 months I lived in a blaze of glory. I was the marvelous boy of the scientific world, and then that Frenchman advanced his theory. I suppose you mean Monsieur Paul Rondoli, I interrupted. I recall the sensation his startling refutation made at the time. He completely eclipsed you in the popular mind, and later the scientific world declared you a fraud. Your star set very suddenly. But it will rise again, exclaimed my young visitor. The world will discuss me again, and this time I shall not be forgotten. I shall prove my theory. I shall demonstrate that the effect of etheric vibration on single cells is to change, to change. He hesitated, and then suddenly shouted, "But no, I shall not tell you. I shall tell no one. I came here tonight to unburden my mind to you." At first I thought of going to a priest. It is necessary that I should confess to someone. When my thoughts are driven in upon themselves, they become monstrous. I have an active and terrible brain, and I must speak out occasionally. I chose you because you are a man of intelligence and discrimination, and you have heard many confessions. But I shall not discuss etheric vibrations with you. When you see it, you will understand. He turned abruptly and walked out of the room and out of my house without once looking back. I never saw him again. Chapter 2. Diary of Thomas Shield, novelist and short story writer. July 21st. This is my 4th day at the beach. I've already gained 3 pounds, and I'm so sunbaked that I frightened a little girl when I went swimming this morning. She was building sand castles, and when she saw me, she dropped her shovel and ran shrieking to her mother. "Horrible black man," she shouted. I suppose she thought I was a genie out of the Arabian Nights. It's pleasant here. I've almost got the evil taste of New York out of my mouth. Elsie's coming down for the weekend. July 22. The little girl I frightened yesterday has disappeared. The police are searching for her, and it is generally believed that she has been kidnapped. The unfortunate occurrence has depressed everyone at the beach. All bathing parties have been abandoned, and even the children sit about sad-eyed and dejected. No footprints were found on the sands near the spot where the child was last seen. July 23. Another child has disappeared, and this time the abductor left a clue. A young man's walking stick and hat were found near the scene of a violent struggle. The sand for yards around was stained with blood. Several mothers left the New Beach Hotel this morning with their children. July 24. Elsie came this morning. A new crime occurred at the very moment of her arrival, and I scarcely had the heart to explain the situation to her. My paleness evidently frightened her. "What is the matter?" she asked. "You look ill." "I am ill," I replied. "I saw something dreadful on the beach this morning." "Good heavens," she exclaimed. "Have they found one of the children?" It was a great relief to me that she had read about the children in the New York papers. "No," I said. "They didn't find the children, but they found the body of a man, and he didn't have a drop of blood in him. He had been drained dry, and all about his body, the investigators found curious little mounds of yellowish slime, of ooze. When the sunlight struck this substance, it glittered." "Has it been examined under a microscope?" asked Elsie. "They are examining it now," I explained. "We shall know the results by this evening." "God pity us all," said Elsie, and she staggered and nearly fell. I was obliged to support her as we entered the hotel. July 25. 2 curious developments. The chemist who examined the jellyish substance found near the body on the beach declares that it is living protoplasm, and he has sent it to the Department of Health for classification by one of their expert biologists. And a deep pool some 8 yards in diameter has been discovered in a rock fissure about a mile from the New Beach Hotel, which evidently harbors some queer denizens. The water in this pool is as black as ink and strongly saline. The pool is 8 or 10 feet from the ocean, but it is affected by the tides and descends a foot every night and morning. This morning, one of the guests of the hotel, a young lady named Clara Phillips, had come upon the pool quite by accident, and being fascinated by its sinister appearance, had decided to sketch it. She had seated herself on the rim of the rock fissure, and was in the act of sketching in several large boulders and a strip of beach, when something made a curious noise beneath her. "Gulp," it said. "Gulp!" She gave a little cry, and jumped up just in time to escape a long golden tentacle which slithered toward her over the rocks. The tentacle protruded from the very center of the pool, out of the black water, and it filled her with unutterable loathing. She stepped quickly forward and stamped upon it, and her attack was so sudden that the thing was unable to flip away from her and escape back into the water. And Miss Phillips was an amazingly strong young woman. She ground the end of the tentacle into a bloody pulp with her heel. Then she turned and ran. She ran as she had not run since her prep school days, but as she raced across the soft beach, she fancied she could hear a monstrous lumbering something pursuing her. It is to her credit that she did not look back, and this is the story of little Harry Doty. I offered him a beautiful new dime, but he told it to me gratis. I give it in his own words. "Yes, sir, I've always known about that pool. I used to fish for crabs and sea cucumbers and big purple anemones in it, sir. But up until last week, I always knew what I'd bring up. Once or twice I used to get something a bit out of the ordinary, such as a bleeding tooth shell or a headless worm with green suckers in its tail, looking like the devil on a Sunday outing, or a knowing-looking skate that would glare and glare at me, sir. But never nothing like this thing, sir. I caught it on the top of its head, and it had the most human-looking eyes I ever saw. They were blue and soulless, sir. It spat at me, and I threw down my line and beat it. I beat it, sir. Then I heard it come lumbering after me over the beach. It made a funny gulping noise as if it was licking its chops. July 26. Elsie and I are leaving tomorrow. I'm on the verge of a lethal collapse. Elsie stutters whenever she tries to talk. I don't blame her for stuttering, but I can't understand why she wants to talk at all after what we've seen. There are some things that can only be expressed by silence. The local chemist got a report this morning from the Board of Health. The stuff found on the beach consisted of hundreds of cells, very much like the cells that compose the human body. And yet they weren't human cells. The biologists were completely mystified by them, and a small culture is now on its way to Washington, and another is being sent to the American Museum of Natural History. This morning, the local authorities investigated the curious black pool in the rocks. Elsie and I, and most of the other vacationists, were on hand to watch operations. Thomas Wilshire, a member of the New Jersey Constabulary, threw a plummet line into the pool, and we all watched it eagerly as it paid out. 100 feet, murmured Elsie as the police looked at one another in amazement. It probably went into the sea, someone exclaimed. I don't think the pool itself is that deep. Thomas Wilshire shook his head. There's queer things in that pool, he said. I don't like the looks of it. The diver was a bristling, brave little man with some obscure nervous affliction that made him tremble violently. You'll have to go down at once, said Wilshire. The diver shook his head and shuffled his feet. Get him into his suit, boys, ordered Wilshire, and the poor wretch was lifted bodily upon strong shoulders and transformed into a loathsome, goggle-eyed monster. In a moment, he had advanced to the pool and vanished into its sinister black depths. 2 men worked valiantly at the pumps, while Wilshire nodded sleepily and scratched his chin. I wonder what he'll find, he mused. Personally, I don't think he's got much chance of ever coming up. I wouldn't be in his shoes for all the money in the United States Mint. After several minutes, the rubber tubing began to jerk violently. "The poor lad," muttered Wilshire. "I knew he didn't have a chance. Pull, boys, pull." The tubing was rapidly pulled in. There was nothing attached to it, but the lower portion was covered with glittering golden slime. Wilshire picked up the severed end and examined it casually. "Neatly clipped," he said. "The poor devil." The rest of us looked at one another in horror. Elsie grew so pale that I thought she was about to faint. Wilshire was speaking again. "We've made one momentous discovery," he said. We crammed eagerly forward. Wilshire paused for the fraction of a second, and a faint smile of triumph curled his lips. "There's something in that pool," he finished. "Our friend's life has not been given in vain." I had an absurd desire to punch his fat, triumphant face, and might have done so, but a scream from the others quelled the impulse. "Look!" cried Elsie. She was pointing at the black surface of the pool. It was changing color. Slowly, it was assuming a reddish hue, and then a hellish something shot up and bobbed for a moment on its surface. "A human arm!" groaned Elsie and hid her face in her hands. Wilshire whistled softly. Two more objects joined the first, and then something round which made Elsie stare and stare through the spaces between her fingers. "Come away," I commanded. "Come away at once." I seized her by the arm, and was in the act of forcefully leading her from the edge of that dreadful charnel, for charnel it had become, when I was arrested by a shout from Wilshire. "Look at it! Look at it!" he yelled. "That's the horrid thing. God, it isn't human." We both turned back and stared. There are blasphemies of creation that cannot be described, and the thing which rose up to claim the escaping fragments of its dismantled prey was of that order. I remember vaguely, as in a nightmare of Tartarus, that it had long golden arms which shone and sparkled in the sunlight, and a monstrous curved beak below two piercing black eyes in which I saw nothing but unutterable malice. The idea of standing there and watching it munch the fragmentary remains of the poor little diver was intolerable to me, and in spite of the loud protests of Wilshire, who wanted us, I suppose. To try and do something about it, I turned and ran, literally dragging Elsie with me. This was, as it turned out, the wisest thing that I could have done, because the thing later emerged from the pool and nearly got several of the vacationists. Wilshire fired at it twice with a pistol, but the thing flopped back into the water apparently unharmed and submerged triumphantly. Chapter 3. Statement of Henry Grebb, prescription druggist. I usually shut up shop at 10 o'clock, but at closing time that evening I was leaning over the counter reading a ghost story, and it was so extremely interesting that I couldn't walk out on it. My nose was very close to the page, and I didn't notice anything that was going on about me when suddenly I happened to look up, and there he was, standing and watching me. I've seen some pale people in my time. Most people that come with prescriptions are pale, and I've seen some skinny people, but I never have seen anyone as thin and pale as the young man that stood before me. "Good heavens," I said, and shut the book. The young man's lips were twisted into a sickly smile. "Sorry to bother you," he said, "but I'm in a bad way. I'm in desperate need of medical attention." "What can I do to help you?" I asked. He looked at me very solemnly, as if he were making up his mind whether he could trust me. "This is really a case for a physician," he said. "It's against the law for us to handle such cases," I told him. Suddenly he held out his hand. I gasped. The fingers were smashed into a bloody pulp, and blood was running down his wrist. "Do something to stop the bleeding," he said. "I'll see a physician later." Well, I got out some gauze and bound the hand up as best I could. "See a doctor at once," I told him. "Blood poisoning will set in if you're not careful. Luckily, none of the bones are fractured." He nodded, and for a moment his eyes flashed. "Damn that woman," he muttered. "Damn her." "What's that?" I asked, but he had got himself together again and merely smiled. "I'm all upset," he said. "Didn't know just what I was saying. You must pardon me. By the way, I've got a little gash on my scalp which you might look at." He removed his cap, and I noticed that his hair was dripping wet. He parted it with his hand and revealed a nasty abrasion about an inch wide. I examined it carefully. "Your friend wasn't very careful when he cast that plug," I said at length. "I never believe in fly fishing when there are two in the boat. A friend of mine lost an eye that way. It was made by a fish hook," he confessed. "You're something of a Sherlock Holmes, aren't you?" I brushed aside his compliment with a careless gesture and turned for the bottle of carbolic acid which rested on the shelf. Behind me. It was then that I heard something between a growl and a gulp from the young man. I wheeled abruptly and caught him in the act of springing upon me. He was foaming at the mouth and his eyes bulged. I reached forward and seized him by the shoulders, and in a moment we engaged in a desperate struggle upon the floor. He bit and scratched and kicked at me, and I was obliged to silence him by pummeling his face. It was at that moment that I noticed a peculiar fishy odor in the room, as if a breeze from the sea had entered through the open door. For several moments I struggled and fought and strained, and then something seemed to give suddenly beneath me. The young man slipped from my grasp and made for the door. I endeavored to follow, but I stumbled over something slippery and fell flat upon my face. When I got up, the young man was gone, and in my hand I held something so weird that I could scarcely believe that it was real, and later I flung it from me with a cry of disgust. It was a reddish, rubbery substance about 5 inches long, and its under edge was lined with little golden suckers that opened and closed while I stared at them. I was still laboring under a fearful strain when Harry Morton entered the shop. He was trembling violently, and I noticed that he gazed fearfully behind him as he approached the counter. "What's the best thing you have for highfalutin acting nerves?" he asked. "Bromides," I said. "I can mix you some, but what's the trouble with your nerves, Harry?" "Hallucinations," he groaned. "Them, and other things." "Tell me about it," I said. "I was leaning against a lamppost," he said, "and I see a big, lumbering, yellowish thing walking along the street like a man. It wasn't natural, Henry. I'm not superstitious, but that thing wasn't natural. And then it flops into the gutter and runs like a streak of lightning. It made a funny noise, too. It said, 'Gulp.'" I mixed the bromides and handed him the glass over the counter. "I understand, Harry," I said, "but don't go about blowing your head off. No one would believe you." Chapter 4. Statement of Helen Bowen. I was sitting on the porch knitting when a young man with a bag stopped in front of the house and looked up at me. "Good morning, madam," he said. "Have you a room with a bath?" "Look at the sign, young man," I said to him. "I've a nice light room on the second floor that should just suit you." Up he came and smiled at me, but as soon as I saw him close, I didn't like him. He was so terribly thin, and his hand was bandaged, and he looked as if he had been in a fight. "How much do you want for the room?" he asked. $12, I told him. I wanted to get rid of him, and I thought the high rate would scare him off. But his hand went suddenly into his pocket, and he brought out a roll of bills and began counting them. I got up very quickly, bowed politely to him, and took his grip away from him, and rushed into the hall with it. I didn't want to lose a prospect like that. Cousin Hiram has a game which he plays with shells, and I knew that the young man would be Cousin Hiram's oyster. I took him upstairs and showed him the room, and he seemed quite pleased with it. But when he saw the bathtub, he began jumping up and down like a schoolboy, clapping his hands and acting so oddly that I began to suspect he was going out of his mind. "It's just the right size," he shouted. I hope you won't mind my keeping it filled all day. I bathe quite often, but I must have some salt to put into it. I can't bathe in fresh water." He's certainly a queer one, I thought. But I ain't complaining. It isn't often Hiram and I land a fish as rich as this one. Finally, he calmed down and pushed me out of the room. "Everything's all right," he said, "but I don't want to be disturbed. When you get the salt, put it down in the hall and knock on the door. Under no circumstances must anyone enter this room." He closed the door in my face, and I heard the key grate in the lock. I didn't like it, and I didn't like the sounds that began to come from behind that door. First, I heard a great sigh, as if somehow he had gotten something disagreeable off his chest, and then I heard a funny gulping sound that I didn't like. He didn't waste any time turning on the water either. I heard a great splashing and wallowing, and then, after about 15 minutes, everything became as quiet as death. We didn't hear anything more from him until that evening when I sent Lizzie up with the salt. At first she tried the door, but it was locked, and she was obliged to put the bag down in the hall. But she didn't go away. She squeezed up close against the wall and waited. After about 10 minutes, the door opened slowly, and a long, thin arm shot out and took in the bag. Lizzie said that the arm was yellow and dripping wet, and the thinnest arm she had ever seen. "But he's a thin young man, Lizzie," I explained to her. "That may be," she said, "but I never saw a human being with an arm like that before." Later, around 10 o'clock, I should say, I was sitting in the parlor sewing when I felt something wet land on my hand. I looked up, and the ceiling was dripping red. I mean just what I say. The ceiling was all moist and dripping red. I jumped up and ran out into the hall. I wanted to scream, but I bit my lips until the blood began running down my chin, and that made me sober and determined. "That young man must go," I said to myself. "I can't have anything that isn't proper going on in this house." I climbed the stairs looking as grim as death and pounded on the young man's door. "I won't stand for whatever's going on in there," I shouted. "Open that door." I heard something flopping about inside, and then the young man was speaking to himself in a very low voice. "Its demands are insatiable. The vile, hungry beast. Why doesn't it think of something besides its stomach? I didn't want it to come then, but it doesn't need the ray now. When its appetite is aroused, it changes without the ray. God, but I had a hard time getting back, longer and longer between." Suddenly he seemed to hear the pounding. His queer chattering stopped, and I heard the key turn in the lock. The door opened ever so slightly, and his face looked out at me. He was horrible to look at. His cheeks were sunken, and there were big horrid rings under his eyes. There was a bandage tied around his head. "I want you to leave at once," I told him. "There are queer things going on here, and I can't stand for queer things. You've got to leave." He sighed and nodded. "It's just as well, perhaps," he said. "I was thinking of going anyway. There are rats here." "Rats!" I gasped. But I wasn't really surprised. I knew there were rats in the house. They made life miserable for me. I was never able to get rid of them. Even the cats feared them. "I can't stand rats," he continued. "I'm packing up, clearing out now." He shut the door in my face, and I heard him throwing his things into a bag. Then the door opened again, and he came out on the landing. He was terribly pale, and he leaned against the wall to catch himself, and then he started descending the stairs. I watched him as he went down, and when he reached the first landing, he staggered and leaned against the wall. Then he seemed to grow shorter, and he went down the last flight 3 steps at a time. Then he made a running leap toward the door. I never saw anyone get through a door so quickly, and I began to suspect that he'd done something he was ashamed of. So I turned about and went into the room. When I looked at the floor, I nearly fainted. It was all slippery and wet, and 7 dead rats were lying on their backs in the center of the room. They were the palest-looking rats I'd ever seen. Their noses and tails were pure white, and they looked as if they didn't have a drop of blood in them. Then I went into the alcove and looked at the bathtub. I won't tell you what I saw there. But you remember what I said about the ceiling downstairs? I said it was dripping red, and the alcove wasn't so very different. I got out of that room as quickly as I could, and I shut and locked the door. Then I went downstairs and telephoned Cousin Hiram. "Come right over, Hiram," I said. "Something terrible has been here." Chapter 5. Statement of Walter Noyes, Lighthouse Keeper. I was pretty well done up. I'd been polishing the lamps all afternoon, and there were calluses on my hands as big as hens' eggs. I went up into the tower and shut myself in, getting out a book that I'd been reading off and on for a week. It was a translation of the Arabian Nights by a fellow named Lang. Imaginative stuff like that is a great comfort to a chap when he's shut up by himself away off on the rim of the world. And I always enjoyed reading about Scheherazade and Deryabar and the young king of the Black Isles. I was reading the first part of the King of the Black Isles and had reached the sentence, "And then the youth drew away his robe, and the Sultan perceived with horror that he was a man only to his waist, and from thence to his feet he had been changed into marble," when I happened to look toward the window. An icy south wind was driving the rain furiously against the panes, and at first I saw nothing but a translucent glitter on the wet glass, and vaguely beyond that the gleaming turmoil of dark, enormous waves. Then a dazzling and indescribable shape flattened itself against the window and blotted out the black sea and sky. I gasped and jumped up. "A monstrous squid," I muttered. "The storm must have blown it ashore. That tentacle will smash the glass if I don't do something." I reached for my slicker and hat, and in a moment I was descending the spiral stairway 3 steps at a time. Before emerging into the storm, I armed myself with a revolver and the contents of a tumbler of strong Jamaica rum. I paused for a moment in the doorway and stared about me, but from where I stood, I could see nothing but the tall grey boulders fringing the southern extremity of the island and a stretch of heaving and rolling water. The rain beat against my face and nearly blinded me, and a deep murmur arose from the intolerable wash of the waves. Before me lay only a furious and tortured immensity. Behind my back was the warmth and security of my miniature castle. A mellow pipe and a book of valiant stories, but I couldn't ignore the menace of the loathsome shape that had pressed itself against the glass. I descended 3 short steps to the rocks and made my way rapidly toward the rear of the lighthouse. Drops of rain more acrid than tears ran down my cheeks and into my mouth and dripped from the corners of my mustache. The overpowering darkness clung like a leech to my clothes. I hadn't gone 20 paces before I came upon a motionless figure. At first I saw nothing but the head and shoulders of a well-shaped man, but as I drew cautiously nearer, I collided with something that made me cry out in terror. A hideous tentacle shot out and wound itself about my leg. With a startled cry, I turned and attempted to run. But out of the macrocarpus darkness leaped another slimy arm, and another. My fingers tightened on the revolver in my pocket. I whipped it out and opened fire on the writhing brutes. The report of my gun echoed from the surrounding boulders. A sudden shrill scream of agony broke the comparative quiet that followed. Then there came a voluble, passionate pleading. "Don't shoot again. Please don't. I'm done up. I was done up when I came here, and I wanted help. I didn't intend to harm you. Before God, I didn't intend that they should attack you. But I can't control them now. They're too much for me. It's too much for me. Pity me." For a moment I was too dazed to think. I stared stupidly at the smoking revolver in my hand, and then my eyes sought the cataclysmic ocean. The enormous waves calmed me. Slowly I brought my eyes to bear on the thing before me. But even as I stared at it, my brain reeled again, and a deadly nausea came upon me. And then the youth drew away his robe, and the Sultan perceived that he was a man only to his waist. Several feet from where I stood, a monstrous jelly spread itself loathsomely over the dripping rocks, and from its veined central mass, 1,000 tentacles depended and writhed like the serpents on the head of Medusa. And growing from the middle of this obscenity was the torso and head of a naked young man. His hair was matted and covered with seaweed, and there were bloodstains upon his high white forehead. His nose was so sharp that it reminded me of a sword, and I momentarily expected to see it glitter in the dim, mysterious light. His teeth chattered so loudly that I could hear them from where I stood, and as I stared and stared at him, he coughed violently and foamed at the lips. "Whiskey," he muttered. "I'm all done up. I ran into a ship." I was unable to speak, but I believe I made some strange noises in my throat. The young man nodded hysterically. "I knew you'd understand," he muttered. "I'm up against it, but I knew you'd help me pull through. A glass of whiskey." "How did that thing get you?" I shrieked. I had found my voice at last and was determined to fight my way back to sanity. "How did that thing get its loathsome coils on you?" "It didn't get me," groaned the young man. "I'm it." "You're what?" "A part of it," replied the young man. "Isn't that thing swallowing you?" I screamed at him. "Aren't you going down into its belly at this moment?" The young man sadly shook his head. "It's part of me," he said again, and then more wildly, "I must have something to brace me up. I'm all in. I was swimming on the surface, and a ship came and cut off 6 of my legs. I'm weak from loss of blood, and I can't stand." A lean hand went up and brushed the water from battered eyes. "A few of them are still lively," he said, "and I can't control them. They nearly got you, but the others are all in. I can't walk on them." With as much boldness as I could muster, I raised my revolver and advanced upon the thing. "I don't know what you're talking about," I cried, "but I'm going to blow this monster to atoms." "For heaven's sake, don't!" he shrieked. "That would be murder. We're a human being." A flash of scarlet fire answered him. Almost unconsciously I had pressed upon the trigger, and now my weapon was speaking again. "I'll blow it to tatters," I muttered between my teeth. The vile, crawling devil. "Don't! Don't!" shrieked the young man, and then an unearthly yell made the night obscene. I saw the thing before me quiver in all its folds, and then it suddenly rose up and towered above me. Blood spurted from its huge, bloated body, and a crimson shower descended upon me. High above me, 100 feet in the air, I saw the pale, agonized face of the young man. He was screaming blasphemies. He appeared to be walking on stilts. "You can't kill me," he yelled. "I'm stronger than I thought. I'll win out yet." I raised my revolver to fire again, but before I could take aim, the thing swept by me and plunged into the sea. It was perhaps fortunate for me that I did not attempt to follow it. My knees gave beneath me, and I fell flat upon my face. When I came to, so far as to be able to speak, I found myself between clean white sheets and staring into the puzzled blue eyes of a government inspector. "You've had a nasty time of it, lad," he said. "We had to give you stimulants. Did you have a shock of a sort?" "Of a sort, yes," I replied, "but it came out of the Arabian Nights." Chapter 6. The Marvelous Boy. Curious manuscript found in a bottle. I was the marvelous boy. My genius amazed the world. A magnificent mind, a sublime destiny. My enemies combined to ruin me. A punctured balloon, a little box, and I put a dog under it. He changed. Jelly. Etheric vibration generates curious changes in living cells. Process starts and nothing can stop it. Growth, enormous growth, keeps sending out shoots, legs, arms. Marvelous growth. Human being next. Put a little girl under it. She changed. Beautiful jellyfish. It kept getting larger. Fed it mice. Then I destroyed it. So interesting. Must try it on myself. I know how to get back. Willpower. A child's will is too weak, but a man can get back. No actual change in cell content. A tremendous experience. I picked out a deep pool where I could hide. Hunger. Saw a man on the beach. The police suspect. I must be more careful. Why didn't I take the body out to sea? Horrible incident. Young lady artist. I almost caught her, but she stamped on a leg. Smashed it. Horrible pain. I certainly must be more careful. Great humiliation. A little boy hooked me. But I gave him a scare. The varmint. I glared and glared at him. I tried to catch him, but he ran too fast. I wanted to eat him. He had very red cheeks. I hate women and children. Of course they suspect. Little boys always babble. I wanted to eat him, but I gave them all a good scare, and I got a man. He came down after me in a diver's suit, but I got him. I took him to pieces, I mean that, literally to pieces. Then I let the fragments float up. I wanted to scare them. I think I did. They ran for their lives. The authorities are fools. I got back. But it wasn't easy. The thing fought and fought. I'm master, I said, and it gulped. It gulped and gulped and gulped. And then I got back. But my hand was smashed and bleeding. That fool Clark. Why did he take so long? But he didn't know how hungry his red face made me. The thing came back without the ray. I was standing before the counter, and it came back. I sprang at him. I was lucky to get away. Terrible trouble. I can't keep it from coming back. I wake up in the night and find it spread out on the bed and all over the floor. Its arms writhe and writhe, and its demands are insatiable. Every waking moment it demands food. Sometimes it completely absorbs me. But now, as I write, the upper portion of my body is human. This afternoon I moved to a furnished room near the beach. Salt water has become a necessity. Change comes on more rapidly now. I can't keep it off. My will is powerless. I filled the tub with water and put in some salt. Then I wallowed in it. Great comfort, great relief. Hunger. Dreadful, insatiable hunger. I am all beast, all animal. Rats. I have caught 6 rats. Delicious, great comfort. But I've messed up the room. What if the old idiot downstairs should suspect? She does suspect. Wants me to get out. I shall get out. There is only one refuge for me now. The sea. I shall go to the sea. I can't pretend I'm human any longer. I'm all animal, all beast. What a shock I must have given the old hag. I could hear her teeth chattering as she came up the stairs. All I could do to keep from springing at her. Into the sea at last. Great relief, great joy. Freedom at last. A ship. I ran head-on into it. 6 arms gone, terrible agony, flopped about for hours. Land. I climbed over the rocks and collapsed. Then I managed to get back. Part of me got back. I called for help. A crazy fool came out of the lighthouse and stared at me. 5 of my tentacles sprang at him. I couldn't control them. They got him about the leg. He lost his head, got out a revolver and shot at them. I got them under control. Tremendous effort. Pleaded with him, tried to explain. He would not listen. Shots, many shots. White-hot fire in my body, in my arms and legs. Strength returned to me. I rose up and went back into the sea. I hate human beings. I am growing larger, and I shall make myself felt in the world. Arthur St. Amand. Chapter 7. The Salmon Fisherman. Statement of William Gamwell. There were 5 of us in the boat, Jimmy Sims, Tom Snodgrass, Harry O'Brien, Bill Sampson, and myself. Jimmy, I said, we may as well open the lunch. I'm not particularly hungry, but the salmon all have their noses stuck in the mud." "They sure ain't biting," said Jimmy. "I never seen such a bum run of the lazy critters." "Don't go complaining," Harry piped up. "We've only been here 5 hours." We were drifting toward the east shore, and I yelled to Bill to pull on the oars, but he ignored me. "We'll drift in with the shipping," I warned. "By the way, what's that queer-looking tug with a broken smokestack?" "It came in this morning," said Jim. "It looks like a rum runner to me." "They're taking an awful risk," Harry put in. "The revenue cutter's due by here any minute." "There she is now," said Bill, and pointed toward the flats. Sure enough, there was the government boat, skirting the shore and looking like a lean wasp on the warpath. "She's heading the tug off as sure as you're born," said Bill. "I'll say we're in for a hot time." "Back water," I shouted. "Do you want to get between 'em?" Tom and Bill pulled sturdily on the oars, and our boat swung out in the direction of the west shore, and then the current took us and carried downstream. A signal flag flashed for a moment on the deck of the cutter. Jimmy translated it for us. "Stand to, or we'll fire," he exclaimed. "Now let's see what the tug's got to say to that." The tug apparently decided to ignore the command. It rose on a tremulous swell and plunged doggedly forward. A vast black column ascended from its broken smokestack. "They're putting on steam," cried Bill, "but they haven't a chance in the world." "Not a chance," confirmed Tom. "One broadside will blow 'em to atoms." Bill stood up and clapped his hands to his ears. The rest of us were nearly deafened by the thunderous report. "What did I tell you?" shouted Tom. We looked at the tug. The smokestack was gone, and she was wallowing in a heavy swell. "That was only a single shot across her bows," said Bill, "but it did a lot of damage. Wait until they open fire with the big guns." We waited, expecting to see something interesting. But we saw something that nearly frightened us out of our shoes. Between the cutter and the tug, a gigantic yellowish obscenity shot up from the water and towered 30 feet in the air. It thrashed wildly about and made a horrible gulping noise. We could hear the frenzied shrieks of the men on the tug, and from the deck of the cutter someone yelled, "Look at it! Look at it!" "Oh my God! Mercy in heaven!" groaned Bill. "We're in for it," sobbed Tom. For a moment, the thing simply towered and vibrated between the two boats, and then it made for the cutter. It had at least 1,000 legs, and they waved loathsomely in the sunlight. It had a hooked beak and a great mouth that opened and closed and gulped, and it was larger than a whale. It was horribly, hideously large. It towered to the mounting zenith, and in its mephitic, blasphemous immensity, it dwarfed the two boats and all the tangled shipping in the harbor. "Are we alive?" shrieked Bill. "And is that shore really Long Island? I don't believe it. We're in the Indian Ocean, or the Persian Gulf, or the middle of the Hyperborean Sea. That thing is a Jormungandr." "What's a Jormungandr?" yelled Tom. He was at the end of his rope and clutching valiantly at straws. "Those things that live on the bottom of the Arctic seas," groaned Bill. "They come up for air once in 100 years. I'll take my oath that thing's a Jormungandr." Jormungandr or not, it was apparent to all of us that the monster meant business. It was bearing down upon the cutter with incredible ferocity. The water boiled and bubbled in its wake. On the other boats, men rushed hysterically to the rails and stared with wide eyes. The officers of the cutter had recovered from their momentary astonishment and were gesticulating furiously and running back and forth on the decks. 3 guns were lowered into position and directed at the onrushing horror. A little man with gilt braid on his sleeves danced about absurdly on his toes and shouted out commands at the top of his voice. "Don't fire until you can look into his eyes," he yelled. "We can't afford to miss him. We'll give him a broadside he won't forget." "It isn't human, sir," someone yelled. "There never was nothing like it before in this world." The men aboard the tug were obviously rejoicing. Caps and pipes ascended into the air, and loud shouts of triumph issued from 100 drunken throats. "Fire!" shouted the blue-coated midget on the cutter. "It won't do 'em no good," shouted Bill, as the thunder of the guns smote our ears. It won't do 'em a bit of good. As it turned out, Bill was right. The tremendous discharge failed to arrest the progress of the obscene monster. It rose like a cloud from the water and flew at the cutter like a flying fish. Furiously it stretched forth its enormous arms and embraced the cutter. It wrenched the little vessel from the trough of the wave in which it wallowed and lifted it violently into the air. Its great golden sides shone like the morning star, but red blood trickled from a gaping hole in its throat. Yet it ignored its wounds. It lifted the small steel ship into the air in its gigantic weaving arms. I shall never forget that moment. I have but to shut my eyes, and it is before me now. I see again that Brobdingnagian horror from measureless abysses, that twisting, fantastic monstrosity from sinister depths of blackest midnight, and in its colossal arms and legs I see a tiny ship, from whose deck 100 little men fall shrieking and screaming into the black maelstrom beneath its churning maws. Yards and yards it towered, and its glittering bulk hid the sun. It towered to the zenith, and its weaving arms twisted the cutter into a shapeless mass of glistening steel. "We're next," muttered Bill. "There ain't nothing can save us now. A man ain't got a chance when he runs head-on against a Jormungandr." "That ain't no Jormungandr," piped Tom. "It's a human being what's been out all night. But I ain't saying we're not in for it." My other companions fell upon their knees, and little Harry O'Brien turned yellow under the gills. But the thing did not attack us. Instead, with a heart-breaking scream that seemed outrageously human, it sank beneath the waves, carrying with it the flattened, absurd remains of the valiant little cutter and the crushed and battered bodies of innumerable men. And as it sank loathsomely from sight, the water about it flattened out into a tremorless plateau and turned the color of blood. Bill was at the oars now, shouting and cursing to encourage the rest of us. "Pull, boys," he commanded. "Let's try to make the south shore before that there fish comes up for breath. There ain't one of us here what wants to live for the rest of his life on the bottom of the sea. There ain't one of us here what would care to have it out with the Jormungandr." In a moment we had swung the boat about and were making for the shore. Men on the other ships were crying and waving to us, but we didn't stop to hand in any reports. We weren't thinking of anything but a huge monstrosity that we would see towering and towering into the sky as long as our brains hung together in our foolish little heads. Chapter 8. News item in the Long Island Gazette. The body of a young man, about 25 years old, was found this morning on a deserted beach near Northport. The body was horribly emaciated, and the coroner, Mr. E. Thomas Bogart, discovered 3 small wounds on the young man's thigh. The edges of the wounds were stained as though from gunpowder. The body scarcely weighed 100 pounds. It is thought that the youth was the victim of foul play, and inquiries are being made in the vicinity. Chapter 9. The Box of Horror. Statement of Harry Olson. I hadn't had a thing to eat for 3 days, and I was driven to the cans. Sometimes you find something valuable in the cans, and sometimes you don't. But anyhow, I was working them systematically. I had gone up the street and down the street and hadn't found a thing for my pains except an old pair of suspenders and a tin of salmon. But when I came to the last house, I stopped and stared. Then I stretched out a lean arm and picked up the box. It was a funny-looking box, with queer glass sides and little peak holes in the side of it, and a metal compartment about 3 inches square in the back of it, and a slide underneath large enough to hold a man's hand. I looked up at the windows of the house, but there wasn't anyone watching me, and so I slipped the box under my coat and made off down the street. It's something expensive, you can bet your life on that, I thought, Probably some old doctor's croaked, and his widow threw the thing away without consulting anyone. This is a real scientific affair, this is, and I ought to get a week's board out of it. I wanted to examine the thing better, and so I made for a vacant lot where I wouldn't be interrupted. Once there, I sat myself down behind a signboard and took the contraption from under my coat and looked at it. Well, sir, it interested me. There was a little lever on top of it you pressed, and the slide fell down, and something clicked in the metal box in back of it, and the thing lighted up. I realized at once that something was meant to go on the slide. I didn't know just what, but my curiosity was aroused. That light isn't there for nothing, I thought. This box means business. I began to wonder what would happen if something alive were put on the slide. There was a clump of bushes near where I was sitting, and I got up and made for it. It took me some time to get what I was after, but when I caught it, I held it firmly between my thumb and forefinger so it couldn't escape, and then I talked to it. "Grasshopper," I said. "I haven't any grudge against you personally, but the scientific mind is no respecter of persons." The infernal varmint wriggled and covered my thumb with molasses, but I didn't let up on him. I held him firmly and pushed him onto the slide. Then I turned on the lever and peeped through the holes. The poor devil squirmed and fluttered for several minutes, and then he began to dissolve. He got flabbier and flabbier, and soon I could see right through him. When he was nothing but ooze, he began to wriggle. I dumped him on the ground, and he scurried away faster than a centipede. I'm deluding myself, I thought. I'm seeing things that never happened. Then I did a very foolish thing. I thrust my hand into the box and turned on the lever. For several moments, nothing happened, and then my hand began to get cold. I peeped through the holes, and what I saw made me scream and draw my hand out and go running about the lot like a madman. My hand was a mass of writhing, twisting snakes. Leastwise, they looked like snakes at first, but later I saw that they were soft and yellow and rubbery and much worse than snakes. But even then I didn't altogether lose my head. Leastwise, I didn't lose it for long. This is a sheer hallucination, I said to myself, and I'm going to argue myself out of it. I sat down on a big boulder and held my hand up and looked at it. It had 1,000 fingers and they dripped, but I made myself look at 'em. I did some tall arguing. "Snap out of it," I said. "You're imagining things." I thought the fingers began to shorten and stiffen a little. "You're imagining all this," I continued. "It's the sheerest bunk. That box isn't anything out of the ordinary." Well, sir, you may not believe it, but I argued myself back into sanity. I argued my hand back to normal. The wriggling, twisting things got shorter and fatter and joined together, and before very long, I had a hand with fingers. Then I stood up and shouted. Luckily, no one heard me, and there wasn't anyone to watch me dancing about on my toes either. When I got out of breath, I picked the infernal box up and walked away with it. I made directly for the river. "You've had your day," I said. "You won't turn any more poor critters into jellyfish." Well, sir, I threw the vile thing into the river, but first, I smashed it against the planks on the wharf until it looked like nothing on earth under the stars. "And that's the end of you," I shouted as it sank. I ought to have got a medal for that, but I ain't complaining. It isn't every man who has the pleasure of calling himself a disinterested benefactor of humanity. End of The Man with 1,000 Legs by Frank Belknap Long. The Space Eaters by Frank Belknap Long. Weird Tales, July 1928. The cross is not a passive agent. It protects the pure of heart, and it has often appeared in the air above our sabbats, confusing and dispersing the powers of darkness. John Dee's Necronomicon. Chapter 1. The horror came to Partridgeville in a blind fog. All that afternoon thick vapours from the sea had swirled and eddied about the farm, and the room in which we sat swam with moisture. The fog ascended in spirals from beneath the door, and its long, moist fingers caressed my hair until it dripped. The square-paned windows were coated with a thick, dew-like moisture. The air was heavy and dank and unbelievably cold. I stared gloomily at my friend. He had turned his back to the window and was writing furiously. He was a tall, slim man with a slight stoop and abnormally broad shoulders. In profile, his face was impressive. He had an extremely broad forehead, long nose, and slightly protuberant chin. A strong, sensitive face, which suggested a wildly imaginative nature, held in restraint by a skeptical and truly extraordinary intellect. My friend wrote short stories. He wrote to please himself, in defiance of contemporary taste, and his tales were unusual. They would have delighted Poe. They would have delighted Hawthorne, or Ambrose Bierce, or Villiers de l'Isle Adam. They were studies of abnormal men, abnormal beasts, abnormal plants. He wrote of remote realms of imagination and horror, and the colours, sounds, and odours which he dared to evoke were never seen, heard, or smelt on the familiar side of the moon. He projected his creations against mind-chilling backgrounds. They stalked through tall and lonely forests, over ragged mountains, and slithered down the stairs of ancient houses, and between the piles of rotting black wharves. One of his tales, The House of the Worm, had induced a young student at a Midwestern university to seek refuge in an enormous red brick building where everyone approved of his sitting on the floor and shouting at the top of his voice, "Lo, my beloved is fairer than all the lilies among the lilies in the lily garden." Another, The Defilers, had brought him precisely 110 letters of indignation from local readers when it appeared in the Partridgeville Gazette. As I continued to stare at him, he suddenly stopped writing and shook his head. "I can't do it," he said. "I should have to invent a new language, and yet I can comprehend the thing emotionally, intuitively, if you will. If I could only convey it in a sentence somehow, the strange crawling of its fleshless spirit." "Is it some new horror?" I asked. He shook his head. "It is not new to me. I have known and felt it for years. A horror utterly beyond anything your prosaic brain can conceive." "Thank you," I said. "All human brains are prosaic," he elaborated. "I meant no offense. It is the shadowy terrors that lurk behind and above them that are mysterious and awful. Our little brains. What can they know of vampire-like entities which may lurk in dimensions higher than our own, or beyond the universe of stars? I think sometimes they lodge in our heads, and our brains feel them, but when they stretch out tentacles to probe and explore us, we go screaming mad." He was staring at me steadily now. "But you can't honestly believe in such nonsense," I exclaimed. "Of course not." He shook his head and laughed. "You know damn well I'm too profoundly skeptical to believe in anything. I have merely outlined a poet's reactions to the universe. If a man wishes to write ghostly stories and actually convey a sensation of horror, he must believe in everything and anything. By anything I mean the horror that transcends everything, that is more terrible and impossible than everything. He must believe that there are things from outer space that can reach down and fasten themselves on us with a malevolence that can destroy us utterly, our bodies as well as our minds. But this thing from outer space, how can he describe it if he doesn't know its shape, or size or color? It is virtually impossible to describe it. That is what I have sought to do, and failed. Perhaps someday. But then, I doubt if it can ever be accomplished. But your artist can hint, suggest. Suggest what? I asked, a little puzzled. Suggest a horror that is utterly unearthly, that makes itself felt in terms that have no counterparts on earth. I was still puzzled. He smiled wearily and elaborated his theory. "There is something prosaic," he said, "about even the best of the classic tales of mystery and terror Old Mrs. Radcliffe, with her hidden vaults and bleeding ghosts, Maturin, with his allegorical Faust-like hero villains and his fiery flames from the mouth of hell. Edgar Poe, with his blood-clotted corpses, and black cats, his telltale hearts and disintegrating Valdemars. Hawthorne, with his amusing preoccupation with the problems and horrors arising from mere human sin, as though human sins were of any significance to a coldly malign intelligence from beyond the stars. Then we have modern masters, Algernon Blackwood, who invites us to a feast of the high gods and shows us an old woman with a hare-lip sitting before a Ouija board fingering soiled cards, or an absurd nimbus of ectoplasm emanating from some clairvoyant ninny, Bram Stoker with his vampires and werewolves, mere conventional myths, the tag ends of medieval folklore, Wells with his pseudo-scientific bogies, fishmen at the bottom of the sea, ladies in the moon, and the 101 idiots who are constantly writing ghost stories for the magazines. What have they contributed to the literature of the unholy? Are we not made of flesh and blood? It is but natural that we should be revolted and horrified when we are shown that flesh and blood in a state of corruption and decay, with the worms passing over and under it. It is but natural that a story about a corpse should thrill us, fill us with fear and horror and loathing. Any fool can awake these emotions in us. Poe really accomplished very little with his lady ushers and liquescent Valdemars. He appealed to simple, natural, understandable emotions, and it was inevitable that his readers should respond. Are we not the descendants of barbarians? Did we not once dwell in tall and sinister forests, at the mercy of beasts that rend and tear? It is but inevitable that we should shiver and cringe when we meet in literature dark shadows from our own past. Harpies and vampires and werewolves, what are they but magnifications, distortions of the great birds and bats and ferocious dogs that harassed and tortured our ancestors? It is easy enough to arouse fear by such means. It is easy enough to frighten men with the flames at the mouth of hell, because they are hot and shrivel and burn the flesh, and who does not understand and dread a fire? Blows that kill, fires that burn, shadows that horrify because their substances lurk evilly in the black corridors of our inherited memories. I am weary of the writers who would terrify us by such pathetically obvious and trite unpleasantness. Real indignation blazed in his eyes. Suppose there were a greater horror? Suppose evil things from some other universe should decide to invade this one? Suppose we couldn't see them? Suppose we couldn't feel them? Suppose they were of a color unknown on Earth, or rather of an appearance that was without color? Suppose they had a shape unknown on Earth? Suppose they were 4-dimensional, 5-dimensional, 6-dimensional? Suppose they were 100-dimensional? Suppose they had no dimensions at all and yet existed? What could we do? They would not exist for us. They would exist for us if they gave us pain. Suppose it was not the pain of heat or cold or any of the pains we know, but a new pain. Suppose they touched something besides our nerves, reached our brains in a new and terrible way? Suppose they made themselves felt in a new and strange and unspeakable way? What could we do? Our hands would be tied. You cannot oppose what you cannot see or feel. You cannot oppose the 1,000-dimensional. Suppose they should eat their way to us through space. He was speaking now with an intensity of emotion which belied his avowed skepticism of a moment before. That is what I have tried to write about. I wanted to make my readers feel and see that thing from another universe, from beyond space. I could easily enough hint at it or suggest it. Any fool can do that. But I wanted actually to describe it. To describe a color that is not a color. A form that is formless. A mathematician could perhaps slightly more than suggest it. There would be strange curves and angles that an inspired mathematician in a wild frenzy of calculation might glimpse vaguely. It is absurd to say that mathematicians have not discovered the 4th dimension. They have often glimpsed it, often approached it, often apprehended it, but they are unable to demonstrate it. I know a mathematician who swears that he once saw the sixth dimension in a wild flight into the sublime skies of the differential calculus. Unfortunately, I am not a mathematician. I am only a poor fool of a creative artist, and the thing from outer space utterly eludes me. Someone was pounding loudly on the door. I crossed the room and drew back the latch. "What do you want?" I asked. "What is the matter?" "Sorry to disturb you, Frank," said a familiar voice, "but I've got to talk to someone." I recognized the lean, white face of my nearest neighbor and stepped instantly to one side. "Come in," I said. "Come in, by all means. Howard and I have been discussing ghosts, and the things we've conjured up aren't pleasant company. Perhaps you can argue them away." I called Howard's horrors ghosts because I didn't want to shock my commonplace neighbor. Henry Wells was immensely big and tall, and as he strode into the room he seemed to bring a part of the night with him. He collapsed on a sofa and surveyed us with frightened eyes. Howard laid down the story he'd been reading, removed and wiped his glasses and frowned. He was more or less tolerant of my bucolic visitors. We waited for perhaps a minute, and then the three of us spoke almost simultaneously. "A horrible night." "Beastly, isn't it?" "Wretched." Henry Wells frowned. "Tonight," he said, I met with a funny accident. I was driving Hortense through Mulligan Wood." "Hortense?" Howard interrupted. "His horse," I explained impatiently. "You were returning from Brewster, weren't you, Henry?" "From Brewster, yes," he replied. "I was driving between the trees, keeping a sharp lookout for cars with their lights on too bright, coming right at me out of the murk, and listening to the foghorns in the bay wheezing and moaning, when something wet landed on my head." "Rain," I thought. "I hope the supplies keep dry." I turned round to make sure that the butter and flour were covered up, and something soft like a sponge rose up from the bottom of the wagon and hit me in the face. I snatched at it and caught it between my fingers. In my hands it felt like jelly. I squeezed it, and moisture ran out of it down my wrists. It wasn't so dark that I couldn't see it either. Funny how you can see in fogs. They seem to make the night lighter. There was a sort of brightness in the air. I dunno. Maybe it wasn't the fog either. The trees seemed to stand out. You could see them sharp and clear. As I was saying, I looked at the thing, and what do you think it looked like? Like a piece of raw liver, or like a calf's brain. Now that I come to think of it, it was more like a calf's brain. There were grooves in it, and you don't find many grooves in liver. Liver's usually as smooth as glass. It was an awful moment for me. There's someone up in one of those trees, I thought. He's some tramp or crazy man or fool, and he's been eating liver. My wagon frightened him and he dropped it. A piece of it. I can't be wrong. There was no liver in my wagon when I left Brewster. I looked up. You know how tall all of the trees are in Mulligan Wood? You can't see the tops of some of them from the wagon road on a clear day. And you know how crooked and queer-looking some of the trees are. It's funny, but I've always thought of them as old men. Tall old men, you understand. Tall and crooked and very evil. I've always thought of them as wanting to work mischief. There's something unwholesome about trees that grow very close together and grow crooked. I looked up. At first I didn't see anything but the tall trees, all white and glistening with the fog, and above them a thick white mist that hid the stars. And then something long and white ran quickly down the trunk of one of the trees. It ran so quickly down the tree that I couldn't see it clearly, and it was so thin anyway that there wasn't much to see. But it was like an arm. It was like a long, white and very thin arm. But of course it wasn't an arm. Who ever heard of an arm as tall as a tree? I don't know what made me compare it to an arm, because it was really nothing but a thin line, like a wire, a string. I'm not sure that I saw it at all. Maybe I imagined it. I'm not even sure that it was as wide as a string. But it had a hand. Or didn't it? When I think of it, my brain gets dizzy. You see, it moved so quickly I couldn't see it clearly at all, but it gave me the impression that it was looking for something that it had dropped. For a minute the hand seemed to spread out over the road, and then it left the tree and came toward the wagon. It was like a huge white hand walking on its fingers, with a terribly long arm fastened to it that went up and up until it touched the fog, or perhaps until it touched the stars. I screamed and slashed Hortense with the reins, but the horse didn't need any urging. She was up and off before I could throw the liver, or calf's brain, or whatever it was, into the road. She raced so fast she almost upset the wagon, but I didn't draw in the reins. I'd rather lie in a ditch with a broken rib than have a long white hand squeezing the breath out of my throat. We had almost cleared the wood and I was just beginning to breathe again when my brain went cold. I can't describe what happened in any other way. My brain got as cold as ice inside my head. I can tell you I was frightened. Don't imagine I couldn't think clearly. I was conscious of everything that was going on about me, but my brain was so cold I screamed with the pain. Have you ever held a piece of ice in the palm of your hand for as long as 2 or 3 minutes? It burnt, didn't it? Ice burns worse than fire. Well, my brain felt as though it had lain on ice for hours and hours. There was a furnace inside my head, but it was a cold furnace. It was roaring with raging cold. Perhaps I should have been thankful that the pain didn't last. It wore off in about 10 minutes, and when I got home, I didn't think I was any the worse for my experience. I'm sure I didn't think I was any the worse until I looked at myself in the glass. Then I saw the hole in my head. Henry Wells leaned forward and brushed back the hair from his right temple. "Here is the wound," he said. "What do you make of it?" He tapped with his fingers beneath a small round opening in the side of his head. "It's like a bullet wound," he elaborated. "But there was no blood and you can look in pretty far. It seems to go right in to the center of my head. I shouldn't be alive." Howard had risen and was staring at my neighbor with angry and accusing eyes. "Why have you lied to us?" he shouted. "Why have you told us this absurd story? A long hand. You were drunk, man. Drunk. And yet you've succeeded in doing what I'd have sweated blood to accomplish. If I could have made my readers feel that horror, know it for a moment, that horror that you described in the woods, I should be with the immortals. I should be greater than Poe, greater than Hawthorne. And you, a clumsy drunken liar." I was on my feet with a furious protest. "He's not lying," I said. "He's been shot. Someone has shot him in the head. Look at this wound. My God, man, you have no call to insult him." Howard's wrath died, and the fire went out of his eyes. "Forgive me," he said. "You can't imagine how badly I've wanted to capture that ultimate horror, to put it on paper, and he did it so easily. If he had warned me that he was going to describe something like that, I would have taken notes. But of course he doesn't know he's an artist. It was an accidental tour de force that he accomplished. He couldn't do it again, I'm sure. I'm sorry I went up in the air, I apologize. Do you want me to go for a doctor? That is a bad wound." My neighbor shook his head. "I don't want a doctor," he said. "I've seen a doctor. There's no bullet in my head. That hole was not made by a bullet. When the doctor couldn't explain it, I laughed at him. I hate doctors, and I haven't much use for fools who think I'm in the habit of lying. I haven't much use for people who won't believe me when I tell them I saw the long, white thing come sliding down the tree as clear as day." But Howard was examining the wound in defiance of my neighbor's indignation. "It was made by something round and sharp," he said. "It's curious, but the flesh isn't torn. A knife or bullet would have torn the flesh, left a ragged edge." I nodded, and was bending to study the wound when Wells shrieked, and clapped his hands to his head. "Ahach," he choked. "It's come back, the terrible, terrible cold." Howard stared. "Don't expect me to believe such nonsense," he exclaimed disgustedly. But Wells was holding on to his head and dancing about the room in a delirium of agony. "I can't stand it," he shrieked. "It's freezing up my brain. It's not like ordinary cold. It isn't. Oh God. It's like nothing you've ever felt. It bites, it scorches, it tears. It's like acid." I laid my hand upon his shoulder and tried to quiet him, but he pushed me aside and made for the door. "I've got to get out of here," he screamed. "The thing wants room. My head won't hold it. It wants the night. The vast night. It wants to wallow in the night." He threw back the door and disappeared into the fog. Howard wiped his forehead with the sleeve of his coat and collapsed into a chair. "Mad," he muttered. "A tragic case of manic-depressive psychosis. Who would have suspected it? The story he told us wasn't conscious art at all. It was simply a nightmare fungus conceived by the brain of a lunatic." "Yes," I said. "But how do you account for the hole in his head?" "Oh, that." Howard shrugged. "He probably always had it. Probably was born with it." "Nonsense," I said. "The man never had a hole in his head before. Personally, I think he's been shot. Something ought to be done. He needs medical attention. I think I'll phone Dr. Smith." "It is useless to interfere," said Howard. "That hole was not made by a bullet. I advise you to forget him until tomorrow. His insanity may be temporary. It may wear off. And then he'd blame us for interfering. If he's still emotionally disturbed tomorrow, if he comes here again and tries to make trouble, you can notify the proper authorities." "Has he ever acted queerly before?" "No," I said. "He was always quite sane. I think I'll take your advice and wait. But I wish I could explain the hole in his head." "The story he told interests me more," said Howard. "I'm going to write it out before I forget it. Of course I shan't be able to make the horror as real as he did, but perhaps I can catch a bit of the strangeness and glamour." He unscrewed his fountain pen and began to cover a sheet of paper with curious phrases. I shivered and closed the door. For several minutes there was no sound in the room save the scratching of his pen as it moved across the paper. For several minutes there was silence, and then the shrieks commenced. Or were they wails? We heard them through the closed door, heard them above the moaning of the foghorns and the wash of the waves on Mulligan's beach. We heard them above the million sounds of night that had horrified and depressed us as we sat and talked in that fog-enshrouded and lonely house. We heard them so clearly that for a moment we thought they came from just outside the house. It was not until they came again and again, long, piercing wails, that we discovered in them a quality of remoteness. Slowly we became aware that the wails came from far away perhaps as Mulligan would. "A soul in torture," muttered Howard. "A poor, damned soul in the grip of the horror I've been telling you about. The horror I've known and felt for years." He rose unsteadily to his feet. His eyes were shining and he was breathing heavily. I seized his shoulders and shook him. "You shouldn't project yourself into your stories that way," I exclaimed. "Some poor chap is in distress. I don't know what's happened. Perhaps a ship foundered. I'm going to put on a slicker and find out what it's all about. I have an idea we may be needed." "We may be needed," repeated Howard slowly. "We may be needed indeed. It will not be satisfied with a single victim. Think of that great journey through space, the thirst and dreadful hungers it must have known. It is preposterous to imagine that it will be content with a single victim." Then suddenly a change came over him. The light went out of his eyes and his voice lost its quiver. He shivered. "Forgive me," he said. "I'm afraid you'll think I'm as mad as the yokel who was here a few minutes ago, but I can't help identifying myself with my characters when I write. I'd describe something very evil, and those yells, well, they are exactly like the yells a man would make if. "I understand," I interrupted, "but we've no time to discuss that now. There's a poor chap out there." I pointed vaguely toward the door, with his back against the wall. "He's fighting off something. I don't know what. We've got to help him." Of course," he agreed, and followed me into the kitchen. Without a word, I took down a slicker and handed it to him. I also handed him an enormous rubber hat. "Get into these as quickly as you can," I said. "The chap's desperately in need of us." I had gotten my own slicker down from the rack and was forcing my arms through its sticky sleeves. In a moment we were both pushing our way through the fog. The fog was like a living thing. Its long fingers reached up and slapped us relentlessly on the face. It curled about our bodies and ascended in great greyish spirals from the tops of our heads. It retreated before us, and as suddenly closed in and enveloped us. Dimly ahead of us we saw the lights of a few lonely farms. Behind us the sea drummed, and the foghorns sent out a continuous, mournful ululation. The collar of Howard's slicker was turned up over his ears, and from his long nose moisture dripped. There was grim decision in his eyes, and his jaw was set. For many minutes we plodded on in silence, and it was not until we approached Mulligan Wood that he spoke. "If necessary," he said, "we shall enter the wood." I nodded. "There is no reason why we should not enter the wood," I said. "It isn't a large wood. One could get out quickly? One could get out very quickly indeed." My God, did you hear that? The shrieks had grown horribly loud. "He is suffering," said Howard. "He is suffering terribly. Do you suppose it's your crazy friend?" He had voiced a question which I had been asking myself for some time. "It's conceivable," I said. "But we'll have to interfere if he's as mad as that. I wish I'd brought some of the neighbors with me." "Why in heaven's name didn't you?" Howard shouted. "It may take a dozen men to handle him." He was staring at the tall trees that towered before us, and I didn't think he really gave Henry Wells so much as a thought. "That's Mulligan Wood," I said. I swallowed to keep my heart from rising to the top of my mouth. "It isn't a big wood," I added idiotically. "Oh my God." Out of the fog there came the sound of a voice in the last extremity of pain. "They're eating up my brain." Oh my God. I was at that moment in deadly fear that I might become as mad as the man in the woods. I clutched Howard's arm. "Let's go back," I shouted. "Let's go back at once. We were fools to come. There is nothing here but madness and suffering and perhaps death." "That may be," said Howard, "but we're going on." His face was ashen beneath his dripping hat, and his eyes were thin blue slits. "Very well," I said grimly. "We'll go on." Slowly we moved among the trees. They towered above us, and the thick fog so distorted them and merged them together that they seemed to move forward with us. From their twisted branches the fog hung in ribbons. Ribbons, did I say? Rather were they snakes of fog, writhing snakes with venomous tongues and leering eyes. Through swirling clouds of fog we saw the scaly, gnarled boles of the trees, and every bole resembled the twisted body of an evil old man. Only the small oblong of light cast by my electric torch protected us against their malevolence. Through great banks of fog we moved, and every moment the screams grew louder. Soon we were catching fragments of sentences, hysterical shoutings that merged into prolonged wails. Colder and colder and colder. "They are eating up my brain." "Colder! H!" Howard gripped my arm. "We'll find him," he said. "We can't turn back now." When we found him, he was lying on his side. His hands were clasped about his head, and his body was bent double, the knees drawn up so tightly that they almost touched his chest. He was silent. We bent and shook him, but he made no sound. "Is he dead?" I choked out. I wanted desperately to turn and run. The trees were very close to us. "I don't know," said Howard. "I don't know. I hope that he is dead." I saw him kneel and slide his hand under the poor devil's shirt. For a moment his face was a mask. Then he got up quickly and shook his head. "He is alive," he said. "We must get him into some dry clothes as quickly as possible." I helped him. Together we lifted the bent figure from the ground and carried it forward between the trees. Twice we stumbled and nearly fell, and the creepers tore at our clothes. The creepers were little malicious hands grasping and tearing under the malevolent guidance of the great trees. Without a star to guide us, without a light except the little pocket lamp which was growing dim, we fought our way out of Mulligan Wood. The droning did not commence until we had left the wood. At first we scarcely heard it, it was so low, like the purring of gigantic engines far down in the earth. But slowly, as we stumbled forward with our burden, it grew so loud that we could not ignore it. "What is that?" muttered Howard, and through the wraiths of fog I saw that his face had a greenish tinge. "I don't know," I mumbled. It's something horrible. I never heard anything like it. Can't you walk faster? So far we had been fighting familiar horrors, but the droning and humming that rose behind us was like nothing that I had ever heard on earth. In excruciating fright, I shrieked aloud. "Faster, Howard, faster! For God's sake, let's get out of this." As I spoke, the body that we were carrying squirmed, and from its cracked lips issued a torrent of gibberish. I was walking between the trees looking up. I couldn't see their tops. I was looking up, and then suddenly I looked down and the thing landed on my shoulders. It was all legs, all long, crawling legs. It went right into my head. I wanted to get away from the trees, but I couldn't. I was alone in the forest with the thing on my back, in my head, and when I tried to run, the trees reached out and tripped me. It made a hole so it could get in. It's my brain it wants. Today it made a hole, and now it's crawled in and it's sucking and sucking and sucking. It's as cold as ice, and it makes a noise like a great big fly. But it isn't a fly, and it isn't a hand. I was wrong when I called it a hand. You can't see it. I wouldn't have seen or felt it if it hadn't made a hole and got in. You almost see it, you almost feel it, and that means that it's getting ready to go in. Can you walk, Wells? Can you walk? Howard had dropped Wells's legs, and I could hear the harsh intake of his breath as he struggled to rid himself of his slicker. "I think so," Wells sobbed. "But it doesn't matter. It's got me now. Put me down and save yourselves." "We've got to run," I yelled. "It's our one chance," cried Howard. "Wells, you follow us. Follow us, do you understand? They'll burn up your brain if they catch you. We're going to run, lad. Follow us." He was off through the fog. Wells shook himself free and followed like a man in a trance. I felt a horror more terrible than death. The noise was dreadfully loud. It was right in my ears, and yet for a moment I couldn't move. The wall of fog was growing thicker. "Frank will be lost." It was the voice of Wells, raised in a despairing shout. "We'll go back." It was Howard shouting now. "It's death, or worse, but we can't leave him." "Keep on," I called out. "They won't get me. Save yourselves." In my anxiety to prevent them from sacrificing themselves, I plunged wildly forward. In a moment I had joined Howard and was clutching at his arm. "What is it?" I cried. "What have we to fear?" The droning was all about us now, but no louder. "Come quickly or we'll be lost," he urged frantically. "They've broken down all barriers. That buzzing is a warning. We're sensitives. We've been warned, but if it gets louder, we're lost. They're strong near Mulligan Wood, and it's here they've made themselves felt. They're experimenting now, feeling their way. Later, when they've learned, they'll spread out. If we can only reach the farm." "We'll reach the farm," I shouted as I clawed my way through the fog. "Heaven help us if we don't," moaned Howard. He had thrown off his slicker, and his seeping wet shirt clung tragically to his lean body. He moved through the blackness with long, furious strides. Far ahead we heard the shrieks of Henry Wells. Ceaselessly the foghorns moaned. Ceaselessly the fog swirled and eddied about us. And the droning continued. It seemed incredible that we should ever have found a way to the farm in the blackness. But find the farm we did, and into it we stumbled with glad cries. "Shut the door," shouted Howard. I shut the door. "We are safe here, I think," he said. "They haven't reached the farm yet." "What has happened to Wells?" I gasped, and then I saw the wet tracks leading into the kitchen. Howard saw them too. His eyes flashed with momentary relief. "I'm glad he's safe," he muttered. "I feared for him." Then his face darkened. The kitchen was unlighted, and no sound came from it. Without a word, Howard walked across the room and into the darkness beyond. I sank into a chair, flicked the moisture from my eyes, and brushed back my hair, which had fallen in soggy strands across my face. For a moment I sat, breathing heavily, and when the door creaked, I shivered. But I remembered Howard's assurance. They haven't reached the farm yet. We're safe here. Somehow, I had confidence in Howard. He realized that we were threatened by a new and unknown horror, and in some occult way he had grasped its limitations. I confess, though, that when I heard the screams that came from the kitchen, my faith in my friend was slightly shaken. There were low growls, such as I could not believe came from any human throat, and the voice of Howard raised in wild expostulation. "Let go," I say. "Are you quite mad? Man, we have saved you." "Don't," I say. "Let go of my leg." "Ah!" As Howard staggered into the room, I sprang forward and caught him in my arms. He was covered with blood from head to foot, and his face was ashen. "He's gone raving mad," he moaned. He was running about on his hands and knees like a dog. He sprang at me and almost killed me. I fought him off, but I'm badly bitten. I hit him in the face, knocked him unconscious. I may have killed him. He's an animal. I had to protect myself. I laid Howard on the sofa and knelt beside him, but he scorned my aid. "Don't bother with me," he commanded. "Get a rope quickly and tie him up. If he comes to, we'll have to fight for our lives." What followed was a nightmare. I remember vaguely that I went into the kitchen with a rope and tied poor Wells to a chair. Then I bathed and dressed Howard's wounds and lit a fire in the grate. I remember also that I telephoned for a doctor, but the incidents are confused in my memory, and I have no clear recollection of anything until the arrival of a tall, grave man with kindly and sympathetic eyes and a presence that was as soothing as an opiate. He examined Howard, nodded, and explained that the wounds were not serious. He examined Wells and did not nod. He explained slowly. "His pupils don't respond to light," he said. "An immediate operation will be necessary. I tell you frankly, I don't think we can save him." "That wound in his head, doctor," I said. "Was it made by a bullet?" The doctor frowned. "It puzzles me," he said. "Of course it was made by a bullet, but it should have partially closed up." "It goes right into the brain. You say you know nothing about it. I believe you, but I think the authorities should be notified at once. Someone will be wanted for manslaughter, unless—" He paused. "Unless the wound was self-inflicted. What you tell me is curious. That he should have been able to walk about for hours seems incredible. The wound has obviously been dressed too. There is no clotted blood at all." He paced slowly back and forth. "We must operate here, at once. There is a slight chance. Luckily, I brought some instruments. We must clear this table. Do you think you could hold a lamp for me?" I nodded. "I'll try," I said. "Good." The doctor busied himself with preparations while I debated whether or not I should phone for the police. "I'm convinced," I said at last, "that the wound was self-inflicted. Wells acted very strangely. If you are willing, Doctor." "Yes?" "We will remain silent about this matter until after the operation. If Wells lives, there would be no need of involving the poor chap in a police investigation." The doctor nodded. "Very well," he said. "We will operate first and decide afterward." Howard was laughing silently from his couch. "The police," he snickered. "Of what use would they be against the things in Mulligan Wood?" There was an ironic and ominous quality about his mirth that disturbed me. The horrors that we had known in the fog seemed absurd and impossible in the cool scientific presence of Dr. Smith, and I didn't want to be reminded of them. The doctor turned from his instruments and whispered into my ear. "Your friend has a slight fever, and apparently it has made him delirious. If you will bring me a glass of water, I will mix him a sedative." I raced to secure a glass, and in a moment we had Howard sleeping soundly. "Now then," said the doctor as he handed me the lamp, "you must hold this steady and move it about as I direct." The white, unconscious form of Henry Wells lay upon the table that the doctor and I had cleared, and I trembled all over when I thought of what lay before me. I should be obliged to stand and gaze into the living brain of my poor friend as the doctor relentlessly laid it bare. With swift, experienced fingers the doctor administered an anesthetic. I was oppressed by a dreadful feeling that we were committing a crime that Henry Wells would have violently disapproved. that he would have preferred to die. It is a dreadful thing to mutilate a man's brain, and yet I knew that the doctor's conduct was above reproach, and that the ethics of his profession demanded that he operate. "We are ready," said Dr. Smith. "Lower the lamp, carefully now." I saw the knife moving in his competent, swift fingers. For a moment I stared, and then I turned my head away. What I had seen in that brief glance made me sick and faint. It may have been fancy, but as I stared at the wall, I had the impression that the doctor was on the verge of collapse. He made no sound, but I was almost certain that he had made some horrible discovery. "Lower the lamp," he said. His voice was hoarse and seemed to come from far down within his throat. I lowered the lamp an inch without turning my head. I waited for him to reproach me, to swear at me perhaps, but he was as silent as the man on the table. I knew, though, that his fingers were still at work, for I could hear them as they moved about. I could hear his swift, agile fingers moving about the head of Henry Wells. I suddenly became conscious that my hand was trembling. I wanted to lay down the lamp. I felt that I could no longer hold it. "Are you nearly through?" I gasped in desperation. "Hold that lamp steady." The doctor screamed the command. "If you move that lamp again, I won't sew him up. I don't care if they hang me. I'm not a healer of devils." I knew not what to do. I could scarcely hold the lamp, and the doctor's threat horrified me. "Do everything you can," I urged, hysterically. "Give him a chance to fight his way back. He was kind and good, once." For a moment there was silence, and I feared that he would not heed me. I momentarily expected him to throw down his scalpel and sponge, and dash across the room and out into the fog. It was not until I heard his fingers moving about again that I knew he had decided to give even the damned a chance. It was after midnight when the doctor told me that I could lay down the lamp. I turned with a cry of relief and encountered a face that I shall never forget. In 3/4 of an hour the doctor had aged 10 years. There were dark hollows beneath his eyes, and his mouth twitched convulsively. "He'll not live," he said. "He'll be dead in an hour." I did not touch his brain. I could do nothing. When I saw how things were, I sewed him up immediately. "What did you see?" I half whispered. A look of unutterable fear came into the doctor's eyes. I saw. His voice broke, and his whole body quivered. I saw. Oh, the burning shame of it. Evil that is without shape, that is formless. Suddenly he straightened and looked wildly about him. "They will come here and claim him," he cried. "They have laid their mark upon him, and they will come for him. You must not stay here. This house is marked for destruction." I watched him helplessly as he seized his hat and bag and crossed to the door. With white, shaking fingers he drew back the latch, and in a moment his lean figure was silhouetted against a square of swirling vapor. "Remember that I warned you," he shouted back, and then the fog swallowed him. Howard was sitting and rubbing his eyes. "A malicious trick that," he was muttering. "To deliberately drug me. Had I known that glass of water." "How do you feel?" I asked as I shook him violently by the shoulders. "Do you think you can walk? You drug me, and then ask me to walk. Frank, you're as unreasonable as an artist. What is the matter now?" I pointed to the silent figure on the table. "Mulligan Wood is safer," I said. "He belongs to them now." Howard sprang to his feet and shook me by the arm. "What do you mean?" he cried. "How do you know?" "The doctor saw his brain," I explained, "and he also saw something that he could not describe. But he told me that they would come for him, and I believe him." "We must leave here at once," cried Howard. "Your doctor was right. We are in deadly danger. Even Mulligan would, but we need not return to the wood." "There is your launch." "There is the launch," I echoed, faint hope rising in my mind. "The fog will be a most deadly menace," said Howard grimly. "But even death at sea is preferable to this horror." It was not far from the house to the dock, and in less than a minute Howard was seated in the stern of the launch and I was working furiously on the engine. The foghorn still moaned, but there were no lights visible anywhere in the harbour. We could not see 2 feet before our faces. The white wraiths of the fog were dimly visible in the darkness, but beyond them stretched endless night, lightless and full of terror. Howard was speaking. "Somehow I feel that there is death out there," he said. "There is more death here," I said as I started the engine. "I think I can avoid the rocks. There is very little wind and I know the harbour." "And of course we shall have the foghorns to guide us," muttered Howard. "I think we had better make for the open sea." I agreed. "The launch wouldn't survive a storm," I said, "but I've no desire to remain in the harbour. If we reach the sea, we'll probably be picked up by some ship. It would be sheer folly to remain where they can reach us." "How do we know how far they can reach?" groaned Howard. "What are the distances of Earth to things that have travelled through space?" "They will overrun Earth. They will destroy us all utterly." "We'll discuss that later," I cried as the engine roared into life. "We're going to get as far away from them as possible. Perhaps they haven't learned yet. While they've still limitations, we may be able to escape." We moved slowly into the channel, and the sound of the water splashing against the sides of the launch soothed us strangely. At a suggestion from me, Howard had taken the wheel and was slowly bringing her about. "Keep her steady," I shouted. "There isn't any danger until we get into the Narrows." For several minutes I crouched above the engine while Howard steered in silence. Then suddenly, he turned to me with a gesture of elation. "I think the fog's lifting," he said. I stared into the darkness before me. Certainly it seemed less oppressive, and the white spirals of mist that had been continually ascending through it were fading into insubstantial wisps. "Keep her head on," I shouted. "We're in luck. If the fog clears, we'll be able to see the Narrows. Keep a sharp lookout for Mulligan light." There is no describing the joy that filled us when we saw the light. Yellow and bright, it streamed over the water and illuminated sharply the outlines of the great rocks that rose on both sides of the Narrows. "Let me have the wheel," I shouted as I stepped quickly forward. "This is a ticklish passage, but we'll come through now with colours flying." In our excitement and elation, we almost forgot the horror that we had left behind us. I stood at the wheel and smiled confidently as we raced over the dark water. Quickly the rocks drew nearer until their vast bulk towered above us. "We shall certainly make it," I cried. But no response came from Howard. I heard him choke and gasp. "What is the matter?" I asked suddenly, and turning, saw that he was crouching in terror above the engine. His back was turned toward me, but I knew instinctively in which direction he was gazing. The dim shore that we had left shone like a flaming sunset. Mulligan wood was burning. Great flames shot up from the highest of the tall trees, and a thick curtain of black smoke rolled slowly eastward, blotting out the few remaining lights in the harbour. But it was not the flames that caused me to cry out in fear and horror. It was the shape that towered above the trees, the vast formless shape that moved slowly to and fro across the sky. God knows I tried to believe that I saw nothing. I tried to believe that the shape was a mere shadow cast by the flames, and I remember that I gripped Howard's arm reassuringly. "The wood will be destroyed completely," I cried, "and those ghastly things with us will be destroyed with it." But when Howard turned and shook his head, I knew that the dim, formless thing that towered above the trees was more than a shadow. "If we see it clearly, we are lost," he warned, his voice vibrant with terror. "Pray that it remains without form." It is older than the world, I thought, older than all religion. Before the dawn of civilization, men knelt in adoration before it. It is present in all mythologies. It is the primal symbol. Perhaps in the dim past, thousands and thousands of years ago, it was used to repel the invaders. I shall fight the shape with a high and terrible mystery. Suddenly I became curiously calm. I knew that I had hardly a minute to act, that more than our lives were threatened, but I did not tremble. I reached calmly beneath the engine and drew out a quantity of cotton waste. "Howard," I said, "light a match. It is our only hope. You must strike a match at once." For what seemed eternities, Howard stared at me uncomprehendingly. Then the night was clamorous with his laughter. "A match," he shrieked. "A match to warm our little brains. Yes, we shall need a match." "Trust me," I entreated. "You must. It is our one hope. Strike a match quickly." "I do not understand." Howard was sober now, but his voice quivered. "I have thought of something that may save us," I said. "Please light this waste for me." Slowly he nodded. I had told him nothing, but I knew he guessed what I intended to do. Often his insight was uncanny. With fumbling fingers he drew out a match and struck it. "Be bold," he said. "Show them that you are unafraid. Make the sign boldly." As the waste caught fire, the form above the trees stood out with a frightful clarity. I raised the flaming cotton and passed it quickly before my body in a straight line from my left to my right shoulder. Then I raised it to my forehead and lowered it to my knees. In an instant, Howard had snatched the brand and was repeating the sign. He made 2 crosses, one against his body and one against the darkness, with the torch held at arm's length. For a moment I shut my eyes, but I could still see the shape above the trees. Then slowly its form became less distinct, became vast and chaotic, and when I opened my eyes it had vanished. I saw nothing but the flaming forest and the shadows cast by the tall trees. The horror had passed, but I did not move. I stood like an image of stone staring over the black water. Then something seemed to burst in my head. My brain spun dizzily, and I tottered against the rail. I would have fallen, but Howard caught me about the shoulders. "We're saved," he shouted. "We've won through." "I'm glad," I said, but I was too utterly exhausted to really rejoice. My legs gave way beneath me and my head fell forward. All the sights and sounds of earth were swallowed up in a merciful blackness. Chapter 2. Howard was writing when I entered the room. "How is the story going?" I asked. For a moment he ignored my question. Then he slowly turned and faced me. He was hollow-eyed, and his pallor was alarming. "It's not going well," he said at last. "It doesn't satisfy me. There are problems that still elude me. I haven't been able to capture all of the horror of the thing in Mulligan Wood." I sat down and lit a cigarette. "I want you to explain that horror to me," I said. "For 3 weeks I have waited for you to speak. I know that you have some knowledge which you are concealing from me. What was the damp, spongy thing that landed on Wells's head in the woods? Why did we hear a droning as we fled in the fog? What was the meaning of the shape that we saw above the trees? And why, in heaven's name, didn't the horror spread as we feared it might? What stopped it? Howard, what do you think really happened to Wells's brain? Did his body burn with the farm? Or did they claim it? And the other body that was found in Mulligan Wood, that lean, blackened horror with riddled head. How do you explain that? 2 days after the fire, a skeleton had been found in Mulligan Wood. A few fragments of burnt flesh still adhered to the bones, and the skull cap was missing. It was a long time before Howard spoke again. He sat with bowed head, fingering his notebook, and his body trembled all over. At last he raised his eyes. They shone with a wild light, and his lips were ashen. "Yes," he said, "we will discuss the horror together. Last week I did not want to speak of it. It seemed too awful to put into words. But I shall never rest in peace until I have woven it into a story, until I have made my readers feel and see that dreadful, unspeakable thing. And I cannot write of it until I am convinced beyond the shadow of a doubt that I understand it myself. It may help me to talk about it. You have asked me what the damp thing was that fell on Wells's head. I believe that it was a human brain, the essence of a human brain drawn out through a hole, or holes, in a human head. I believe the brain was drawn out by imperceptible degrees and reconstructed again by the horror. I believe that for some purpose of its own, it used human brains, perhaps to learn from them. Or perhaps it merely played with them. The blackened, riddled body in Mulligan Wood. That was the body of the first victim, some poor fool who got lost between the tall trees. I rather suspect the trees helped. I think the horror endowed them with a strange life. Anyhow, the poor chap lost his brain. The horror took it and played with it, and then accidentally dropped it. It dropped it on Wells's head. Wells said that the long, thin, and very white arm he saw was looking for something that it had dropped. Of course, Wells didn't really see the arm objectively, but the horror that is without form or color had already entered his brain and clothed itself in human thought. As for the droning that we heard and the shape we thought we saw above the burning forest, that was the horror seeking to make itself felt, seeking to break down barriers, seeking to enter our brains and clothe itself with our thoughts. It almost got us. If we had seen the white arm, we should have been lost. Howard walked to the window. He drew back the curtains and gazed for a moment at the crowded harbor and the tall, white buildings that towered against the moon. He was staring at the skyline of lower Manhattan. Sheer beneath him, the cliffs of Brooklyn Heights loomed darkly. "Why didn't they conquer?" he cried. "They could have destroyed us utterly. They could have wiped us from Earth. All our wealth and power would have gone down before them." I shivered. "Yes. Why didn't the horror spread?" I asked. Howard shrugged his shoulders. "I do not know. Perhaps they discovered that human brains were too trivial and absurd to bother with. Perhaps we ceased to amuse them. Perhaps they grew tired of us. But it is conceivable that the sign destroyed them or sent them back through space. I think they came millions of years ago and were frightened away by the sign. When they discovered that we had not forgotten the use of the sign, they may have fled in terror. Certainly there has been no manifestation for 3 weeks. I think that they are gone." "And Henry Wells?" I asked. "Well, his body was not found. I imagine they came for him." "And you honestly intend to put this obscenity into a story?" "Oh my God. The whole thing is so incredible, so unheard of, that I can't believe it. Did we not dream it all? Were we ever really in Partridgeville? Did we sit in an ancient house and discuss frightful things while the fog curled about us? Did we walk through that unholy wood? Were the trees really alive? And did Henry Wells run about on his hands and knees like a wolf?" Howard sat down quietly and rolled up his sleeve. He thrust his thin arm toward me. "Can you argue away that scar?" he said. "There are the marks of the beast that attacked me, the man-beast that was Henry Wells. A dream? I would cut off this arm immediately at the elbow if you could convince me that it was a dream." I walked to the window and remained for a long time staring at Manhattan. There, I thought, is something substantial. It is absurd to imagine that anything could destroy it. It is absurd to imagine that the horror was really as terrible as it seemed to us in Partridgeville. I must persuade Howard not to write about it. We must both try to forget it. I returned to where he sat and laid my hand on his shoulder. "You'll never give up the idea of putting it into a story?" I urged gently. "Never." He was on his feet, and his eyes were blazing. "Do you think I would give up now when I've almost captured it? I shall write a story that will penetrate to the inmost core of a horror that is without form and substance, but more terrible than a plague-stricken city when the cadences of a tolling bell sound an end to all hope. I shall surpass Poe. I shall surpass all the masters." "Surpass them and be damned then," I said angrily. "That way madness lies. But it is useless to argue with you. Your egoism is too colossal." I turned and walked swiftly out of the room. It occurred to me as I descended the stairs that I had made an idiot of myself with my fears. But even as I went down, I looked fearfully back over my shoulder, as though I expected a great stone weight to descend from above and crush me to the earth. He should forget the horror, I thought. He should wipe it from his mind. He will go mad if he writes about it. 3 days passed before I saw Howard again. "Come in," he said in a curiously hoarse voice when I knocked on his door. I found him in dressing gown and slippers, and I knew as soon as I saw him that he was terribly exultant. "I have triumphed, Frank," he cried. I have reproduced the form that is formless, the burning shame that man has not looked upon, the crawling, fleshless obscenity that sucks at our brains. Before I could so much as gasp, he placed a bulky manuscript in my hands. "Read it, Frank," he commanded. "Sit down at once and read it." I crossed to the window and sat down on the lounge. I sat there oblivious to everything but the typewritten sheets before me. I confess that I was consumed with curiosity. I had never questioned Howard's power. With words he wrought miracles. Breaths from the unknown blew always over his pages, and things that had passed beyond earth returned at his bidding. But could he even suggest the horror that we had known? Could he even so much as hint at the loathsome, crawling thing that had claimed the brain of Henry Wells? I read the story through. I read it slowly, and clutched at the pillows beside me in a frenzy of loathing. As soon as I had finished it, Howard snatched it from me. He evidently suspected that I desired to tear it to shreds. "What do you think of it?" he cried exultantly. "It is indescribably foul," I exclaimed. "It violates privacies of the mind that should never be laid bare. But you will concede that I have made the horror convincing." I nodded and reached for my hat. "You have made it so convincing that I cannot remain and discuss it with you. I intend to walk until morning. I intend to walk until I am too weary to care or think or remember." "It is a very great story," he shouted at me, but I passed down the stairs and out of the house without replying. Chapter 3. It was past midnight when the telephone rang. I laid down the book I was reading and lowered the receiver. "Hello, who is there?" I asked. "Frank, this is Howard." The voice was strangely high-pitched. "Come as quickly as you can. They've come back. And Frank, the sign is powerless. I've tried the sign, but the droning is getting louder and a dim shape." Howard's voice trailed off disastrously. I fairly screamed into the receiver. "Courage, man. Do not let them suspect that you are afraid. Make the sign again and again. I will come at once." Howard's voice came again, more hoarsely this time. "The shape is growing clearer and clearer, and there is nothing I can do. Frank, I have lost the power to make the sign. I have forfeited all right to the protection of the sign. I've become a priest of the devil. That story. I should not have written that story. Show them that you are unafraid," I cried. I'll try. Ah, my God. The shape is." I did not wait to hear more. Frantically seizing my hat and coat, I dashed down the stairs and out into the street. As I reached the curb, a dizziness seized me. I clung to a lamp-post to keep from falling and waved my hand madly at a fleeing taxi. Luckily, the driver saw me. The car stopped, and I staggered out into the street and climbed into it. "Quick!" I shouted. "Take me to 10 Brooklyn Heights." "Yes, sir. Cold night, ain't it?" "Cold!" I shouted. "It will be cold indeed when they get in. It will be cold indeed when they start to." The driver stared at me in amazement. "That's all right, sir," he said. "We'll get you home all right, sir." "Brooklyn Heights, did you say, sir?" "Brooklyn Heights," I groaned, and collapsed against the cushions. As the car raced forward, I tried not to think of the horror that awaited me. I clutched desperately at straws. It is conceivable, I thought, that Howard has gone temporarily insane. How could the horror have found him among so many millions of people? It cannot be that they have deliberately sought him out. It cannot be that they would deliberately choose him from among such multitudes. He is too insignificant. All human beings are too insignificant. They would never deliberately angle for human beings. They would never deliberately trawl for human beings. But they did seek Henry Wells. And what did Howard say? "I have become a priest of the devil." Why not their priest? What if Howard has become their priest on earth? What if his story has made him their priest? The thought was a nightmare to me, and I put it furiously from me. He will have courage to resist them, I thought. He will show them that he is not afraid. "Here we are, sir." "Shall I help you in, sir?" The car had stopped, and I groaned as I realized that I was about to enter what might prove to be my tomb. I descended to the sidewalk and handed the driver all the change that I possessed. He stared at me in amazement. "You've given me too much," he said. "Here, sir." But I waved him aside and dashed up the stoop of the house before me. As I fitted a key into the door, I could hear him muttering, "Craziest drunk I ever seen. He gives me $4 to drive him 10 blocks and doesn't want no thanks or nothing." The lower hall was unlighted. I stood at the foot of the stairs and shouted, "I'm here, Howard. Can you come down?" There was no answer. I waited for perhaps 10 seconds, but not a sound came from the room above. "I'm coming up," I shouted in desperation and started to climb the stairs. I was trembling all over. They've got him, I thought. I'm too late. Perhaps I had better not. Great God, what was that? I was unbelievably terrified. There was no mistaking the sounds. In the room above, someone was volubly pleading and crying aloud in agony. Was it Howard's voice that I heard? I caught a few words indistinctly. Crawling. Ugh. Crawling. Ugh. Oh, have pity. Cold and clear. Crawling. Ugh. God in heaven. I had reached the landing, and when the pleadings rose to hoarse shrieks, I fell to my knees and made against my body, and upon the wall beside me, and in the air, the sign. I made the primal sign that had saved us in Mulligan Wood, but this time I made it crudely, not with fire, but with fingers that trembled and caught at my clothes, and I made it without courage or hope, made it darkly, with a conviction that nothing could save me. And then I got up quickly and went on up the stairs. My prayer was that they would take me quickly, that my sufferings should be brief under the stars. The door of Howard's room was ajar. By a tremendous effort I stretched out my hand and grasped the knob. Slowly I swung it inward. For a moment I saw nothing but the motionless form of Howard lying upon the floor. He was lying upon his back. His knees were drawn up, and he had raised his hand before his face, palms outward, as if to blot out a vision unspeakable. Upon entering the room I had deliberately, by lowering my eyes, narrowed my range of vision. I saw only the floor and the lower section of the room. I did not want to raise my eyes. I had lowered them in self-protection because I dreaded what the room held. I did not want to raise my eyes, but there were forces, powers at work in the room which I could not resist. I knew that if I looked up, the horror might destroy me, but I had no choice. Slowly, painfully, I raised my eyes and stared across the room. It would have been better, I think, if I had rushed forward immediately and surrendered to the thing that towered there. The vision of that terrible, darkly shrouded shape will come between me and the pleasures of the world, as long as I remain in the world. From the ceiling to the floor it towered, and it threw off blinding light, and pierced by the shafts whirling around and around were the pages of Howard's story. In the center of the room, between the ceiling and the floor, the pages whirled about, and the light burned through the sheets, and descending in spiraling shafts entered the brain of my poor friend. Into his head, the light was pouring in a continuous stream, and above, the master of the light moved with a slow swaying of its entire bulk. I screamed and covered my eyes with my hands, but still the master moved. Back and forth, and still the light poured into the brain of my friend. And then there came from the mouth of the master a most awful sound. I had forgotten the sign that I had made 3 times below in the darkness. I had forgotten the high and terrible mystery before which all of the invaders were powerless. But when I saw it forming itself in the room, forming itself immaculately, with a terrible integrity above the downstreaming light, I knew that I was saved. I sobbed and fell upon my knees. The light dwindled, and the master shriveled before my eyes. And then from the walls, from the ceiling, from the floor, there leapt flame, a white and cleansing flame that consumed, that devoured and destroyed forever. But my friend was dead. End of The Space Eaters by Frank Belknap Long. The Brain Eaters. By Frank Belknap Long. Weird Tales, June 1932. A shuddery tale about the dead men who sat in the boat, and a weird horror from four-dimensional space. Stephen Williamson, anthropologist and archaeologist, stood at the rail of the Morning Star and watched the dim grey shape of the long boat shed its hazy indistinctness as the sun penetrated the fog and threw ruddy curlicues, athwart the gleaming gunwales. From where Williamson was standing, the occupants of the boat were distinctly visible. They sat immobile, in grotesque attitudes, and when Williamson hailed them, they made no response. Williamson craned forward over the rail, studying them intently out of bloodshot eyes. Then, suddenly, his body went tense, and a cold horror descended upon him. He turned abruptly, cupping his hands, and shouted out a frantic warning to the first mate, who was standing rather nonchalantly amidships with his hands thrust deep into his trousers pockets. "Keep away from her. Ease her off. For God's sake. What's that?" The mate strode to the rail and glanced anxiously over the side. But from where he was standing, the boat was not visible. He was obliged to repeat his query to Williamson, who occupied, for the moment, the position of ship's guardian. Below in his cabin, the captain was raving impotently, his brain unhinged by liquor and fever. "What did you say, Steve?" "I said, stay clear of her." "Why, cholera, I think. Anyhow, it's awful. A death trap. Keep clear of her." In a moment, the mate was by Stephen's side, staring with horror at the boat and its contents. It was drifting aimlessly in a long swell, its rudder askew and trailing sea moss, its oarlocks sodden with caked salt and a darker, more disturbing ingredient that looked, from a distance, like caked blood. The mate gripped Williamson's arm. "They've been dead for weeks," he muttered hoarsely. "Every man of 'em. They're nothing more than skeletons." He spat to conceal his emotion. "Every man of 'em. God, Steve, look there." Williamson had raised his arm and was pointing excitedly at the tallest of the 7 skeletons. The mate grew dizzy with horror. A choking, gurgling sound issued from his throat, and his hand tightened on his companion's arm till the latter cried out in shrill protest. "Steady, Jim." Then, after a pause, "It was cannibalism, nothing else. But I can understand it, Jim. If the poor devils were insane, crazed." "But his head," the mate protested hysterically. "They couldn't eat that. Why did they cut off his head?" The headless man sat bolt upright in the boat. He was clothed in stained grey trousers of woolen texture and a coarse seaman's shirt of alternating black and white stripes open to the waist. His feet were bare and sun-scorched. One arm, severed at the wrist, dangled forlornly beside the oarlocks, rising and falling with the slow, oily swell. The other was outstretched, as though it had been endeavouring, at the instant of death, to ward off the attack of something malign and unspeakable. On several parts of the hairy, exposed chest were dark and ominous stains. The muscles of the torso stood out so rigidly in the half-light that they were discernible at a distance of 50 feet. But despite his mutilations and imperfections, the headless man was easily the most commanding figure in the boat. The other occupants were pitiable in the extreme. They sprawled against the gunwales in attitudes of abject despair, mere husks of flabby skin over protruding bones, with skull-like faces and rigid, immobile arms. The sea had had its way with them. They were not merely dead, they were beginning, slowly, to blacken and shrivel and putrefy. "It isn't cholera," said Stephen grimly. The mate nodded. "You're right, I guess." His voice sounded hollow and unfamiliar even to his own ears. The strangeness of its timbre appalled him. He glanced almost hysterically at his companion. How, he wondered, could the man remain so cool? He had hitherto been so emotional, so easily upset. Yet now, somehow, the scientist in him was rising to the occasion, astonishing the mate by his assurance and poise. "We may as well lower a boat," said Stephen decisively. I want to know precisely what happened. It's utterly ghastly, but I've got to know. 30 minutes later, a decidedly ill scientist crossed the deck of the Morning Star in a strangely indirect fashion, crossed the deck in a semi-daze, and gripped the rail till his knuckles showed white. For a moment, he stood watching a Portuguese man-of-war scudding over the oily sea, his gaze remaining riveted on the weirdly beautiful polyp till it disappeared in the purple haze fringing the horizon. Then abruptly, he wheeled and met the inquisitorial scrutiny of the mate. "Well?" "I told Harris to sew sheets on the bodies," said Stephen in a cold and lifeless voice. "The least we can do is give them a decent burial." The mate shivered. "I hope we can get it over with soon. A crew of dead men don't suit my fancy. If the captain should see 'em, in his condition, it wouldn't be pleasant. I told Simpson to keep watch on the old man." "I'm more concerned about the crew," said Stephen slowly. "They've been whispering and muttering ever since we brought the bodies aboard. Frightened blue, I guess. I don't know as I blame them. If they could see this diary," Stephen tapped his pocket significantly, "they might run amok. To tell you the truth, Jim, it's got me frightened. I don't know what to think." The mate moistened his lips with the tip of his tongue. "It's crazy gibberish, Steve," he muttered. "They went through hell, apparently, and it's my guess this fellow Henderson cracked up under the strain. Bain an officer and a gentleman. Well, anyone could see he was only a frightened kid. I don't think I ever saw a man's face so drawn and despairful looking." Stephen removed a weather-stained memorandum book from his pocket and began nervously to finger the pages. "There are things here, Jim," he said, "that you can't argue away. Descriptions, details. I'm convinced those men encountered something appalling. No thirst-crazed lunatic could have been so devilishly, inhumanly logical. Henderson remained courageously cool-headed to the very last. This entry shows what stuff the kid was made of." Stephen had opened the book, and as the mate stared silently down into the almost motionless sea, he began, slowly, to read. "They want our brains. Last night one of them got in touch with me. It laid its cool face against my forehead and spoke to me. I could understand everything it said. A terrible death awaits us if we do not obey them implicitly. They want Thomas. We are to make no attempt to thwart or resist them when they come for him. Later, they came for Thomas last night. They did not take all of him. He is sitting before me now. I can see his broad shoulders and back as I write. They are limned very terribly against the glare of the sunset, and they obtrude with a terrible vividness. His presence is a perpetual horror, but we dare not throw him overboard. They would not approve. I am perfectly sane. The horror has not dulled in any way my perception of the visible realities about me. I know that I am adrift in the Pacific, 50 miles perhaps off the coast of Salvador, and that I am compelled to endure the presence of a headless corpse and 5 cowardly fools who gibber and moan like baboons merely because they lack guts and haven't sufficient water. My own stoicism bewilders and amazes me. Why is it that my hand does not tremble as I write, that I can remain so observant, so calm? It may be that I have lost all capacity to suffer. We have passed into a strange world, an alien and utterly incomprehensible world, which makes the fears and agonies of common life seem curiously impersonal and remote. We have abandoned all hope of a possible rescue. Nothing can save us from them. It is amazing how completely I have resigned myself to the inevitable. 3 days ago we were as confident as the devil. Why, we actually jested when the Mary O'Brien went down. Red Taylor called it a natty dive. She went down bow first. It was an enormously impressive spectacle. The water about her was a white maelstrom for fully 5 minutes. "It's only a few miles to the coast," I told them, "and we've enough water to last a fortnight. We'll row in relays." They are squat and slimy, with long gelatinous arms and hideous, bat-like faces. But I have reason to suspect they can change their form at will. For hours our ears were assailed by a horrible, maddening droning, and then we saw them. We saw them glistening in the moonlight. All about us, the sea was carpeted with their luminous, malignant faces. There was nothing we could do. We were helpless, stunned. They are not animals. They are endowed with a cold, unearthly intelligence. We have drifted into strange waters. Our compass revolves so maddeningly that it is useless as a guide. I have a theory, incredible, fantastic, which would account for all that has occurred, but I dare not confide it to the others. They would not understand. They are convinced, even now, that the things are fantastic fishes. They do not know that I have communicated with them. They did not see me last night when I left the boat and went with them into the abyss. They were deceived by the presence of my physical body, which remained with them in the boat. They did not suspect that I had descended into the dark, cold abyss. They were strangely reticent. They merely confided to me that they wanted Thomas brain. They feed, it seems, on human brains, and of all our brains, Thomas's is the most finely organized. It is compact, imaginative, sensitive. He is a semi-illiterate ABS, but his brain is first-rate. What interests them primarily is not so much the culture or cultivation which a brain has acquired, but simply its naked intelligence. They experience strange, vivid new emotions and sensations when they feed on unspoiled human brains. But they do not really eat our brains. Rather, they suck, absorb them. They wrap themselves tightly about human heads and suck out the contents of the cranium through the eyes and nostrils. They do not always carry away the heads which they desire to use in this fashion. Occasionally they merely extract the brain while the victim is asleep. In such cases the poor wretch is certain to awake a raving maniac, sightless and a maniac. The other way is more merciful. I am glad that they severed Thomas's head and took it away. The presence of his body is a horror and a madness, but it is reassuring to know that he has ceased to suffer. The men are showing the effects of the torture. Brett has been whimpering pitifully for hours, and Lang is as helpless as an infant. They want to throw Thomas's body into the sea, but I won't give my consent. They live at the bottom of the sea, and are not a part of our familiar world. They inhabit another dimension. By some ghastly and inexplicable mischance, we have passed into another dimension of space. We have passed into an extension of the three-dimensional world. The existence of these creatures confirms the wildest speculations of theosophists and mystics, who have persistently maintained that man is not the only intelligent inhabitant of the globe, that there are other worlds impinging on ours. Above the familiar seas of the world are imposed other invisible seas, inhabited by strange and hideous shapes, utterly unlike anything with which we are familiar. There is not one Pacific Ocean merely. Occupying the same space in another dimension are invisible Pacifics inhabited by strange shapes with hidden malevolent powers. We have, unaccountably, sailed into one of these invisible worlds. We have passed from the coast of Salvador to the seacoast of an alien world. It is a very terrible world. Its denizens are more malignant than vampires. They raven on the brains of lost travelers from the three-dimensional Pacific. I had fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion when they came for me and compelled me to follow them down through the blue depths to their strange blue-lit city on the sea's floor. My body remained in the boat, but my brain was with them at the bottom of the sea. They can separate the brain temporarily from the body without any physical sundering. They were careful to explain to me why I should not share the fate of Thomas. They need me. I have been enjoined to guard Thomas's body, to keep the others from throwing it into the sea. Another ship has passed into this strange and hideous world. On it, there is a brain which they covet. An extraordinary brain, the brain of a scientist and poet. They desire to absorb it, and they desire to absorb it while it is aflame with curiosity and maddened by fright. When they can absorb a highly evolved brain that is keyed up to a pitch of wild excitement, they experience the most intense ecstasy and rapture. So peculiarly are they constituted that they are capable of deriving the most piercing pleasure from highly evolved, highly inflamed cerebral tissue. In our world, Rare or alien manifestations of energy like radium, cosmic rays, and things of that kind react most violently on terrestrial organisms. And it is very conceivable that in this otherworld animal tissue, especially such highly evolved tissue as one finds in human brains, reacts with a similar intensity upon the alien body substances of these creatures. The scientist, the man who is coming, has a brain which excites them immeasurably. They are determined to frighten and inflame it, and they think that if its possessor encounters Thomas sitting upright in the boat, headless and ghastly, it will become a rare delicacy and afford them the most exquisite rapture. They have asked me to help them, and I dare not refuse. But I can at least record what I know and suspect in this book, and if he is not a blind fool, he will strive to escape. I fear, though, that he is lost, hopelessly and irremediably lost. Like us, he has in some mysterious way passed into another world. The ship which bears him has been drawn, sucked into some great vacuum or vent in three-dimensional space, and is now in an utterly alien world. A black and abysmal world. Nothing on earth can save him. His naked intelligence, perhaps, but nothing on earth. The brain-eaters will not spare him. They will fasten upon his skull and drain it dry. His eyes will be drawn from their sockets, and his brain will melt and dissolve like tallow in the sun. Their moist, dark mouths. I am very ill. The ocean about me is carpeted with leering, malignant faces. The others see them too. Brett is cringing and whining and foaming at the mouth like an epileptic, and Adams has collapsed against the gunwale. Blood is trickling from his nose and his eyes are drawn inward. His face is a mask, a corpse mask. There is nothing we can do or say. We sit lifelessly by the oars and stare at Thomas's ghastly body, which has become a mockery, a menace. I have resigned all hope. Williamson closed the book and glanced anxiously at the man beside him. Wouldn't you say, Jim, that there was something behind it? Jim looked exceedingly ill. I don't know. It's all so very queer, uncanny. If there's any truth in it, it's your brain they're after. Williamson nodded. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, Jim. I'm going to sleep on deck tonight. I'll bring up my cot and sleep here. I'll feel safer somehow on deck. The mate lowered his head. I'd do that, he said simply. It was after midnight when Williamson awoke and sat up. The moonlight lay in bright, luminous stripes on his cot and the wet planks of the deck. The lifeboat stood out boldly in the silver light, and from where he lay 3 huge water barrels and a great pile of tarred rope were plainly visible. At first, Williamson saw only these dim, familiar shapes. The water barrels, the rope, the lifeboat swaying reassuringly in the wind. Then, slowly, he became aware of something dark and cumbersome, something opaque that obscured his vision and concealed a portion of the second barrel, something that made a pie-shaped dent in the pile of cordage. He rubbed his eyes, slowly at first, then violently, hysterically. A dark shape was clinging to the heavy netting above his bed. For a moment he stared at it in stark bewilderment. Then a great horror came upon him, and he shrank back against the pillows. It was clinging to the netting and moving backward and forward like a great slow-moving beetle. It was a moving blot, concealing the stars, a fetid dark blot against the spectral moon. Nausea welled up within him. He started to rise and then suddenly grew sick with terror incalculable. The strength ebbed from his limbs and his mind refused to function. He lay supine upon the coarse sheets, too stricken to move or cry out. The thing was slowly changing its shape. It was assuming a more definite contour, was waxing more malignant and agile. Stephen's eyes followed it helplessly as it moved up and down the netting. It was acquiring sight. It was acquiring the loathsome capacity to return his stare. 2 luminous spots glowed malevolently down at him from its crawling bulk. It was globular and wet. From its dark sack-like body depended 8 squirming tentacles. Or were they limbs? It was impossible to be certain. They were so maddeningly weaving and indistinct, at one moment swelling in girth, and then becoming so incredibly wire-like that they seemed to merge with the mesh of the netting which sustained them. But that the arms ended in thin, claw-like hands, he did not for a moment doubt. The hands were too constantly visible, too patently sinister. They fumbled with the netting, as though seeking to draw it apart. He managed somehow to rise upon his elbows, to extend invitingly his exposed throat. It was not death he feared. It was the torture, the suspense. He could no longer bear to look into the horror's eyes. He had endured with agonized fortitude the sight of its drooling, bat-like mouth and the odor of putrefaction, the sea stench which surged from it, and even the fetid, fleshless hands with their long, luminous fingers had not incited him to complete surrender. But its eyes held a threat which could not be evaded or endured. He did not want them to come any closer. If the hands broke through and the eyes came closer, it was better to surrender unreservedly to the hands. So he raised himself on his elbow and bared his throat. It was a full minute before he perceived that he had been mistaken and that the hands were not seeking his throat. They were busily engaged in recovering from the wet deck a large round object of disturbingly familiar appearance. The thing had evidently been compelled to lay this object down for a moment in order to facilitate its ascent to the netting above Williamson's bed, and it was now intent on recovering its gruesome trophy. Slowly, deliberately, it raised the object in its terribly thin arms, caressing and fondling it, holding it very close, for a moment, to its moist and bulbous mouth. And in that same instant a hideous droning, that was like the thrum of huge engines in some vast and reverberant power plant, smote menacingly on Williamson's ear. It was not the droning, however, which drove Williamson shrieking from the bed and across the deck in a straight dash toward the rail. It was something much more unendurable than any sound on earth. It was the sight of a face, blue-cheeked and tortured, with matted red beard and white, pupilless eyes. A face distraught, yet immobile, a face that grimaced and glowered, and yet remained strangely, alarmingly impassive. The face of a dead man, the face of a corpse. There were dark stains above the temples, and the matted hair and beard were clotted with blood. The head was neckless, unattached. It seemed to float upon the air. In reality, however, it was being held very firmly in the terribly thin arms of something that wanted Williamson's brain. That wanted to do to Williamson what it had done to the object it was so proudly exhibiting. It was displaying the object unashamedly to Williamson because it wanted to terrify him, to appall and terrify him utterly. It wanted to drive Williamson mad with fright, so that it could fasten on his inflamed brain and drain it dry. The mate, standing unsteadily upon the bridge, was alive to Williamson's peril. He had watched the scientist awake from a troubled sleep, and had seen the dark shape moving backward and forward above the latter's head. He had also observed, with an actual physical retching, the round dark object on the deck before the horror had reclaimed it. He was an imaginative man, and his brain, at that moment, was as agitated as the one which the horror coveted. But a mighty wave of fury against the thing that had come up from the sea blotted the fright from his mind. The barrel of the rifle in his hand glowed like a long blue taper in the moonlight. Slowly, with an almost hysterical deliberation, he raised the weapon to his shoulder and took aim. The horror screeched twice shrilly as the bullet ploughed through its dark body. It fell from the netting, twisted itself into a ball and rolled diagonally toward the scuppers. As it passed over the deck, it left a thin blue trail of phosphorescent slime on the wet planks. Williamson turned from the rail, against which he had been clinging, and raised a stricken face toward the bridge. "It's no use," he shrieked. "Too many of them. All about the ship. I'm going." He started to climb upon the rail, and then suddenly his foot slipped and he went down with a thud. When he raised himself again to a sitting posture, he was holding something dark and round between his hands and gibbering insanely. "No top to it. No top at all," he screamed. "The brain pan's gone, all sucked dry, nothing inside, "Oh my God!" Two strong hands descended upon the mate's shoulders, and abruptly, ruthlessly, he was pushed aside. A tall form in a wet, glistening slicker took his place upon the bridge. The mate's eyes widened bewilderingly. "Captain Sayers," he muttered. "Captain Sayers." But the captain ignored him. He was shouting out commands at the top of his bursting lungs. "Put every stitch on her," he shouted. "Jump lively there." Part of the crew had emerged from the hatches and were running rapidly backward and forward in response to the captain's orders. After a moment he turned to the gasping mate. "We'll get out of this. Do as I say, and we'll get out of this. I know what's happened. We're in the wrong dimension. I was in it once before, years ago. Nothing to fear if you'll do as I say. I know how to steer her. 5 tacks to the right, a twist to the left, and we'll be out of it. I know. I've been in touch with them for years. I'm psychic." "Mad," groaned the mate. "Stark, raving mad." The captain had left the mate's side and was running frantically toward the wheel. "Keep them at it," he shouted over his shoulder. "Tell them to square away. Can't put too much sail on her. Can't put too much. Do you hear?" The mate nodded. "Worth trying," he muttered to himself. Follow him implicitly. Nothing to lose. He's in touch with them, maybe. Crazy people are psychic. They know things we don't. He raised his voice. "For God's sake, men, be quick. Do as the captain says. It's our only chance." There ensued a race with destruction. The great ship hove to and trembled ominously, every sail on her taut with the breeze, while from the ocean there rose a screeching and a droning such as no sane man could endure with fortitude. The mate felt his reason tottering, even as the reason of the captain had departed, even as the mind of poor Williamson had succumbed. Poor Williamson, who squatted hopelessly on the deck, his right hand supporting a horror of horrors, and his face a distorted mask in the spectral light. But eventually they won through. The ship, under the captain's guidance, veered strangely on the dark waters. It veered about and rose on a mountainous swell, and even as the captain shouted orders into the attentive ear of the frightened helmsman, the droning and screeching diminished in volume. One by one the hideous luminous faces faded from the luminous seas. The wind went down, and the ship floated serenely on a 3-dimensional ocean. 4 hours later the sun came up over the coastal hills and flooded the ocean with a saffron light. Williamson, serene and at peace, stood silently by the rail and gazed with gratitude at the prone form of Captain Sayers. The captain lay asleep on the bed, which the scientist had vacated on the previous night under circumstances which the mate could not bear to recall. But Williamson was the courageous one now. He dared to recall them. He gripped the mate's arm and smiled wanly. "I'm glad you decided to obey the captain," he said. "Nothing else could have saved us. It was a heroic decision." The captain knew, "I am convinced. Men whom the world calls insane, sick people, lunatics, are often en rapport with the invisible, the hidden. The 4th dimension is an open book to them. They see things which are hidden from us. And the captain knew." The mate nodded. "I'm glad that they didn't take your brain, old fellow. It's too valuable an instrument. Aside," he added with an ironic smile, "aside from friendship, I'm glad. You can go on with your work now. You can get all that dope on the Myers you missed last trip." "I'll not write about the Myers," said Stephen decisively. "I've much more important information to convey. My next book will deal with them." The mate scowled. "No one will believe you. Perhaps not. But I'm determined to put that horror on paper. Someone, somewhere, may read it and understand." The mate shook his head. "You'll lose caste. Your scientific friends will gib and jeer at you." Stephen's face set in grim lines. "Let them jeer," he muttered. "The knowledge that I'm in the right will sustain me." He drew himself up. "God, but it was a great experience. It nearly did for me, but I know now that the world isn't the pretty little affair we've always thought it. Out beyond are wetters of cosmic appetites. I've a cosmic appetite, Jim. I like to venture and explore. Perhaps someday they'll get my brain, but in the meantime, the mate smiled sympathetically. I can guess how it is, he said. There ain't any sailor this side of the Horn wouldn't understand. You're always hankering for what lies just around the corner. Or on the dark side of the moon, amended Stephen, with a wistful smile. End of The Brain Eaters by Frank Belknap Long.